Chapter 797. Yang Yi grunted coldly as he gazed at the trembling space around him, and then his sword intent surged out and merged into those areas of space. In an instant, those trembling areas of space became calm. Numerous horrified voices resounded from deep within space. Yang Yi laughed coldly as he put the sword servants and the black-robed man's corpse away, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. The black-robed man was a high-grade half-saint, at least. Yang Yi would definitely be incapable of defeating him in a one-on-one battle. However, the black-robed man didn't have the slightest ability to resist when facing over 1,000 mid-grade half-saint sword servants. A high-grade half-saints. With a high-grade half-saint and over 1,000 mid-grade half-saint sword servants at his disposal, Yang Yi was confident that he could kill Supreme Exalt he if they met again. Of course, the precondition was that Supreme Exalt he didn't take any precautions. Otherwise, while Supreme Exalt he might be unable to fight his forces, it shouldn't be a problem for him to flee. Not too long after Yang Yi left, a group of black-robed men appeared where he was just moments ago. One of them asked, "What happened just now?" Space seemed to have been sealed by some unknown force. What happened to Fifth Brother and the others? All of them died within the chaotic flow of space. Divine General Feng is probably dead as well. That fellow, Yang Yi, might have a supreme expert by his side. Otherwise, with the strength he possesses right now, it would be utterly impossible for him to seal the surrounding space to the point that we couldn't even tear it open, let alone kill Divine General Feng. A long period of silence ensued. We underestimated him. He was able to survive the Hallowed Grounds attacks on numerous occasions. So, if he either has the assistance of a supreme expert or he possesses some sort of shocking trump card, no matter which it is, he isn't someone we can fight. Let's leave. While that pill is precious, we need to be alive to use it. It didn't take long for them to vanish from there. Yang Yi traveled all the way south, and he arrived at the teleportation formation which led to Profounder Continent. There was a very tall stone platform not too far away from him, and almost 100 teleportation formations sat on that stone platform. At this moment, they were flickering incessantly as Profounder after Profounder from Profounder Continent walked out from them, and then they walked towards the plains below the platform. There was a dense expanse of people on the plains, and most of them were Profounders at the King Realm or above. On a small mountain to the left of the teleportation formations was over 3,000 white-robed old, and Yang Yi saw the supreme exalts of the hallowed grounds there. On a small mountain on the right were 3,000 black-robed people, and their auras were extremely formidable and far surpassed the hallowed grounds forces. Both sides didn't attack each other, and they were watching the crowd from Profounder Continent instead. Yang Yi was looking at them as well, and there were many familiar faces amongst the crowd. Yang Yi fell silent as he gazed at them, but there wasn't even the slightest trace of emotion on his face. More and more people were arriving at the hallowed grounds. All of their faces were covered in excitement and wild joy when they arrived, because in their opinion, their lives would be protected once they arrived at the hallowed grounds. At the same time, they could enjoy the dense spirit energy in the hallowed grounds. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded in the sky. All of them looked over and saw a huge black Qilin striding through the air, and there was a man on its back. The Divine Talisman Master, Shinamo? Shinamo glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended upon where Yang Yi stood. Yang Yi's heart trembled when he noticed this, and he was about to retreat when Shinamo spoke. "Yang Yi, since you've come, then why hide yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of dazzling light suddenly erupted, and then Yang Yi appeared before everyone. At this moment, the gazes of everyone here shot towards Yang Yi, and it included the defiant Profounders. Yang Yi. A ferocious expression appeared in Supreme Exalte's eyes when he saw Yang Yi, and both he and the other experts of the hallowed grounds instantly appeared around Yang Yi. They were about to attack, but Shinamo suddenly spoke. "There's no rush to kill him. In any case, it's impossible for him to escape my Earth Energy Cage formation." Earth Energy Cage formation? Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly, and he took a step forward. In an instant, a blood-red circle of light instantly appeared on the ground. The circle was covered in strange symbols, and they were flowing about while threads of mysterious energy flowed out from within the circle of light and symbols. In the end, all of the energy converged beneath his feet, and it formed a blood-red barrier of light that trapped him within it. Yang Yi smashed his fist forward. The blood-red barrier of light droned and trembled slightly while some cracks even appeared on it. However, it didn't take long for the cracks to vanish. Moreover, the blood-red barrier of light grew even stronger and thicker. Shinamo smiled. It's no use. Not to mention you. Even a high-grade half-saint can dream of blasting it open with ease. That can't be any better. Supreme Exalt, he spoke abruptly. Yang Yi. Actually, I don't want to kill you just like that. Because a show is about to begin, and it would be even more interesting if you're here to watch. A strange smile appeared on Supreme Exalte's face. Many profounders from Profounder Continent recognized Yang Yi at this moment, and an uproar erupted. It's Yang Yi. While he has white hair now, it really is Yang Yi. So what if it's him? He can't even protect himself now. Fortunately, I chose to join the hallowed grounds. I wouldn't even know how I died if I were to have entrusted my hopes on him. Brother Lin is right. Fortunately, we surrendered to the hallowed grounds. Otherwise, the day the hallowed grounds attacks Profounder Continent would be the day that we lose our lives. I looked rather favorably upon him in the past. Alas, I never expected that he would actually fall into the hallowed grounds' hands in the end. But it's good that he has. I presume that the hallowed grounds won't vent their rage on us now, and we can avoid him seeking revenge from us in the future. Indeed, he's an extremely vengeful person. Our actions are equivalent to betraying Profounder Continent and him. If he lives, how could we possibly survive with that character of his? Ha ha ha. Supreme Exalt, he suddenly started roaring with laughter. He pointed at the Profounders from Profounder Continent and said, Yang Yi, see that? These are the people you wanted to protect. How laughable. How sad. Ha 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 ha. Yang Yi paid no attention to Supreme Exalt he, and he gazed at the Ding clan's patriarch, Ding Yuan, instead. Xiaoya won't allow you to do this. She isn't the one who makes the decisions in my Ding clan. Ding Yuan grunted coldly and said, Yang Yi, you can't even protect yourself now. So what right do you have to make us continue fighting with our lives for you? Exactly. Another half-saint from Profounder Continent suddenly said, Yang Yi, in the end, the hallowed grounds attacked Profounder Continent mainly because of you. If you didn't offend the hallowed grounds, then how could it have attacked the continent? Now that you've fallen into the hands of the hallowed grounds, it's an extremely good news for the continent, and it's the same for us. Because we don't have to die with you. Alas, the half-saint from the devil race suddenly shook his head and said, Yang Yi, no matter what, we wouldn't be able to fight the hallowed grounds even if we stayed with you, let alone the defiant Profounders. We have no choice but to follow the hallowed grounds in order to have a chance against the defiant Profounders, and only then would we have a chance at survival. Right. You can't even protect yourself yet want us to stay with you? You're truly quite shameless. The Sword Emperor? Tui. If you hadn't killed the members of the hallowed grounds that day, then perhaps we would have come to the hallowed grounds a long time ago. Yang Yi, you're the bane of Profounder Continent. He's right. If it wasn't for you, we would have come to the hallowed grounds a long time ago, and perhaps we would have attained the monarch realm with the resources that the hallowed grounds possesses. It's really quite laughable. He lords over the continent, yet he's a captive at the hallowed grounds. The most laughable part is that he actually wants us to continue fighting with our lives on the line for him. Do you think this is Profounder Continent? Do you think you still have two extraordinary experts standing behind you now? Open your eyes and have a look. This is the hallowed grounds, and you're nothing to them. Perhaps they were trying to curry favor with the hallowed grounds, or perhaps they had other intentions. The Profounders of Profounder Continent had actually started to curse Yang Yi, and it was truly a grand scene to hear the curses of countless converge together. Ha ha ha. Supreme Exalt he and the other members of the hallowed grounds were roaring madly with laughter, and their laughter resounded throughout the surroundings. On the other side, there was even some laughter coming from the group of defiant Profounders as well. Yang Yi remained silent and just allowed them to curse him as much as they wanted. He didn't feel any anger, and all he felt was pity. It wasn't for himself, but for those standing down there. He sought to have a clear conscience whenever he did anything. He felt that he hadn't wronged them, and it was just they who had chosen a different path. Everyone had the right to choose their own path. Of course, everyone had to pay the price for their choices. He gazed at the teleportation formations. People were still appearing incessantly from them. Right now, the hallowed grounds seemed like paradise for the profounders of the continent. More and more were arriving. It seemed like a dense ocean of people when he looked down from above, and he couldn't see the end of the ocean they formed. There were experts of the hallowed grounds guarding the ends of the crowd. According to the hallowed grounds, they weren't allowed to move around as they pleased, and they didn't provide a reason for that. However, the profounders of the continent didn't dare question such a directive, and they just gathered together. Some stronger profounders flew up into the sky, but there were experts standing on guard in the air as well. The atmosphere here gradually felt slightly off. Some profounders from the continent felt that something was slightly off, and they intended to leave. However, they were forced back as soon as they tried to, and if they tried to leave by force, then the over 100 corpses below the platform was the example of the consequences. Not only was the atmosphere off, it grew heavier and heavier, because everyone felt that something was off. Suddenly, Supreme Exalt he appeared on the platform, and then he waved his right hand. Pillars of energy instantly sealed the teleportation formations, and no one could be teleported here anymore. There's a billion here. The show is about to begin. As soon as Supreme Exalt he finished speaking, the defiant profounders on the distant mountain suddenly flashed down from it, and then they charged towards the crowd from Profounder Continent. The Pillar of Blood. Countless defiant profounders roared with fury. Chapter 798. In the beginning, the profounders of Profounder Continent were bewildered, and they were stunned on the spot. Meanwhile, as soon as the group of defiant profounders entered the crowd, they were like a huge pack of wolves that had entered an enormous flock of sheep, and a slaughter ensued. Everywhere they passed, they left countless corpses in their wake. They're the defiant profounders. Countless profounders were shocked and horrified. They didn't have the time to think why there were defiant profounders here. When they saw how unstoppable the defiant profounders were, all of them didn't choose to fight back. They chose to flee instead. Countless people fled madly towards the surroundings. Because there were so many of them, so it was utter chaos there. Many even didn't hesitate to attack the people in front of them in order to flee. In their opinion, the most important thing was to be able to flee. Because those 3,000 defiant profounders were like gods of death, and they were utterly impossible to resist. Because of the chaos, it could be said that they'd even started to kill each other. Many were about to escape. However, a blood-red glow suddenly appeared at the edges of the ocean of people, and it trapped them within it. Some immediately started attacking the barrier. However, they noticed to their despair that it didn't even tremble before their attacks. Even if they were attacking it together, they were still unable to shake it at all. Despair. All of them were filled with despair. Many chose to fight desperately when they had no other choice, and they turned around and charged at the defiant profounders. Kill. Let's take them down with us. In the beginning, only a few charged forward, but it didn't take long for countless people to charge towards the defiant profounders. One after the other charged towards the defiant profounders, but all they got in return was death after death. There were 3,000 defiant profounders at the half-saint realm, and many were even mid-grade half-saints. However, Profounder Continent only had a few dozen half-saints on their side, while the others were profounders at the Monarch realm, Exalt realm, and below. There was a huge disparity amongst the two groups, so the outcome was obvious. After they noticed that even detonating themselves was incapable of harming the defiant profounders, many profounders from Profounder Continent truly started to feel despair. Why? 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 Countless people roared hysterically with rage. They gazed at Supreme Exalte's group, but all they received in return were cold smiles. As he watched them from above, Supreme Exalte's voice resounded. The calamity of this world is about to arrive, and all of you shall play the part of using your flesh and blood to create a path for us that leads to the outer heavens. That's an honor for all of you, so why struggle? In any case, ants like all of you will have no chance on the path to immortality. Since it's like that, why don't you just get reincarnated right now? Hallowed grounds. Fuck your ancestors. Hallowed grounds. I won't let you go even if I die. Oh. Hallowed grounds. I curse all of you. I curse all of you to die a graveless death. All of you will die a graveless death. Ah! Countless people were overwhelmed with rage, and they gazed at Supreme Exalte's group with resentment. When compared to the defiant Profounders, they hated that group from the hallowed grounds even more. The slaughter was still continuing. The defiant Profounders were slaughtering all who stood before them, and they were practically killing over 10,000 every instant. Blood truly flowed into a river there while countless strands of resentment and baleful energy filled the sky, causing a thin blood-red veil to appear in the air. Moreover, as more and more perished, the blood-red veil grew darker and thicker. Yang Yi gazed indifferently at all of this, and he was very calm. It was just like when they'd cursed him earlier. There wasn't even a shred of emotion on his face. Yang Yi. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi looked over towards the source of the voice, and he noticed that it was that half-saint from the devil race. He gazed at Yang Yi with an anxious and regretful expression. Yang Yi, I know that you're definitely able to save us. Please lend us a hand. The other Profounders from Profounder Continent seemed like they'd grabbed onto that last life-saving straw when they heard this, and they gazed at Yang Yi. Swordmaster, we realize our mistake. Please save us. Swordmaster, please save us. Many people knelt down. Ha ha ha. Supreme Exalte's roaring laughter resounded. He pointed at Yang Yi and said, he can't even save himself, but all of you are actually asking him to save all of you? How laughable and sad. Meanwhile, the half-saint from the devil race stared fixedly at Yang Yi as he said, Yang Yi, I know that you're definitely able to do it, right? His voice was trembling, and it seemed like he feared to hear an answer that was unlike what he hoped for. Yang Yi nodded as all the Profounders from Profounder Continent gazed at him. Countless people started crying out of joy, and it was tears of joy from surviving calamity. Even that half-saint from the devil race couldn't help but smile. However, Yang Yi suddenly said, while I can save all of you, why should I? The expressions on their faces froze, and then an instantly of absolute silence ensued. Yang Yi continued, one can do something against calamity that comes from nature, but one is done for if the calamity is his own making. Since the moment all of you came to the hallowed grounds, any relationship between us ceased to exist. To be honest, I'm even grateful to the hallowed grounds, because they allowed me to realize that I, Yang Yi, am the bane of Profounder Continent, am a maleficent existence that brings only harm to all of you. Earlier, all of you said that the hallowed grounds is your savior. Oh, they're just over there. Ask them for help. Save them? What a joke. Why would he do that? So that they could stab him in the back? Yang Yi could excuse many things when he faced one of his own. However, he wouldn't put up with anything for his enemies, and these people from Profounder Continent were his enemies. Yang Yi, I curse you to die a horrible death. Suddenly, one of the Profounders from Profounder Continent roared furiously and charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, since you refuse to lend us a hand, I curse you. I curse you to die a graveless death. Yang Yi, I won't let you go even if I die. I want. After feeling like they were rescued from a hopeless situation, they noticed that another hopeless situation appeared right before them, and it made many go mad. At this moment, they stopped hating the hallowed grounds, and they had even more hatred for Yang Yi, who could save them yet refused. Countless people charged at Yang Yi as they wanted to kill this fellow who was watching them die. At this moment, many of them were thinking that since he refused to save them, they intended to drag him down with them. When they charged over to Yang Yi, they were stopped by a blood-red barrier of light, and they attacked it madly. However, they failed to break through it and could only look at Yang Yi with resentment, and they used both their gazes and mouths to attack Yang Yi. It was like the situation they were facing right now was Yang Yi's doing. Humans. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Needless to say, he was shocked by the actions of these Profounders from Profounder Continent. When a person faced a hopeless situation, the extents that person would be willing to go to would be constantly increased. So, that person would be capable of anything when that happened. Ha ha ha. Supreme Exalt, he roared with laughter once more. Grandmaster Shunimo, since they want to kill Yang Yi so desperately, then give them a chance. Shinamo glanced at Supreme Exalt he, and then he waved his right hand and the barrier of light that trapped Yang Yi instantly vanished. Kill Yang Yi! Kill Yang Yi! As soon as it vanished, countless people pounced at Yang Yi. Hiss! A ray of light flashed, and then the heads of a few hundred were separated from their bodies. Hiss! Another ray of light flashed, and then almost 1,000 were slashed in half by the waist. At this moment, the minds of many cleared up. They seemed to have recalled what sort of person Yang Yi was. After all, had once slaughtered an entire city in profounder continent. Yang Yi held his sword in hand as he walked step by step towards them. Come, why aren't you charging at me? Didn't all of you want to kill me? Didn't you? As he spoke, he swung his sword once more, and then a ray of light flashed forward and made a few hundred more heads fly into the air. Many of them were horrified, and they moved backwards incessantly. Meanwhile, some of the profounders at the front of the group suddenly knelt on the ground and said, Sword Master, we beg you to lend us a hand. We'll do anything for you in the future. More and more were kneeling to Yang Yi. A wisp of sadness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he witnessed this scene, because they were truly beyond saving. After all, they'd wanted to kill him just a moment ago. Yet not that they couldn't, they tried to beg him for help. Should they be saved? Could they be saved? Yang Yi shook his head because he felt that they shouldn't be saved and were beyond saving. Not only would he have many more burdens if he saved them, they might stab him in the back at any time. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground with his sword held in his hand, and he slowly closed his eyes. Despair instantly covered their faces when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Supreme Exalt he suddenly said, Yang Yi, don't act like you can save them. Let me tell you that they aren't the only ones who'll be dying today. Even you are going to die, and no one will be able to save you. As he spoke, he gazed at Shinamo. The latter understood his intentions. Shinamo withdrew a talisman and tossed it at Yang Yi, causing a blood-red barrier to appear once more around him. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule at the barrier, but he remained silent. Yang Yi's refusal to help them made them lose hope in being able to survive. All of them went mad, and they were about to fight the defiant profounders to the death. However, Supreme Exalt he spoke abruptly. I can give all of you a chance to live. All of them immediately stopped moving and gazed at him. Even ants wanted to live, let alone humans. Supreme Exalt he laughed coldly. He'll reopen the teleportation formation, and people will teleport over incessantly from the other side. What all of you have to do is kill them until there are no more left. Only then can you truly join my hallowed grounds. Now, it's time to display your loyalty to my hallowed grounds. Chapter 799. When a person was in despair, then so long as that person was given a slight chance at survival, it wouldn't matter if that person was asked to kill or even cannibalize. That person wouldn't hesitate at all. At this moment, the profounders of profounder continent didn't even think if Supreme Exalt he was telling the truth. In their opinion, had given them hope. They were like drowning people who'd suddenly grabbed onto an aquatic plant. They wouldn't care whether the plant could really support their weight and save them. All they would do is grab onto it with all their might, because it was their last bit of hope. The defiant profounders stopped slaughtering them, but they didn't leave as well. The defiant profounders just floated in the sky above them, and every single one of them was holding a crimson-red sickle. Supreme Exalt he waved his right hand, and the teleportation formations returned to normal. As soon as that happened, people started appearing incessantly from them. All of those people were stunned on the spot when they noticed the situation here. Kill! Someone amongst the group shouted, and then attacks instantly covered the heavens and the earth as they smashed down towards the profounders on the stone platform. Just like that, a slaughter continued. Yang Yi, please lend us a hand and rescue my Ding clan for Xiaoyou's sake. Suddenly, Ding Yuan appeared before the barrier of light in front of Yang Yi, and he knelt down. Some young profounders from the Ding clan were right behind him. At this moment, all of their faces were covered in terror, and they knelt down with Ding Yuan. However, their bodies were trembling violently from the intense terror they felt, and some were even crying. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at them, but there was only indifference in his eyes. I beg you. I don't ask that you save me. All I ask is that you can rescue these descendants of my Ding clan. Xiaoyou's younger brother and younger sister are amongst them. I hope you can save them for her. I bet you. Ding Yuan kowtowed as he spoke. Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao appeared here. The members of the Ding clan were stunned when they saw her, and then they were overjoyed. Big sister, save me, save me. Xiaoyao, you're still alive. That can't be any better. Our Ding clan has hope now. Our Ding clan has hope now. Ha ha ha. Thank the heavens. Thank the heavens. At this moment, countless members of the Ding clan cried tears of joy, and it included Ding Yuan. Ding Xiaoyou's gaze descended upon Ding Yuan, and she said, I make you the patriarch because I attached importance to how prudent you were. But I never expected that I was mistaken in the end, causing my Ding clan to suffer such a calamity. A guilty expression appeared on Ding Yuan's face while the other disciples of the Ding clan lowered their heads. Based on the situation they faced at that time, they would have objected even if Ding Yuan refused to join the hallowed grounds. It could be said that no one could suppress the people with wild ambition once Ding Xiaoyao was gone. Ding Yuan was about to speak when Ding Xiaoyao waved her hand at him, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. She didn't speak a single one, and she just knelt before him in silence. All the members of the Ding clan lowered their heads when they witnessed this scene, and even Ding Yuan was no exception. Yang Yi stood up and walked over to Ding Xiaoyao. He helped her up and said, There's really no need for that between the two of us. To be honest, I really feel quite uncomfortable when you act like that. Ding Xiaoyao said, I heard what they said before, and I know that they deserve death. However, I owe the Ding clan for bringing me up, and I truly can't just watch them die. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I would save them even if you didn't say anything. She was slightly stunned, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She just glanced at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi turned around to look at the members of the Ding clan. Truthfully speaking, since the moment they came to the hallowed grounds, their fate meant nothing to me anymore. They can die or live, but I chose to let them live, because they are your family, and you'll definitely be sad if I just let them die. The members of the Ding clan heaved huge sighs of relief. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao gazed at him but still remained silent. They can live? Suddenly, Supreme Exalt He arrived here, and he said, Yang Yi, I'm actually quite curious. How are you going to save them? I'm very curious as well. Shinamo arrived here as well. He sized up Yang Yi and said, If someone else spoke such words, I would definitely scoff at it. But you are no fool. So since you dare to say that, then you definitely are confident in your ability. I really want to know how you'll break open this formation of mine. Yang Yi walked over to the barrier of light, placed his hand against it, and then strands of sword and tint merged into it. Break! Yang Yi spoke in a slightly loud voice, and then the barrier of light which trapped Yang Yi instantly shattered apart before the gazes of Shinamo and Supreme Exalt He. Yang Yi waved his hand, and he knocked the members of the Ding clan unconscious before placing them within the primordial pagoda. After that, he gazed at Shinamo and said, See, it wasn't very difficult. At this moment, both Supreme Exalt He and Shinamo had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Both of them stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and a short while passed before Supreme Exalt He took a deep breath and said, Yang Yi, while I really can't stand the sight of you, I have to admit that you truly are an extraordinary genius. You actually comprehended 3-level heaven rank sword intent at such a young age. You truly are extraordinary. Shin Imo nodded and said, Your natural talent is at the absolute top even at the outer heavens. Unfortunately, you were born in this world. Otherwise, your future would definitely be limitless. Yang Yi looked towards the teleportation formations. At this moment, people were still appearing incessantly from them. However, countless people immediately swarmed them once they arrived here. They weren't even able to see the so-called paradise in their hearts before they died. The veil of blood in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and the entire world beneath it was scarlet red. Meanwhile, the blood below the stone platform was already half a meter deep, and the dense smell of blood made everyone feel like they were in a pool of blood. Yang Yi hadn't seen what hell was like, but he felt that even hell wouldn't be much worse. The hallowed grounds was like hell in the world of mortals. They say that you, Yang Yi, are ruthless, but I don't really think so. Meanwhile, Supreme Exalt he spoke, you still have unnecessary soft-heartedness. The calamity is coming, even if they don't die right now, they'll still die when the world collapses. If they aren't sacrificed now, then it wouldn't just be they who died in the end, even all of us would die with them. I never expected that the hallowed grounds would actually join forces with the defiant profounders. Yang Yi looked at the defiant profounders in the distance and said, what I never expected even more was that their arrogant and unyielding defiant profounders would actually be willing to join forces with the hallowed grounds. Supreme Exalt he said, and overall, my hallowed grounds' strength is inferior to the defiant profounders, but if my hallowed grounds is determined to fight them to the death, then the outcome would definitely be one where both sides suffer heavy losses. They don't want that to happen, and neither do we. Everyone wants to live. So, joining forces was inevitable under such circumstances. Aren't you betraying the outer heavens by doing that? Asked Yang Yi. Betraying them? Supreme Exalt he laughed coldly and said, looks like you don't know about the history of our world at all. Do you know that it was they who drove all the defiant profounders to our continent all those years ago? The experts of the continent during that time had no choice but to join forces and seal the defiant profounders in exchange for peace on the continent. But who knew that once the defiant profounders were sealed, those experts either died or vanished? In the end, we noticed that there weren't any living half-saints left in this world. Moreover, there was a so-called heaven path obstructing the path out of our world. Supreme Exalt he took a deep breath when he spoke up to this point, and then he looked up into the sky. It can be said that those people from the outer heavens are a common enemy of both us and the defiant profounders. But what if the pillar of blood fails? If it fails? Supreme Exalt he chuckled, but his smile carried a trace of ferocity and sadness. He pointed at those profounders who were killing each other and said, actually, there's no difference between us and them. Even if there's no way through this path, we still have to take it. Because it's the only path we have. Just like all of them who are killing each other right now. We have no other choice. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, if you were to ascend to the outer heavens, then you'll definitely rise to greatness with the natural talent you possess. So why fight us? Moreover, you're utterly incapable of stopping us with the strength you possess right now. So long as you agree to join my hallowed grounds, I can make the decision to spare you life and even let bygones be bygones. He had to take Yang Yi completely seriously when he noticed Yang Yi's 3-level heaven rank sword intent. It could be said that if Yang Yi attained the half-saint realm, then even he would really fear Yang Yi. No one could truly understand how terrifying a sword cultivator with 3-level heaven rank sword intent was. Moreover, that sword cultivator even possessed the sword domain. Yang Yi didn't answer Supreme Exalt he, and he just looked at the stone platform in the distance. Countless people were still emerging incessantly from the teleportation formations. Yang Yi felt quite lost at this moment, because he was very clearly aware that if they were allowed to choose on their own, then at least 90% of the profounders from Profounder Continent would choose the hallowed grounds. Even if he faced pressure from both the hallowed ground and the defiant profounders, he still hadn't chosen to abandon the continent. Yet now, the continent had chosen to abandon him. More and more were dying, and the blood here almost converged into an ocean. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded in the sky, and it shocked everyone here. All of them, including Supreme Exalt he's group, and all the defiant profounders looked up into the sky. At this moment, there was shock and bewilderment in their eyes. They watched as the blood-red veil in the sky seemed as if it was cut open by a sharp blade, and a gap formed on it. After that, 5 rays of light descended through it. The experts of the outer heavens are here. Supreme Exalt his face turned pale. Chapter 800. 5 rays of light descended from above, and every single one of them carried a person. There were 3 men and 2 women. All of them were at the Saint realm. However, their bodies were ethereal. Obviously, it wasn't their main bodies. Everyone here was petrified upon witnessing this scene, and the defiant profounders seemed as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Yang Ye's gaze shot over towards one of the women. He recognized her. She was the founding ancestor of the Flower Palace, Mu Hanshan. The latter's gaze had descended onto him as well, but her eyes carried ghastly killing intent. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and there was bewilderment in his eyes. Because since they descended to this world, he wondered why no quintessence violet energy had appeared in this world. It wasn't just Yang Yi. Supreme Exalt, he and the others were puzzled as well. Meanwhile, one of the old men suddenly stepped forward, and he withdrew a huge pile of talismans before flicking with his finger. The talismans transformed into rays of light that flew up into the sky. Evaluation talismans? Shin Imo spoke abruptly. Yang Yi asked, "What are they?" Shin Imo replied, "A type of talisman that can evaluate natural talent. It's very mysterious. I understand why they're here." Haha, so it was because of that. Yang Yi was puzzled. Meanwhile, a pillar of light suddenly enveloped Ding Xiaoyao, who stood by his side. Yang Ye's expression changed drastically, and he was about to act when Shin Imo spoke. "Don't worry, it's fortune for her." Yang Yi was still puzzled, but he didn't act. Because Ding Xiaoyao didn't seem to have been harmed, and she was merely floating slowly up into the sky. In next to no time, numerous rays of light flew over from all directions, and every single one of them carried a person. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see some familiar faces. Nether Maiden, and Nanjing, Xiao Yushi, Mu Qingfeng. Unseeing who was ranked at the tuned on the hallowed rankings, Lu Weiner, Fu Jingxian. In next to no time, over 100 people appeared in the sky. There were both men and women amongst them, and they only had a single similarity. It was that they were all peerless geniuses of the younger generation. The gazes of those 5 Saint Realm experts swept through all these geniuses. In the end, most of their gazes descended upon Nanjing and Nether Maiden. "What's going on?" Nether Maiden frowned. The old man revealed a slight smile and said, "This world is about to be destroyed. Are you willing to head to the outer heavens with us?" She asked, "Why?" The old man seemed to be very patient and immediately smiled before he explained, "Presently, the thing this stellar region lacks the most isn't resources but geniuses. We paid a huge price to send our core spirits down to this world so that we can save the geniuses of this world. Fortunately, this world didn't disappoint us. Even though it has suffered from decline, it still has so many geniuses. Especially you and that little girl by your side. Both of you really surprised me." The others behind Nether Maiden and in Nanjing were overjoyed when they heard the old man, and many of them even started crying tears of joy, because it represented that they didn't have to die. Moreover, they would be rising in the world as well. Nether Maiden fell silent for a short while, and then she said, "What'll happen to this world?" "I'll face destruction." The old man's voice didn't carry any emotion. Mu Hanshan suddenly spoke. "Those who are willing to head to the outer heavens with us come stand behind us." In an instant, those geniuses hurriedly moved over to stand behind the 5 of them. However, there were a few who remained on the spot. They were Nether Maiden, and Nanjing, Xiao Yushi, Lu Weiner, and Fu Jingxian. The old man and the others frowned when they witnessed such a scene, because those who hadn't moved could be said to be the best amongst these geniuses. Especially in Nanjing, Nether Maiden, and Lu Weiner. "Do all of you realize that this is your last chance to live?" said the old man. "I give up the opportunity." And Nanjing was the one who spoke those words, and she flashed over to Yang Ye's side once she finished speaking. Xiao Yushi didn't even speak a word and just flew over to Yang Yi. The brows of the old man and the others knit together tightly. Fu Jingxian came over to Yang Ye's side, and she gazed at Yang Yi as she said, "Thank you for helping me in the past. They'll remember your kindness." As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared behind the old man and the others. Lu Weiner bowed like a disciple to a master before Yang Yi, and then she said, "You won't be angry if I go over, right?" Yang Yi smiled as he shook his head. Why would I? This is a fortuitous encounter for you. You shouldn't and can't give up on it. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Xiao Yushi and in Nanjing. It's the same for the both of you. Don't be silly. This really is the only chance all of you'll have to survive. Don't say anything because I know what both of you want to say. However, you really don't have to accompany me through life and death to prove your feelings. Go over, all right? They didn't speak and just gazed at him. Yang Yi walked over to them and openly grabbed their hands, and he said, I know that both of you want to accompany me and help me. However, I really don't need it, because your strengths are insufficient to be of any help at all in this current situation. He hugged them and said, Sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi squeezed their napes lightly. A strand of sword and tint entered them, and then Xiao Yushi immediately lost consciousness. As for Nanjing, her eyes opened wide, and they carried a trace of anger, but she couldn't move at all. Yang Ye's hand slowly moved up to Nanjing's cheek as he gazed at her. I forgot to tell you that my sword and tint is at the 3rd level of the heaven rank. I know that both of you will definitely not leave if I don't do this. Don't be angry. They'll definitely let you hit me and vent when we meet again. Trust me, we'll definitely meet again. As he spoke, he lowered his head and pecked in Nanjing's lips lightly, and then he held them in his arms as he went over to Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi was just about to say something when the latter said, You don't have to knock me out. However, you have to promise me that we'll meet again. We will. Yang Yi nodded, and then he led the 3 of them to Nether Maiden. Help me take care of them. They'll owe you a favor for it. Will you be able to return it? Definitely. Nether Maiden gazed at him for a short while, and then she took a Nanjing and Xiao Yushi. I guarantee their safety while I'm alive. Yang Yi nodded. He was just about to leave when Nether Maiden suddenly pointed at him, while she looked at the old man. Why aren't all of you choosing him? All the others looked at the old man as well. Perhaps these experts from the outer heavens were unaware of how terrifying Yang Ye's natural talent was, but the experts of the hallowed grounds and profounder continent knew. In this world, besides Nether Maiden and in Nanjing, Yang Yi was the 3rd person with the best natural talent in this world. Since both Nether Maiden and in Nanjing had been chosen, it made them wonder why Yang Yi wasn't. Yang Yi gazed at the old man as well. As far as he was concerned, he should have been selected. After all, even those who were inferior to him had been selected, but he wasn't. Of course, he wouldn't leave with them even if he was chosen. After all, what would Elder Mu, Lu Yin, Su Qingshi, and the others do if he left? The old man looked at Yang Yi, sized Yang Yi up, and then said, A pretty good natural talent that isn't inferior to these 2 little girls. Why didn't the evaluation talisman choose you? The final question he asked seemed like one he was asking himself. The old man pondered deeply for a short while, and then he withdrew another evaluation talisman. After that, he flicked it onto Yang Yi. The talisman suddenly emanated a ray of light, but it didn't take long for the light to vanish. The old man and the others frowned. Even Mu Han's beautiful brows had knit together while a trace of bewilderment could be seen in her eyes. The old man took out 2 more talismans and slapped them on Yang Yi, but they still vanished like the talismans from before. The old man and the others were even more bewildered, but Yang Yi had come to an understanding. Because those talismans had emanated a thread of strange energy when it was slapped on him. Obviously, that energy was evaluating his natural talent and potential. However, it had only just appeared when it was absorbed into the primordial pagoda, and then it vanished without a trace. There's definitely something strange about him. Meanwhile, Mu Han spoke abruptly. It doesn't matter. Your natural talent is pretty good. You're qualified to come with us to the outer heavens. I refuse. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to refuse. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he couldn't. There were many people he cared about in this world like Elder Mu, Lu Yin, Lei Lin, Yining, Su Qingshi. All of them were still here on the continent. What would they do if he left? You refused me? A cold glow suddenly flashed through her eyes, and her voice was beyond icy cold, causing even the temperature here to drop greatly. I have things that I need to do. Yang Yi wasn't afraid at all and looked her straight in the eyes. Mu Han said, The spirit energy within this world is on the verge of drying up. Moreover, All of you've committed such slaughter with the defiant profounders, and even the heaven Tao of this world has been killed. Do you know that it isn't we who want to destroy all of you and the defiant profounders now? It's the laws of the heaven Tao from the outer heavens that intends to annihilate all of you. All of you actually slaughtered billions. Did you think the wrath of the heavens is a joke? Did we have a choice? We were forced to do this by all of you. Supreme Exalt, he roared furiously. All of you trapped us here for 100,000 years just to kill the defiant profounders. 100,000 years. How many people could have attained the Saint Realm? But they stopped at the half-Saint Realm and perished because of all of you. Now, the defiant profounders have left the seal and a calamity is upon us. What else could we have done? We only want to survive. If it wasn't for us, your world would have been destroyed by the defiant profounders all those years ago. The old man suddenly spoke. Yet all of you are blaming us now. How laughable. Why waste your breath on them? The heaven Tao will deal with them. A middle-aged man who stood by the old man's side said, "Let's go. The important matter at hand is to discuss how to split these geniuses amongst us." Mu Han gazed at Yang Yi and said, "This is your last chance." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Who's right and wrong isn't important to me. What's important to me is people whom I want to protect are still in this world. There are things that can be abandoned, but there are some things that can't be abandoned even in the face of death. You chose this." Mu Han took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky and vanished. It didn't long for the old man and the others to do the same. "Yang Yi, remember that you owe me a favor." Nether Maiden's voice resounded from high above. After the old man's group left, a lightning vortex appeared above the blood-red veil in the sky. A bolt of lightning flashed down from it and struck the group of defiant profounders, causing a shrill cry to resound as one of them was immediately transformed into ashes. After that, countless bolts of lightning blotted out the sky as they descended. Chapter 801. What lightning is that? Everyone here was astounded when they saw a half-saint being annihilated in an instant, and even Yang Yi was very shocked. After all, it was a half-saint, and it was even a defiant profounder, but had actually been instantly annihilated by a single bolt of lightning. There's a difference in strength between heaven Daos as well. So, there's a difference in strength between heavenly wrath too. This divine punishment is being sent down from the heaven Tao of the outer heavens. So, not to mention a half-saint, it can even kill Saint Realm experts. Shin Mo's gaze carried a wisp of sorrow as he gazed at the enormous lightning vortex in the sky. They are right. It really is the heaven Tao of the outer heavens that intends to annihilate us. We're finished. We're finished. Yang Yi seemed to be dazed as he gazed at the huge lightning vortex. The aura it emanated was much stronger than any expert had seen in this world. Simply speaking, it wasn't something that half-saints could resist. The lightning vortex was growing in size while bolt after bolt of lightning surged down from it, and anyone struck by the bolts of lightning was instantly obliterated without exception. Meanwhile, two figures appeared in the air. One wore a white robe and a white mask. The other wore a black robe, had a saber hanging on his waist, and there were no eyes in his eye sockets. The hallowed lord of the hallowed grounds and the saber emperor, Su Qinya, the strongest supreme experts in the world. However, it was exactly such experts who seemed like ants beneath the lightning that covered the sky. More and more experts arrived here. There were experts from the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders as well. Even Elder Mu, Lu Yin, and the others from Profounder Continent were here. As they looked up at the enormous lightning vortex in the sky, despair appeared in all their eyes. Regardless of whether it was the defiant profounder's fault, the hallowed ground's fault, or the outer heaven's fault, it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that this world was on the verge of destruction. Those bolts of lightning were striking down at random. They weren't aimed at punishing a single person or power of this world. It was punishment for the entire continent. Suddenly, Su Qinya drew his saber, and as he pointed it up towards the sky, the blood, baleful energy, and resentment that formed the blood-red veil in the sky converged into a torrent that surged towards his saber. Moreover, the blood on the ground below was vanishing at a visible speed as well. It didn't take long for his saber to turn blood red. That technique is called God Slaughter Slash. Suddenly, a voice resounded by Yang Ye's ear. Yang Yi turned around and was slightly stunned because he noticed that it was actually Qin Bufan, who he hadn't seen for a very long time. Qin Bufan continued, "There are no saints in our world, and there are only gods and immortals." That saber technique was created by an extremely formidable demon. How formidable was he? He was the type that could slaughter saints like they were dogs. As for gods and immortals, they'll refrain from explaining it to you. In any case, that attack is even capable of killing a saint. Would we be able to survive if we destroy the Heaven Dao? Asked Yang Yi. In theory. Qin Bufan continued, the Saber Emperor intended to wait until the blood, resentment, and baleful energy were accumulated to a certain extent, and then slash open both the heaven path and the saints of the outer heavens who guard the heaven path. However, we never expected that the Heaven Dao of the outer heavens would act before that happened. Looks like it sensed danger in advance. It has a consciousness of its own? Asked Yang Yi. Qin Bufan shook his head and said, I've never seen a Heaven Dao that possesses a true consciousness of its own. All of their actions are instinctive. They exist to maintain the balance in the world, and the reason it's acting this time is because we've killed too many and severely damaged the balance in this stellar region. Besides that, do you know about fate and destiny? I know that you definitely don't believe in that, and you feel that all of it is in your control and not the heavens, right? Yang Yi nodded. Qin Bufan said, in the beginning, I didn't believe it as well. However, once you attain a certain realm of cultivation, you'll realize that it actually exists. It's like an invisible hand that controls everything in the world, and we address it in a simplified manner as the Heaven Dao. Besides a few extraordinary and almighty figures, no one else in the boundless universe can avoid being under its control. Our world had a Heaven Dao too, but it's dead, said Yang Yi. Qin Bufan shook his head. The Heaven Dao of this world could be considered to be a Heaven Dao indeed. However, it's too weak when compared to the Heaven Dao of the outer heavens. Actually, this world we live in is under the governance of the outer heavens Heaven Dao. It isn't just our world, even the Heaven Dao of our world was a subordinary of the outer heavens Heaven Dao. Haha, doesn't it feel really surprising? Even Heaven Daos have ranks of hierarchy. Yang Yi nodded and said, indeed. But according to what you said, there are even stronger Heaven Daos beyond the Heaven Dao of the outer heavens? Of course. Qin Bufan continued, they exist everywhere throughout the boundless universe. Now, you understand why cultivating is considered a path of fighting against the heavens? Yang Yi looked up into the sky and said, all I want is for me and those I care about to remain alive. Unfortunately, it seemed to be a very difficult goal. You've started to fight the heavens since you started cultivating, said Qin Bufan. All I know is that it'll kill anyone who tries to kill me. Yang Yi slowly tightened his grip on his sword while a ferocious expression appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi, Qin Siye, Yang Yinxue, and Bauer appeared by Yang Ye's side. Yang Yinxue immediately jumped into Yang Ye's arms when she saw him, and then she started crying. She cried as she complained, I'm afraid. Daddy, I'm so afraid. Yang Yi patted her lightly on the back, and then he gazed at Su Qingshi and Qin Siye. He said, head in. If I live, then all of us will live. If I die, then we'll die together. They embraced him lightly, and then they entered the primordial pagoda with Yang Yinxue and Bauer. Big brother, that thing is very formidable. Meanwhile, Inin suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side, and the blind old man and headless person weren't too far away. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Are you afraid? She nodded. Yang Yi said, I'll be fine. Well, definitely be able to survive. Definitely. I truly admire you. You're always able to stay that confident. Qin Bufan continued, to be honest, I'm not confident at being able to leave alive. If we're all at the Saint Realm, then we might have a chance. Yet now, we really have no chance, even if we have the Saber Emperor on our side. All of them looked up into the sky towards Su Qinya. At this moment, Su Qinya was holding a blood-red saber that was around 10 kilometers long and 300 wide. Moreover, the terrifying aura it emanated caused many here to be unable to help but tremble with fear. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face as well, because it was absolutely not an attack that a half-saint could resist. The lighting vortex seemed to feel threatened, and a huge pillar of lightning descended from it and flashed towards Su Qinya. Everyone from the ancient city of Hallows, heed my command. Lend me a hand. The voice of the white-robed man, the hallowed lord of the hallowed halls, suddenly resounded. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 old men suddenly appeared by his side. Yang Yi recognized one of the old men as the pavilion master of the Technique Pavilion. After those 4 old men appeared, it was Supreme Exalt he and the other half-saints from the ancient city of Hallows. Moreover, even the defiant profounders appeared around the white-robed man. The white-robed man waved his right hand, and then a huge and ancient golden mirror appeared in the sky. As soon as it appeared there, the white-robed man and the over 10,000 half-saints in the surroundings acted in unison. Countless strands of profound energy surged into the mirror. In an instant, a ray of golden light arose from the golden mirror, but it was a very weak ray of golden light. It still isn't enough. He suddenly roared fiercely. Yang Yi gazed at Elder Mu and Lu Yin. Both of them nodded, and then they slapped their palms towards the mirror while their profound energy surged like a torrent towards the mirror. Inin, the blind old man, and the headless person from Nameless City did the same. At this moment, practically all the top-rate experts of the continent and the hallowed grounds had lent the white-robed man a hand. The golden mirror suddenly emanated a huge golden pillar of light, and it shot into the sky towards the pillar of lightning. It was an attack created by the joint forces of all the experts from the continent and the hallowed grounds. So, how terrifying was it? The horrifying power contained within the golden pillar of light was simply capable of destroying the world. It caused the entire sky and earth to quake violently as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Everyone watched as the golden beam of light smashed against the pillar of lightning. Bang! A deafening explosion resounded through the sky as countless bolts of electricity and golden energy dispersed towards the surroundings. Moreover, the entire sky trembled violently as if it was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the ancient mirror in the white-robed man's hand suddenly shattered apart, and the others behind him even spat out mouthfuls of blood. Everyone watching from the ground below was horrified. After all, the joint forces of countless supreme experts had actually been unable to resist the wrath of the heavens. Many people started to reveal despair in their eyes, and that included the half-saints. For the very first time, they felt that they were truly weak like ants while they stood before the wrath of the heaven Tao. Suddenly, the vortex in the sky started to revolve, and then another enormous pillar of lightning emerged from it. This time, it was even larger than before, and it was a darker shade as well. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than the last one. Qin Bufan suddenly said, "I think we're about to be doomed. What do you think?" Yang Yi nodded with absolute agreement. After all, that pillar of lightning was something that could annihilate them in an instant. The pupils of everyone, including the hallowed lord, constricted when they saw that pillar of lightning, and he turned to gaze at Su Qinya. At this moment, Su Qinya was still absorbing the blood, resentment, and baleful energy in the surroundings. He still needed time. So, how would they resist it? Chapter 802. Should I ask Lei Lin to try if she can swallow it? Such a thought suddenly appeared in Yang Ye's mind, but it didn't take long for him to shake his head and discard such a naive thought. Even though Lei Lin could devour lightning, it depended on the lightning. This lightning before them was something that could even kill Saint Realm experts. So, it would be no different than courting death if he were to ask her to do that. Attack together. The hallowed lord's voice resounded once more, and then all the half-saints here executed their strongest attacks and blasted them up into the sky. Heaven Crusher, Hellshackle Finger, Soul Eater Slash. Over 10,000 half-saints attacked in unison. So, how terrifying was such a scene? Countless attacks blasted against the pillar of lightning, while explosive rumbling resounded through the sky. Finally, it exploded apart under the might of their joint forces, and it transformed into countless arcs of lightning that descended to the ground. Countless shrill cries resounded. Any who were struck by those bolts of lightning were instantly obliterated, and that even included some half-saints. Even though they'd blasted the pillar of lightning apart, a few thousand half-saints had perished. Bang! Meanwhile, the huge lightning vortex in the sky suddenly expanded, and it instantly covered the entire sky. After that, countless fine bolts of lightning rained down like a storm. At this moment, the entire continent and hallowed grounds were both trembling. It was like doomsday had truly arrived. Even though half-saints couldn't resist the lightning, they could rely on their strength to dodge them. While it was only a temporary measure, existences below the half-saint realm weren't so lucky. They weren't even able to dodge. Countless shrill cries and sorrowful howls resounded incessantly through every corner of the continent and the hallowed grounds. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he witnessed this scene. He looked up at the endless vortex in the sky and roared furiously. The hallowed grounds sinned, and so did the defiant profounders. But what wrong have those ordinary people committed? Heavens, how unfair you are! Trying to reason with it? There must be something wrong with your head. Qin Bufan shook his head. Right at this moment, the vortex in the sky suddenly stopped revolving. Qin Bufan couldn't help but be stunned by this, and he spoke with astonishment. It really worked? Yang Yi was stunned as well. But in the next moment, the vortex started revolving madly once more, and then even more lightning rained down. At the same time, a pillar of lightning that was over 1 kilometer long suddenly emerged from the vortex, and it descended towards Yang Yi. What the fuck? Qin Bufan was horrified, and he flashed far away from Yang Yi. He said, "You really are a maleficent existence. Nothing good ever comes from being near you." I almost got scared to death. It wasn't just Yang Yi who was stunned when he saw that pillar of lightning descend towards him. Even the other experts in the surroundings were stunned. In the past, people said that one would suffer the wrath of the heavens if one cursed the heavens, and many didn't believe that. However, they believed it now. Elder Mu and Lu Yin were horrified, and they hurriedly flashed over to the sky above Yang Yi. At the same time, Inin appeared there as well. The three of them launched their strongest attacks at the pillar of lightning. Bang! A huge explosion resounded while the three of them were blasted down from the sky, and the pillar of lightning continued down towards Yang Yi without losing speed at all. A fierce glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. While he knew that he was no match for it, he didn't have the habit to surrender. However, right when he was about to attack, the Hallowed Lord suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, the experts of the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders appeared in the air above Yang Yi as well. After that, all of them attacked in unison once more. The pillar of lightning was dispersed, but almost 3,000 half-saints perished while countless ordinary people lost their lives. At this moment, blood was flowing down from beneath the Hallowed Lord's mask. The Hallowed Lord spoke slowly. Regardless of the enmity between us in the past, we should join forces against our common enemy right now. Our enemy isn't the outer heavens, but it's Heaven Dao. If we don't work together, then everyone will die here today. Yang Yi nodded and said, "As you wish." As he spoke, he went over to Elder Mu, Lu Yin, and Inin. All three of them were severely injured, and their bodies were covered in blood. It was especially so for Inin. Her entire dress had turned scarlet red, and her hands had split apart and were covered in dense cracks. It seemed like they would shatter at any moment. She immediately jumped into Yang Ye's arms when she saw him. On the other hand, Yang Ye's body trembled slightly because Yin Yin's body was still covered in lightning. "My hands! Big brother, my hands!" Inin cried with absolute sorrow. At this moment, she didn't seem like a peerless expert at all. Yang Yi rubbed her head, and then grabbed her hands. The primordial violet energy within him entered into her hands, and it didn't take long for them to recover at an extremely swift speed. Inin immediately cracked a smile when she saw that her hands were fine. Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Elder Mu and Lu Yin. "Elder Mu, Senior Lu, are both of you all right?" Both of them shook their heads lightly. After that, Lu Yin said, "That little girl is really strong. She actually resisted 70% of the lightning on her own just now. Otherwise, both me and Elder Mu might have lost our lives." When he spoke up to this point, he looked up into the sky and said, "We might really die here if that Saber Emperor fails." Yang Yi looked up into the sky when he heard this. At this moment, the blood-red saber in Su Qinyes' grasp was almost 10 kilometers long, and it laid across the horizon. It was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. On the other hand, the Hallowed Lord, the experts of the hallowed grounds, and the defiant Profounders stood in the sky above Su Qinya, and they helped him resist the effects of the lightning that were flowing down towards him. Of course, they had to pay a huge price, and half-saints were falling at practically every single moment. Bang! Suddenly, the ground exploded apart, and then Xiao Ying and countless lava beings appeared here. Everyone here was stunned by their sudden and unexpected arrival. There was an endless river of boiling lava behind Xiao Ying's group. The lava was surging out incessantly from underground, and it was like a torrent as it instantly swallowed countless Profounders. Everyone here was astounded, and they hurriedly flew up into the air. "Xiao Ying, what are you doing here?" Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Ying with astonishment. Does she intend to take revenge at a time like this? Everyone was looking at her as well, and their gazes were filled with enmity. Xiao Ying shook her head and said, "The lightning doesn't vanish upon striking the ground. It goes deep beneath the ground and destroys the earth's crust. The lightning has pierced through the entire ground. So endless lava will surge out from the depths of the earth until it floods this entire world." Yang Yi asked, "You're a fire element sprite king. Can't you stop it?" "I'm not a god," she continued. "I can stop a portion of it, but the ground throughout this world has been pierced, so lava will surge out endlessly. I'm helpless to stop it. It wouldn't make a difference even if she can stop it." Meanwhile, Qin Bufan suddenly said, "It wants to destroy this entire world. If I'm not wrong, that fellow is definitely take revenge for the heaven Tao of this world." Yang Yi replied, "That sounds like bullshit. You make it sound like a person." Qin Bufan shook his head and said, "Believe me, while the heaven Tao doesn't possess a true consciousness like humans, it isn't completely without one either. In any case, it's an extremely mysterious existence that's capable of anything." Lu Yin looked up into the sky. "Now, we can only hope that the Saber Emperor can shatter it with his technique." Everyone else looked up at the sky as well. Obviously, the Saber Emperor was their last hope. If he failed, then all of them would face death. More and more were dying beneath the tribulation lightning, while Su Qinyes' blood-red saber was still growing larger and larger. "Give me 300 breaths of time." Su Qinyes' voice suddenly resounded. As soon as he spoke, a dark black pillar of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. It wasn't very large, but the energy it contained was much more terrifying than all the previous pillars of lightning. Countless felt horrified when they laid eyes on it, and that included the Hallowed Lord whose pupils had constricted to the size of needles. "Grandmaster Shenemo." The Hallowed Lord's voice resounded once more. A wisp of a savage glow flashed through Shenemo, who stood on the black Qilin. He flashed up into the sky, pointed one hand up towards the sky, and pointed the other down towards the ground. "World Talisman." In an instant, the spirit energy in an area of a few thousand kilometers converged towards Shenemo, and they gradually formed a grand formation made of countless mysterious symbols. "Lend me a hand." Shenemo shouted loudly. All of the others didn't dare hesitate at all, and they poured all their profounder energy towards Shenemo. With the support from everyone's profound energy, the circle of symbols grew larger and larger. In the end, they watched as the dark black pillar of lightning smashed against the circle of symbols. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, the grand formation instantly shattered into pieces while numerous mouthfuls of blood essence sprayed from Shan Mo's mouth as he crashed down to the ground. Fortunately, the pillar of lightning had been dispersed, and it transformed into countless arcs of electricity that shot towards the surroundings. Even then, over 2,000 half-saints had still perished. How terrible! Qin Bufan shook his head as he stood by Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "You can't just stand here and talk. You're a half-saint at any rate, so go at it." All experts ascend the stage at the last moment. Qin Bufan spoke in an extremely serious tone. "Just say you're afraid of death." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Bang! Suddenly, the huge vortex in the sky stopped abruptly, and then it split apart before a dark violet bolt of lighting which was shaped like a sword emerged slowly from within it. As soon as it appeared here, even some half-saints weren't able to endure the aura it emanated, and their bodies exploded apart. "Yang Yi, I know you have some sort of trump card. Let me tell you in all seriousness that if you don't utilize it, then all of us will truly die." That's a fucking bolt of the lightning of obliteration. What the fuck? The Heaven Tao really intends to destroy this world. It isn't joking at all. A trace of terror appeared in Qin Bufan's eyes as he gazed at the violet divine lightning in the sky. Chapter 803. It was the first time Yang Yi had seen Qin Bufan so panic-stricken. No, it should be described as terrified. There was dense terror in Qin Bufan's eyes. Yang Yi looked up into the sky. The dark violet lightning didn't descend swiftly like the pillars of lightning from before, and it slowly emerged from the vortex instead. An extremely terrifying pressure appeared here. It pressed down upon everyone like a myriad of mountains, and it didn't just make their figures tremble, even their souls started trembling. It was a form of terror that came from the depths of their souls and bones. Half-saints were in a comparatively better state, but the profounders beneath the half-saint realm were worse. Many even fell weakly to the ground. Yang Yi was affected as well. He hurriedly emanated his sword intent to envelop himself and resist the terrifying pressure from the dark violet lightning. What's lightning of obliteration? Yang Yi had a solemn expression in his eyes as he gazed at the dark violet divine lightning. Lightning of obliteration is lightning utilized to obliterate the world. Qin Bufan explained, if it descends into this world, then the entire continent will definitely be obliterated in an instant. Such lightning doesn't even appear for a few tens of thousands of years throughout the boundless cosmos. I never expected it to actually appear here. When he spoke up to this point, Qin Bufan cursed, "I can't figure this out. While a Heaven Tao was killed here, and so were countless other people, it isn't to the extent of making that fellow send lightning of obliteration down upon this world. Could it be that something in this world poses a threat to it? And that thing made it not hesitate to send down lightning of obliteration to obliterate it? What or who can pose a threat to it?" asked Yang Yi. Qin Bufan shook his head. "I don't know. Such lightning rarely appears. Let me explain it like this. There was once a world where someone slaughtered billions to refine a precious treasure, but even then, the Heaven Tao didn't send down lightning of obliteration, and it only sent down other powerful types of lightning of calamity. Lightning of obliteration is usually only utilized when it feels threatened. Who exactly is so powerful to make it feel threatened?" When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "It isn't you, right?" The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "What do you think?" Qin Bufan said, "Right. While you are heaven-defying, I'd never believe that you're able to pose a threat to the Heaven Tao of the outer heavens. It's fine, let's just watch. That lightning will descend towards the person that can pose a threat to the Heaven Tao. Let me see who is that formidable to actually pose a threat to the Heaven Tao of the outer heavens." "I'm really curious as well." Yang Yi nodded. As soon as it appeared in the sky, it stopped for a moment in midair as if it was looking for something. It didn't take long for it to move once more, and it slowly descended towards a certain position on the ground. A strange scene appeared in the sky once it started descending. The powerful energy it contained caused even the air to instantly explode apart, and numerous terrifying explosions resounded through the sky. Moreover, space was even warped by the powerful pressure it emanated. Everyone watched as the dark violet bolt of lightning descended. In the beginning, they weren't able to discern who it targeted, but it didn't take long for them to realize that it was falling towards Yang Yi's group. The others around Yang Yi hurriedly moved aside, and it didn't take long for only Elder Mu, Yinin, and Qin Bufan to remain by his side. Qin Bufan suddenly said, "Who do you think it's targeting?" Yang Yi gazed at Elder Mu, and Lu Yin. Both of them nodded slightly, and then they moved aside. However, the lightning of obliteration didn't change its trajectory and still continued down towards Yang Yi's group of three. Qin Bufan gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I bet that it's definitely aimed at you. If it isn't, then I'll fight it myself." As he spoke, his figure moved towards the side as well. The bolt of lightning still continued on the same path of descent. At this moment, everyone understood that it was aimed at Yang Yi. All of them gazed at him. Actually, Yang Yi was quite stunned, and he felt wronged. After all, while he felt that his strength really was not bad and could even rival a high-grade half-saint, but it was bullshit to say that he could pose a threat to the Heaven Tao of the Outer Heavens, because the Heaven Tao of the Outer Heavens was something that could even kill Saint Realm experts. "Are you mistaken?" Yang Yi gulped down a mouthful of saliva while he looked at the approaching bolt of violet divine lightning. It continued its descent. A ferocious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. He patted Inin on the shoulder and then pushed her away from himself. After that, a sword appeared in his grasp. He pointed it at the sky and shouted, "If a mortal offends me, then I'll kill that person. If the heavens offend me, then I'll defy the heavens." Yang Yi's voice stopped abruptly while everyone else here was stunned as well, because it was actually moving, and it arrived above Inin. Everyone here came to a sudden understanding, and they realized that the little girl was its target. Yang Yi was stunned, and so was Qin Bufan. Meanwhile, Inin blinked innocently. "Do I really have to fight it on my own?" Qin Bufan gulped down a mouthful of saliva while cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "I really can't fight that thing." Elder Mu and Lu Yin instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene, because even they couldn't resist that bolt of lightning. Especially Lu Yin. He felt that he wasn't confident in his ability to resist that lightning of obliteration even if he recovered his past strength. At the same time, he was quite curious about why it was targeting Inin. It wasn't just him. Everyone else here was curious as well. Only Yang Yi understood slightly. He still remembered that Shed told him about how an old man said her physique could devour all material substances. Of course, he didn't think it was a big deal then, but he understood now. The world was formed from various laws and material substances. Since she could devour it all, it meant that she might even be able to devour the Heaven Tao of the Outer Heavens if she was allowed to grow. Inin was the most terrifying person in this world. Big brother. Fear appeared in her eyes when that bolt of lightning locked onto her. Her instincts told her that it was very dangerous, extremely dangerous, and she was no match for it at all. Under such circumstances, she instinctively called out for her big brother. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi appeared by her side and took her hand. "Don't!" Lu Yin and Elder Mu were horrified and intended to stop Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi shook his head and stopped them instead. He was naturally clearly aware what his actions represented, but could he just stand by idly and watch her die? He naturally would if it was anyone else, but it was Inin. Inin had once saved his life. "Big brother, you should go." Inin spoke abruptly. "It's very powerful. Even Inin can't fight it. You'll die." Yang Yi took a deep breath, held her hand, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Don't be afraid even if Big Brother really can't stop it. Big Brother will go with you." He wasn't being impulsive when he spoke those words, and he really intended to do that. He always followed his heart throughout his lifetime. So regardless of whether it was when he killed or rescued people, he always had a clear conscience. If he abandoned Inin because of the lightning of obliteration, then he wouldn't have a clear conscience anymore. Not everything would go according to one's wishes throughout one's lifetime. However, in Yang Yi's opinion, all that mattered was to have a clear conscience. Inin gazed at Yang Yi, and there was no fear in her eyes anymore. There was an unusual expression that was quite complicated there instead. Perhaps even she didn't understand her current emotions. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yang Yi. As expected of the Sword Emperor, it was the hallowed lord who spoke these words. No wonder Inin trusted him that much. The blind old man shook his head. No wonder Lei Lin trusted you without any reservations. Perhaps she wouldn't have had to endure so many years of loneliness and pain if she met you earlier. Xiaoying stared at Yang Yi while a trace of softness could be seen in her eyes. Meanwhile, Supreme Exalt he said, Yang Yi, while I can't stand the sight of you, I have to say that you're a true man. The other experts of the hallowed grounds, and even the defiant profounders nodded slightly while a trace of respect could be seen in their eyes. Actually, many weren't afraid of death, but very few could die for another. Everyone here could sense how terrifying the lightning of obliteration was, and none of them could resist it. After all, it was beyond the strength of a half-saint. However, Yang Yi dared to face it. Not to mention anything else, just such courage aroused admiration in the hearts of many. The lightning of obliteration was very slow, but the terrifying pressure it carried was horrifying. The ground collapsed, space shattered, and all the mountains in an area of 300 kilometers were obliterated into nothingness. Yang Yi's gaze was extremely calm as he looked at the violet bolt of lightning that was only over 1 kilometer long. Was he afraid? Of course he was. It wasn't something that he could resist at all. But fear didn't mean that he wouldn't dare to attack it. A man could be evil, a man could die, but a man could absolutely not surrender. The ancient sheath appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to look at Qin Bufan. Qin Bufan, if you're a man, then do as you promised just now. Fuck. Qin Bufan's face twitched. Chapter 804. Don't let that lightning drop down. Give me another 100 breaths of time. Suddenly, Su Qianyes' voice resounded. Everyone here instantly returned to their senses when they heard him. After all, if the lightning of obliteration struck the ground, then the entire hallowed grounds might be instantly transformed into ashes. At that time, the continent would shatter into bits and everyone would die. Let's join forces. The hallowed lord appeared by Yang Yi's side. At the same time, the experts of the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders appeared all around Yang Yi. Humans were mostly selfish, but there were many occasions that they would unite as one and erupt with boundless strength. It was exactly why humans were able to survive in the boundless universe. Heaven Incinerator, Benevolence Point, Sky Splitter. At this moment, everyone executed their strongest attacks. However, even the joint forces of over 10,000 half-saints merely caused the lightning of obliteration to tremble slightly, and it even started descending faster. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't dare conceal his strength anymore. He waved his right hand, and over 1,000 mid-grade half-saints appeared here before all of them joined forces once more. However, they noticed to their despair that their joint forces were utterly useless against the lightning of obliteration. Summon the Sword Saint. The hallowed lord's voice suddenly resounded in the sky. The 4 pavilion masters who stayed by the hallowed lord's side were shocked, and one of them said, "Hallowed lord, it isn't the time for that. If we use it now, then..." The hallowed lord waved his hand and said, "If we don't use it now, then we might not have another chance." Their bodies trembled slightly when they heard this, and then they exchanged glances before they nodded and spoke in unison, "Summon the Sword Saint." Their voices shot into the sky. Oem. As soon as they finished speaking, a resounding sword howl suddenly arose from the ancient city of Hallows, and it surged through the world. After that, a white ray of light shot up from the city, and it tore through space and appeared in the sky above them. The white light dispersed to reveal an old man who held a sword in his hand. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly because the old man was the same old man Head met at the bottom of the Netherworld Ocean, the Toon Master of the Sword Spirit. Yang Yi was extremely puzzled because the old man had said that Head vanished completely from this world. So, Yang Yi wondered what he was doing here. Meanwhile, the Sword Spirit suddenly appeared by Yang Yi's side, and her eyes actually turned crimson red as she looked at the old man in midair. Rays of light surged from within her, and she was about to attack. Yang Yi was shocked when he noticed such a scene, and he hurriedly grabbed her hand. The latter gazed at Yang Yi with ghastly killing intent in her eyes, but Yang Yi still held on tightly to her hand. "Let go." The sword spirit's voice was extremely cold, and the killing intent in her eyes grew thicker and thicker. Yang Yi shook his head. He wasn't afraid that the sword spirit would kill the old man. He was afraid that the sword spirit would be killed by the old man. The aura emanated from the old man even caused his heart to tremble, and he was sure that the sword spirit was absolutely no match for the old man. Yang Yi said, "Regardless of what he has done, he's dead." The sword spirit's hand trembled slightly as she slowly closed her eyes, and the light she emanated started to gradually dim down. Yang Yi heaved a soft sigh of relief when he saw that. The old man's gaze swept through the surroundings before finally stopping on the defiant profounders for a moment. After that, he raised his head and looked up at the lightning of obliteration. There was a trace of sorrow in his eyes as he said, "The continent was bound to face a calamity, but I never expected that it wouldn't come from the defiant profounders, but the heaven Tao of the outer heavens. Senior, please lend us a hand." The hallowed lord bowed to the old man and spoke in a rather respectful tone. "The sole reason for my existence is to provide one last bit of help to the continent." As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling light suddenly erupted from the old man, and it was accompanied by a sword howl. The old man's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. The ray of light smashed against the lightning of obliteration. Bang! A huge explosion erupted in the sky. The sword saint and the dark violet bolt of divine lightning exploded apart, and then countless waves of energy overlapped as they swept through the sky. The space throughout the sky rippled like waves, and it was an extremely horrifying sight. The countless profounders below heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. But right at this moment, countless fine bolts of dark violet divine lightning shot out from the waves of energy, and they poured down like rain. They formed such a swift and dense rain that the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. "Watch out! Don't let them hit you." The hallowed lord's voice carried a trace of anxiousness and terror. However, he was still a little too late. Some half-saints weren't able to dodge in time, and they were struck by the dark violet bolts of lightning and were killed on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry. Even half-saints suffered such a fate, and it was worse for those below the half-saint realm. Yang Yi's current strength allowed his vision to gaze through a distance of over 5,000 kilometers. However, at this moment, his field of vision was filled with a dense expanse of corpses. All of them were either killed by the pressure emanated by the lightning or were struck by the lightning. It was like hell. At this moment, profounder continent and the hallowed grounds were like hell, and countless people were dying every single moment. After that sword saint had destroyed the lightning of obliteration, the lightning vortex in the sky had suddenly stopped revolving, and the sky returned to normal. However, the oppressive pressure they felt grew stronger as if the sky was about to collapse. Everyone knew that it was the calm before the storm, and all their gazes shot towards Su Qinya. At this moment, the blood-red saber in Su Qinya's hand was over 300 kilometers long, and the bloody aura it emanated was so thick that it could be smelled throughout the hallowed grounds. Because people were ceaselessly perishing throughout the world, so endless resentment, blood, and baleful energy were converging towards the blood-red saber, causing it to seem even more terrifying. Every single living person here had their gazes focused on the blood-red saber because it could be said to be their last hope. If it couldn't destroy the heaven Tao of the outer heavens, then they had no doubt that they would die. All of them were waiting. Suddenly, the lightning vortex in the sky suddenly started revolving once more while strands of terrifying pressure surged out from within it, causing even the sky and the ground to quake. Everyone could faintly discern something wriggling about within the depths of the vortex, and it seemed like the vortex was forming an even more terrifying form of lightning. On the ground below, lava was flowing endlessly out of the ground, causing the ground to seem like a world of lava. Moreover, the blazing temperatures created by the lava caused the comparatively weaker profounders amongst the lucky survivors to perish on the spot. The shadow of death enveloped them all, and it caused despair to arise in all their hearts. He didn't forget to protect this world even in death. Suddenly, the sword spirit said, "The laughable thing is that this world will be destroyed regardless of what he did. You're still angry?" The sword spirit replied in an indifferent tone, "It's pointless now. This time, he really vanished from this world, and he won't even have a chance to be reborn." Yang Yi suddenly said, "Would you still acknowledge him as your master if you could do it all again?" Yang Yi thought that she would immediately express rejection towards accepting him as her master, but he was surprised to notice that she didn't speak and just remained silent. Yang Yi came to a slight understanding. He realized that the reason the sword spirit hated that old man so much was because she really cared about him. After all, there would be no hate if there was no concern. Yang Yi was very grateful to the sword spirit because Shed really helped him on numerous occasions all along the way. Had never thought about taking possession of her. To put it simply, he would be very happy if she was willing to stay, but he wouldn't be very disappointed or sad if she chose to leave. Because while she was a sword, she was practically no different to a person. She should have the right to choose her own future. Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and he spoke while looking at the lightning vortex that blotted out the sky. Can the true heaven rend the heavens? The sword spirit's eyelids twitched. She gazed at him and said, "What are you thinking of doing?" He replied, "Sword spirit, if you're able to leave this world with your life, then what would you do?" She was slightly stunned. She pondered deeply for a short while and said, "They'll take a look at the outer heavens and then travel through the stellar region." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "What about you?" "They'll go look for a Nanjing, Yushi, and Xiaoyao." Yang Yi said, "But that seems to be quite difficult to accomplish." The sword spirit nodded in response. She looked up at Su Qinya and said, "Do you think that hell be able to succeed?" "It's very strong." She continued, "It can slaughter a saint." Yang Yi nodded lightly and said, "I hope hell succeed. Otherwise, heavens." Right at this moment, Su Qinya's voice resounded. Everyone here looked over and noticed that the enormous blood-red saber in his hand was shrinking rapidly. It didn't take long for the enormous blood-red sword to return to its original size. However, it was scarlet red as if it was made from blood. "They'll destroy you with this." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red saber tore through the sky and carried a veil of blood with it as it shot up into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sky was instantly dyed red like it was washed with blood, and it was an utterly horrifying sight. Everyone here watched as the blood-red saber collided with the lightning vortex. A short moment of silence ensued. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and then a large hole was torn open on the vortex, allowing light to rain down from the hole. Countless people felt overjoyed when they witnessed this scene. In next to no time, the hole grew larger and larger, and the entire vortex swiftly dispersed, causing countless to cry tears of joy. However, right at this moment, everyone was stunned on the spot as they looked up at the sky with disbelief. After the lightning vortex dispersed completely, an enormous eye that was over 1 kilometer long had appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 805. Heaven's Eye. Qin Bufan's countenance actually turned completely pale when he witnessed this scene. It wasn't just Qin Bufan. Yang Yi noticed to his astonishment that even Lu Yin, Shen Imo, and the blind old man had turned ghastly pale. "What is that?" Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because his intuition told him that the situation had become severe. Qin Bufan shook his head while a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. "The Heaven's Eye is called the Eye of the Heaven Tao. That's something that only appears in the fucking legends. I've traveled through countless worlds, yet I've never seen the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Motherfucker. I never expected that it would actually appear here today. Fucking hell. Is it very strong?" Yang Yi frowned. "It isn't just strong." Qin Bufan laughed bitterly. "That lightning of obliteration was very strong, right? But that was nothing when compared to the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Let me explain it like this. Not to mention destroying our world, the Eye of the Heaven Tao can even destroy an entire stellar region. I can't fucking figure out why the Heaven Tao of the outer heavens would even make the Eye of the Heaven Tao appear here. It's quite strange." Lu Yin spoke abruptly in a low voice. "Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Heaven Tao of the outer heavens to send down the Eye of the Heaven Tao even if we slaughtered everyone on the continent. There's usually only one reason why the Eye of the Heaven Tao appears, and it's because it feels very threatened." Qin Bufan, Shinamo, and the others looked at Enin when they heard Lu Yin. It wasn't just them. Even the Hallowed Lord and Su Qinya, who stood in midair, were looking at Enin as well. Enin glanced at them, and then went over to Yang Yi and grabbed his hand. It seemed like she would feel safe while she was holding his hand. Yang Yi smiled at her, and then gazed at the others and said, "Everyone, regardless of whether Enin really is a threat to the heaven Tao of the outer heavens, I think that it still wouldn't allow us to live, right? Perhaps the eye of the heaven Tao will vanish if she dies." A half-saint of the hallowed grounds spoke abruptly. "Don't you fucking try to do anything to her." Yang Yi suddenly gazed at that half-saint while a ferocious expression appeared on his face. That half-saint's eyelids twitched while his face became slightly unsightly. "Yang Yi, perhaps all of us will be able to survive if she dies. Protecting her is like going against all of us. We can crush you in an instant if we want to. Then why don't you give it a try?" Yang Yi suddenly shouted, "Xiaoying!" As soon as Yang Yi spoke, Xiao Ying and the countless half-saint fire spirits appeared behind Yang Yi. Coupled with the 1,000-plus mid-grade half-saint sword servants he possessed, Yang Yi had around 5,000 half-saints on his side. Moreover, over 1,000 of them were mid-grade half-saints. While their overall strength was inferior to the hallowed grounds and defiant profounders, it was sufficient to rival them. The atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, the hallowed lord said, "If we fight and kill each other now, then we'll really die today. Perhaps we'll have a chance at survival if we work together." Yang Yi's countenance eased up when he heard the hallowed lord, and he said, "Everyone, you should have noticed that the heaven Tao doesn't just want to destroy any one of us. It wants to destroy the entire continent." Bang! Suddenly, the enormous eye in the sky suddenly cracked open. Everyone here trembled beneath its gaze, and a strand of terror arose from deep within their souls. Ants. They felt like they were ants. At this moment, such a thought had appeared in the minds of everyone. Not to mention resist it, they didn't even dare to look at that eye. Summon the Saber Monarch, the ancient Hallowed Lord, and the 4 ancestors. Meanwhile, the Hallowed Lord's voice resounded through the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 rays of white light instantly shot up from within the ancient city of Hallows, which was over 500 kilometers away. Those rays of white light flashed before they appeared in the sky above the Hallowed Lord. The white light dispersed, and 6 old men appeared before everyone. "This is the Hallowed Ground's true trump card." Qin Bufan spoke solemnly. All of them were peerless experts of this world in the past, and they utilized a secret technique to merge a strand of their soul into their strongest attacks before they perished. After that, they were preserved with another secret technique. They are equivalent to single-use Saint Realm experts. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "What about the trump card of the Defiant Profounders?" He knew that since the Hallowed Grounds had a trump card, then the Defiant Profounders definitely had some as well. Otherwise, the Hallowed Grounds could have just summoned these past Saint Realm experts, and wouldn't the Defiant Profounders have been crushed on the spot? You might have the chance to witness it later. The 6 old men floated in the air. A white-robed old man amongst them glanced at the surroundings before finally looking up into the sky. His pupils constricted slightly when he saw the Heaven's Eye, and he said, "The Heaven's Eye? How could this be possible?" At this moment, the other old men who stood by the white-robed old man revealed shock as well. Obviously, they hadn't expected to see the Heaven's Eye of legend. Bang! Suddenly, a bolt of violet divine lightning suddenly shot out from within the eye. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above the white-robed old man. A solemn expression arose in the old man's eyes as he tapped his finger upward, and then a white speck of light flashed out from the tip of his finger and smashed against the violet divine lightning. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded through the sky, and the world quaked. The violet bolt of divine lightning blasted the speck of white light apart, and then it continued down towards the white-robed old man at extremely high speed. Fortunately, the other old men by the white-robed old man's side seemed to be prepared, and a strand of saber energy and 4 enormous energy palms shot through the sky as soon as the white speck of light was blasted apart. Their attacks smashed against the divine lightning. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded through the sky while the space there was shattered into bits by the energy surging through the area, causing a black hole to cover the sky. It was a truly shocking sight to behold. A long time passed before the sky returned to normal. The divine light had vanished, but the figures of all 6 old men had started to become translucent. It seemed like they would perish at any moment. The white-robed old man and the others glanced at the surroundings, and their eyes carried reluctance within them. The continent was their home. They protected it in the past and done so much for it. The heaven Tao is heartless. It should be destroyed. As soon as the white-robed old man spoke, all 6 of them transformed into white rays of light that shot into the sky and smashed against the eye of the heaven Tao. However, the eye merely trembled slightly. The self-detonation of 6 former supreme experts of the continent had merely made it tremble slightly. At this moment, the minds of everyone here had gone blank. Divine generals! Suddenly, Su Qinyes' voice resounded, and then 9 men appeared behind him. Merge! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone watched with astonishment as those 9 men actually merged into Su Qinyes. In an instant, his figure grew explosively by a few times in size. At the same time, his aura rose explosively as well, and it wasn't something that a half-saint should possess at all. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood why Lu Yin said that if the Defiant Profounders were willing to pay a certain price, then they could even fight Saint Realm experts. Even though Su Qinyes spoke these words, 9 voices resounded here. As soon as they finished speaking, a short saber suddenly appeared in Su Qinyes' grasp, and he slashed it upwards. Hiss! 9 strands of saber energy overlapped as they shot out. They tore through the sky like a white shooting star before finally colliding with the heaven's eye. Again. Su Qinyes' voice resounded once more, and then another 9 overlapped strands of saber energy shot up into the air. Again. Su Qinyes' voice resounded over and over again while countless strands of saber energy tore ceaselessly through the sky and struck the eye of the heaven Tao. At the same time, enormous explosions were resounding incessantly in the sky. Everyone in the surroundings were staring fixedly at the eye of the heaven Tao. Its aura was gradually weakening as Su Qinyes attacked it like a madman. After some time passed, clang! The sound of metal shattering resounded through the sky. Everyone was shocked by this sound and looked over to Su Qinyes. They noticed to their astonishment that Su Qinyes' saber had actually shattered apart. At the same time, figure after figure flew out from within him and crashed down from midair. At this moment, those 9 people seemed extremely old, as if they'd experienced the passage of a few hundred years. They ignited their remaining lifespan to increase their strength, and then utilized a secret technique to provide that strength to the Saber Emperor, allowing the Saber Emperor to temporarily possess the strength to slaughter saints. The price for such strength is the lives of 9 high-grade half-saints. Qin Bufan spoke solemnly from Yang Ye's side. Of course, no one cared about the lives of those 9 experts right now. The gazes of everyone was fixed on the eye of the heaven Tao. After the saber energy dispersed, their countenances instantly turned ghastly pale, because the enormous eye of the heaven Tao was still looking down upon them from the sky like an elephant looking down at ants. Of course, they were able to discern that its aura had weakened greatly. But so what? Bang! Suddenly, a dark violet pillar of lightning emerged from within the eye, and then it trembled for a moment and split into 2. After that, those 2 pillars of lightning trembled slightly before splitting into 4 instead. In less than 3 breaths of time, the entire sky was covered in dark violet pillars of lightning. Help! Qin Bufan's face had turned ghastly pale while despair appeared in his eyes. It wasn't just Qin Bufan. Everyone else had a similar reaction to this scene, and that included the Hallowed Lord and Su Qinyes. Are you still not going to act? Meanwhile, Xiaoying suddenly roared furiously at Yang Yi. The gazes of everyone here converged on Yang Yi when they heard her. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He knew that they would be finished if he still held back. It really is time to fight desperately. Yang Yi's figure flashed up into the air while everyone watched him. Intent ignition. Yang Yi's furious howl resounded through the sky. Bang! Yang Ye's sword intent suddenly dropped from the 3-rd level of the heaven rank to the tuned level of the heaven rank. Intent ignition. Yang Ye's voice resounded once more, and his sword intent dropped to the 1st level of the heaven rank. Intent ignition. It was now at the earth rank. Intent ignition. Intent ignition. Ignite. 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 In 3 breaths of time, Yang Ye's sword intent had dropped to the 1st level. Chapter 806. Bang. Once his sword intent fell to the 1st level, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Yang Yi, the half-saint realm. After igniting 12 levels of sword intent, Yang Yi broke through the shackles of the 9th rank of the monarch realm, and he attained the half-saint realm. At this moment, everyone here was stunned. The sword spirit spoke solemnly. The consequences will be extremely severe. Yang Yi gazed at the dense expanse of dark violet divine lightning in the sky, and he said, "At least it's better than death." As he spoke, his figure flashed up into the sky, and then he stomped space with his right foot while a mysterious force instantly appeared here. The sword domain. After he attained the half-saint realm, Yang Ye's sword domain could envelop an area of around 10,000 kilometers. The bolts of divine lightning immediately slowed down upon entering Yang Ye's sword domain. Yang Yi was utilizing the sword domain to suppress them. Of course, he had to pay a huge price to do that. His lifespan was vanishing bit by bit. If he hadn't attained the half-saint realm, and if his strength hadn't become countless times stronger than before, he wouldn't be able to endure the strength of the divine lightning at all. It's useless. You can't destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The hallowed lord shook his head. They really were shocked that Yang Yi had broken through into the half-saint realm. However, none of them felt that he could destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After all, those old men and Su Qinyes attacks were sufficient to kill Saint Realm experts. No matter how strong Yang Yi was, he was only a half-saint in the end. Yang Yi was very clearly aware of that as well. He knew that his current strength wasn't inferior to a high-grade half-saint, and it might even be stronger than a high-grade half-saint. However, it was far from being capable of destroying the Heaven's Eye. Yang Yi glanced at the experts below and said, "I can only hold on for 15 minutes at most. After that, I won't be able to stop them from descending anymore. If all of you can't destroy it in that time, then all of us will face death." "We can't," Su Qinyes said. "Unless we attain the Saint Realm, then perhaps we can give it a try." "So be it." Yang Ye's furious roar resounded through the sky. Right when all of them were puzzled, strands of violet energy suddenly erupted from within Yang Yi, and then they rained down from the sky. The main reason Yang Yi had ignited his sword intent and attained the half-saint realm was to obtain primordial violet energy. Just as he wanted, primordial violet energy appeared incessantly within him once he attained the half-saint realm, and it filled the world in the 1st level of the primordial pagoda. Everyone here was petrified when they saw the violet energy raining down through the sky, and it didn't take long for their bodies to start trembling. This included the Hallowed Lord and Su Qinyes. This is quintessence violet energy. How could this be possible? The Hallowed Lord's voice was trembling. It's quintessence violet energy. It's quintessence violet energy. All the half-saints here seemed to have gone mad, and many even started shouting and crying with excitement. At this moment, they didn't seem like half-saint experts at all. There was no quintessence violet energy in this world. It meant that they could only attain the half-saint realm in their lifetimes, and it meant that they would one day transform into a pile of dirt. Now, they saw quintessence violet energy that could help them break through the shackles upon them. So, how could they not feel excited and overjoyed? This is his secret? Elder Mu spoke softly. Lu Yin said, "I understand now. Alas, now that it's exposed, I wonder what will happen." There was deep worry in Lu Yan's eyes. "Quickly, I can't hold on for too long." Yang Ye's anxious voice resounded in the sky. All of them instantly returned to their senses when they heard him. After all, if the divine lightning was allowed to descend, then they would probably be obliterated even if they attained the Saint Realm. The important matter at hand was to attain the Saint Realm and destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Only then would they have a chance at survival. All of them absorbed the violet energy like madmen, and it didn't take long for a shocking scene to appear. Bang! A terrifying aura that surged through the world suddenly appeared. Suchinya had attained the Saint Realm. Bang! The Hallowed Lord attained the Saint Realm. Saint Realm experts appeared in succession. Many half-saint experts here had very solid foundations and cultivations, because they couldn't attain the Saint Realm, so they'd constantly tempered their strength for over 10,000 years. This made their cultivations and strength to arrive at a critical point, and all they lacked was quintessence violet energy to complete the advancement. Now, they had it, so they naturally attained the Saint Realm. In less than 100 breaths of time, a few hundred Saint Realm experts had appeared. Meanwhile, the dark violet bolts of divine lightning were only less than 3 kilometers away from them. Time was of the essence. All those experts who's attained the Saint Realm started to attack the heavens like madmen, and thunderous rumbling resounded throughout the sky. After all, hundreds of Saint Realm experts were attacking in unison, so how could it not be a shocking sight? Meanwhile, the violet energy in the surroundings suddenly vanished. Some half-saints who still hadn't attained the Saint Realm were instantly infuriated, and they glared angrily at Yang Yi, the quintessence violet energy. Yang Yi, hand over the quintessence violet energy. They seemed to be filled with such insanity that it looked like they would swarm him if he dared to refuse. I don't have any more. Yang Yi shook his head. He wasn't lying, as he really had no more. Had released all the primordial violet energy he had. After all, it was pointless to keep any under such circumstances. Because if these Saint Realm experts couldn't destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao, then everyone here would die. How can you not have any more? How could that be? Are you keep it from us? A half-saint expert roared furiously at Yang Yi like a madman, and the others who weren't able to attain the Saint Realm glared angrily at him as well. It seemed like they were prepared to charge at him. Yang Yi was instantly infuriated when he heard this. He gazed at the group of half-saints as he spoke ferociously. All of you should realize that I don't fucking owe all of you anything. That quintessence violet energy was mine. I gave it to all of you because it was the right thing to do, but it's my right not to give it to all of you as well. If you continue making noise, then the Heaven Tao won't have to slaughter all of you because he'll do it. The expressions of those half-saints changed. At this moment, their minds had cleared up slightly. That fellow who stood before them wasn't easy to deal with at all. However, the temptation from attaining the Saint Realm was something they couldn't resist. They were willing to take any risks in order to attain the Saint Realm, and they were willing to do anything. Some of them exchanged glances, and a trace of ferocity flashed through their eyes. Right when some were unwillingly giving up on attaining the Saint Realm, one of them roared fiercely, "Everyone, that fellow, Yang Yi, definitely has more quintessence violet energy. We just have to capture him, and then we'll be able to attain the Saint Realm with the quintessence violet energy he has. The Saint Realm is right before us. Everyone, charge with me." As he spoke, a few of them charged up into the sky towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the others behind them were still hesitating. But their desires overcame their minds when they heard that the chance to attain the Saint Realm was right before them. At this moment, they threw all caution to the wind, and they charged towards Yang Yi as well. This time, over 1,000 half-saints charged towards Yang Yi. "You're courting death." A cold grunt resounded, and then a huge palm swept through the sky, and those half-saints were instantly obliterated by it. Lu Yin and Elder Mu appeared by Yang Ye's side, and then Lu Yin spoke coldly. "All of you weren't able to attain the Saint Realm because you were too weak, yet you actually blame others for it? You really deserve death." Yang Yi asked, "Senior Lu, Elder Mu, both of you attained the Saint Realm?" Lu Yin replied, "Wouldn't we have wasted our lives if we couldn't attain the Saint Realm after gaining quintessence violet energy?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked up into the sky. At this moment, countless Saint Realm experts were attacking the heavens like madmen. The entire sky was covered in attacks, and it was utterly impossible to see the state of the situation. Yang Yi asked, "Will we be able to destroy it?" Lu Yin pondered deeply for a short while and said, "It's difficult, very difficult." Yang Ye's heart shook. Meanwhile, the hallowed lord suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. He gazed at the dark violet bolts of divine lightning that were less than 1 kilometer away from them, and then a wisp of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. A short while passed before he said, "We can't destroy it. It isn't something that a Saint Realm expert can fight." Meanwhile, those Saint Realm experts in the sky had retreated and appeared by Yang Yi's side. It didn't take long for the attacks in the sky to disperse. Yang Yi looked over and noticed that the heavens eye was still there, and there were only some cracks on it. However, those cracks were very tiny. Su Qinya spoke solemnly, "Our joint forces are capable of causing some damage to it, but it's pointless because we don't have enough time." Yang Yi asked, "Can all of you shatter space and escape this world?" The hallowed lord shook his head and said, "It won't work. The energy of the heavens eye has enveloped this entire world. The only way to leave is to destroy it." Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "So we're waiting for death to arrive. There's something even more terrifying than death in this world." Qin Bufan suddenly spoke, "In our world, they say that there's a cycle of reincarnation. So long as one dies normally, then one can be reincarnated. However, if we're killed by those bolts of dark violet divine lightning, then we'll be truly obliterated without any chance of reincarnation." "I don't have any other ideas," Yang Yi said. "I've exposed all my secrets, so don't hope that it'll be able to do something." Meanwhile, the dark violet bolts of divine lightning were less than 300 m away from them. Even with the suppression of the sword domain, they still felt an extremely formidable pressure pressed down upon them, and it caused despair to arise once more in their eyes. A long moment of silence ensued. "If I have a next life, I swear to destroy the heavens." Soul ignition. Su Qinya's voice suddenly resounded. Everyone else was shocked by this development. They looked up and saw that blazing flames had actually appeared on him, and his aura was rising explosively. Soul ignition? All of them were astounded. After all, soul ignition was a method that burned away the soul to increase a profounder strength. Of course, there was a price to pay for using such a technique, and it was death. All of them hadn't imagined that Su Qinya would actually be so resolute. It didn't take long for Su Qinya to become a ball of flames, and a bolt of dark violet divine lightning above him was actually blasted into pieces. God slaughter slash. As soon as he spoke, his figure that had transformed into a ball of flames shot into the sky and collided with the eye of the heaven Tao. Chapter 807. Bang! Deafening rumbling resounded from afar as a dazzling ray of light swept through the sky and covered it. Even though it was dazzling, no one closed their eyes, and they stared fixedly at the sky instead. A short while passed before the light vanished, and their hearts sank as well. Moreover, their faces were beyond unsightly, because the eye of the heaven Tao was still there, and there were just more cracks on it. The atmosphere here was deathly silent. A short moment passed before the hallowed lord's aura suddenly rose explosively while the same flames appeared on him as well. He glanced at all the other saints here and said, "We're going to die anyway, so I choose to die fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky, and he transformed into a 30 kilometers long golden streak that smashed against the heaven's eye in the end. Bang! Another huge explosion resounded. However, the heavens eye was still there in the air. This time, the hope in the hearts of many was completely destroyed. "We'll die. All of us will. We'll die no matter what. Since only death awaits us, then it'll make you fucking suffer even if I die." It was Supreme Exalt He who spoke these words. At this moment, Head started to ignite his soul just like the hallowed Lord and Su Qinya had. Yang Yi gazed at Supreme Exalt He. At this moment, Supreme Exalt He had an extraordinarily insane and ferocious expression on his face, and his eyes were filled with despair instead. Yang Yi glanced at the other saints in the surroundings, and he noticed that all of them were the same. Actually, it wasn't just them. Even Yang Yi felt quite filled with despair at this moment. What sort of existences were the hallowed Lord and Su Qinya? How terrifying were their strengths when they ignited their souls after attaining the Saint Realm? However, they were still merely able to shake the eye of the heaven Tao. Once despair appeared in the heart, then all men would go berserk. Haha. Fucking heavens. I'm coming for you. Supreme Exalt, he shot into the sky, and he used the stronger attack in his lifetime against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. The sky trembled while more cracks appeared on the heaven's eye. At this moment, the dark violet bolts of divine lightning were merely less than 150 m away from them. So long as it descended to the ground, then the world would be instantly obliterated and all of them wouldn't be able to escape death. We've been trapped for 100,000 years. Yet the time we're finally free is the time we die. How laughable. How sad. Heavens, bring it on. A defiant profounder started to ignite his soul as well, and then he shot into the sky and smashed against the Eye of the Heaven Tao. After that defiant profounder shot up into the air, more and more figures charged up in succession. It wasn't just the defiant profounders. Even the saints of the hallowed grounds started to ignite their souls because they were truly filled with despair. After cultivating for tens of thousands of years, all I got in return is death. I'm not willing to accept this. Oh, heavens. Since you want to kill me, then I'll make you suffer too. A saint from the hallowed grounds seemed as if had gone mad, and he ignited his soul as he shot up into the sky and collided with the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Freedom after 100,000 years. It'll destroy the heavens if I have a next life. A defiant profounder ignited his soul and collided with the heaven's eye as well. Saint Realm experts ignited their souls in succession, and then rays of light shot into the sky and smashed against the heaven's eye. Numerous explosions resounded throughout the sky. However, the self-detonation of so many Saint Realm experts merely made more cracks on the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Little fellow. Suddenly, Elder Mu said, If you're able to survive, then do something for me. Yang Yi was shocked and said, Elder Mu you. Elder Mu smiled and said, Yes, I recalled who I am after I attained the Saint Realm. There are 4 great clans in the outer heavens, and one of them is the Mu clan, my clan. If you survive and are able to head to the outer heavens, then help me see if someone called AQing is still in the Mu clan. If she is, then tell her that I won't be able to return. If she isn't, then help me slaughter the Mu clan. All right? Elder Mu. Yang Ye's heart was filled with sorrow, and he was about to say something when Elder Mu waved his hand. All of this is fate. I thought that I've taken control of my own fate, but in the end, I'm still in its control. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu's body instantly transformed into a fireball that shot into the sky and collided with the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Bang! Yang Yi closed his eyes while pain surged through his heart, and 2 streams of tears flowed out from his eyes. Hey! Meanwhile, Shinamo appeared by Yang Ye's side and said, While we aren't really close, I want to ask you to do something for me. If you survive, then take this to Zhuge Yun of the Zhuge clan, which is one of the 4 great clans of the outer heavens. She's my younger sister. Don't tell her that I'm gone because that's really too humiliating. Besides that, don't have any thoughts about her. Otherwise, I won't forgive you even if I have to become a ghost to haunt you. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yang Ye's agreement or refusal. He just flicked with his finger, and a golden scroll shot into Yang Ye's hand before he charged up into the sky. He pressed his fingers together to form the shape of a blade, and then he made a slicing motion on his palm, causing a strand of blood to spray into the air. I offer up my blood as offering to the universe. I offer up my body to condense the divine talisman. Condense. Shun Mu formed a strange seal in midair, and then all the spirit energy in the surroundings suddenly surged madly towards him. In the end, all of it entered his body, and then a shocking scene appeared. Numerous strange symbols actually appeared throughout his body. Shin Mo's entire body was gradually covered in strange symbols, and he simply seemed like a human talisman. Yang Yi, I'll leave it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Head appeared high above in the sky, and he left a trail of talismans behind in his wake. Bang! The sky trembled as more cracks appeared on the heaven's eye. Their actions were no different than a group of ants trying to topple an elephant. If they had a choice, many would naturally not act in this way. However, they had no choice right now. All of them feel that you'll be able to leave this world and reach the outer heavens. Suddenly, Xiaoying appeared by Yang Ye's side, and Lei Lin was on her right. Lei Lin immediately ran over to Yang Yi when she saw him, but she didn't say anything, and her eyes were filled with fear. While she was a lightning element sprite king, lightning of obliteration wasn't something she could absorb at all. Why? Yang Ye's face was icy cold as he stared fixedly at the eye of the heaven Tao in the sky. Because no one can see through you. Xiaoying continued. No one expected you to possess quintessence violet energy, including me. We don't know what secrets you carry, but we have no doubt that you're the most likely to survive amongst all the people left in this world. Xiaoying walked over to Lei Lin while she spoke, and then she rubbed Lei Lin's head and said, Silly girl, if you have the chance to leave this world, then don't ever trust anyone but him. No one else. Understand? Lei Lin seemed to have noticed something, and she suddenly nodded while tears surged out incessantly from her eyes. Xiaoying, we'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you. Xiaoying rubbed Lei Lin's head, and then she transformed into a flaming ray of light that charged up into the sky. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and then an ocean of flames covered the entire sky. Xiaoying, Lei Lin started crying and was about to charge up as well, but Yang Yi held tightly onto her. Big brother, save Xiaoying. Lei Lin held Yang Ye's hand with all her strength, and her tears flowed down like a torrent. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he waved his right hand and placed her within the primordial pagoda. The flames in the sky dispersed. Xiaoying was gone, but the eye of the heaven Tao was still looking down upon them from the sky. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Everything is temporary. After Xiaoying, the headless person from Nameless City suddenly strode step by step towards the eye of the heaven Tao. Along with an explosion, more cracks appeared on it. The heavens desire our death, so we have no choice but to die. The blind old man sighed, and then he started to ignite his soul. Blind grandpa. Sorrow appeared in Yinyan's eyes when she witnessed this scene. The blind old man shook his head, and then he shot into the sky and collided with the heaven's eye, causing even more cracks to appear on it. Meanwhile, the dark violet bolts of divine lightning within Yang Ye's sword domain were only around 60 m away from them, and the shadow of death enveloped them. Some who were hesitant earlier stopped hesitating, and they ignited their souls and shot up into the sky. Hey, if you survive, then help me do something. Qin Bufan suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and said, There are countless stellar regions throughout the boundless universe. There's a stellar region called the Milky Way stellar region. There's a planet there that's blue like water, and there's a nation on that planet. That nation is called Cathay. Help me pass a message to Shui Lanxian, who resides in the Shui clan within the capital of Cathay. Tell her to marry someone else. When he spoke up to this point, a wisp of a gentle expression appeared in Qin Bufan's eyes. Yang Yi asked, Can she live for 100,000 years? Qin Bufan shook his head. We arrived at this stellar region by traversing a black hole and entering a temporal tunnel. 100,000 years here might only be around 10 years there. Of course, there's a huge price to pay in order to complete such travel. All those years ago, we would have been utterly incapable of traversing that black hole if we didn't possess our undying physique. Don't think that it's inconceivable, because there are much more inconceivable things throughout the boundless universe. Yang Yi said, All of you've given me your last words, so who will I give mine to? Qin Bufan replied, To be honest, I don't think that you'll be able to leave this world. After all, you're only a half-saint now, and I can slap you to death with ease right now. Actually, I only want to die in peace. Yang Yi gazed at him for a short while, and then he said, I'll definitely pass your message if I have the chance. Thank you. Qin Bufan's smile before his body started to burn as well. A short while passed before another explosion resounded in the sky, and even more cracks appeared on the eye in the sky. It didn't take long for only a few to remain here. Big brother, Inin can't bear to part with you. Inin suddenly grabbed Yang Ye's hand, and then her body actually started to burn as well. Chapter 808. Right when Inin's soul was on the verge of being lit completely on fire, Yang Yi pressed his hand down on her shoulder and stopped her. Big brother? She gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head in response while a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes, and the small amount of profound energy that remained within him started surging madly. Meanwhile, Lu Yin suddenly went over to Yang Yi, and he passed a jade token to him. This is a token of identity in the Yang clan, and every single member of the clan possesses one. If you return to the Yang clan in the future, then you only have to produce it, and the members of the Yang clan would know who you are. When he spoke up to this point, he raised his head and looked up at the Eye of the Heaven Tao, which was covered in cracks. Actually, this Eye of the Heaven Tao isn't a true Eye of the Heaven Tao. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. Lu Yin continued. This Eye of the Heaven Tao is merely a projection of the true Eye in the outer heavens. If it's the true Eye, then we wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Besides that, if I'm not wrong, then it probably appeared here because of you. Me? Yang Yi's brows knit tightly together, and he felt extremely puzzled. Lu Yin nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, then you should have something that contains a world of its own, right? A world that can keep living people within it. Yang Yi nodded. Lu Yin laughed bitterly and said, do you know? A new world appearing right before it is naturally a form of threat to it, and it's even a huge threat, because it isn't a world that appeared while under its control. Or perhaps I should say that both that world and you aren't encompassed within its laws, and it can't control you. So, it didn't hesitate to send the Eye of the Heaven Tao here to destroy everything. Yang Yi asked in a low voice, why doesn't it just target me? Does it know that precious treasure is within you? Lu Yin said, it doesn't. With its strength, it can only sense that something which can threaten it exists in this world. It will instinctively destroy anything that's dangerous to it. Of course, the reason it's destroying this world isn't entirely because of you. The actions of the hallowed grounds and the defiant profounders were really too terrible, so the Heaven Tao of the outer heavens would have acted even if you weren't here. Yang Yi looked up into the sky, and he gazed at the eye as he said, I thought that I could do as I pleased upon attaining the half-saint realm. Now I realize that I'm still so weak even when I'm at the half-saint realm. Senior Lu, does that Yang clan you speak of have existences capable of destroying this Eye of the Heaven Tao? Lu Yin pointed at it and said, the Yang clan controls thousands of worlds, and it's equivalent to controlling thousands of Heaven Taos. Actually, such an Eye of the Heaven Tao merely works for them. Understand? The corners of Yang Yi's eyes twitched. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying the Yang clan was. Bang! Suddenly, blazing flames appeared on Lu Yin. Yang Yi was extremely shocked by this development and said, Senior Lu. Lu Yin interrupted Yang Yi and said, I would be dead if it wasn't for your father. I intended to use my life to help you return to the Yang clan. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do that. Take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin shot into the sky, and his figure left a trail of flames like a comet as it shot up to the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Bang! The sky shook violently as countless more cracks appeared on the eye, and it even became slightly ethereal. They were dead. Elder Mu, Lu Yin, Xiao Ying, and many others. Yang Yi wanted to protect all of them, but in the end, he wasn't able to protect anymore. It was even to the extent that he couldn't even protect himself. They'll fucking fight you to the death. When the dark violet bolts of divine lightning were only around 30 m away from them, the others were finally unable to endure the terror they experienced from facing impending death, and they ignited their souls and smashed against the eye. In the end, only Yang Yi and Yining remained here. A few hundred Saint Realm experts and countless lives had been lost. Big brother, are we going to die together? Yining held his hand and asked softly, I can save both of you. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi and Yining looked over towards the source of the voice, and they saw that a middle-aged man had suddenly appeared on their right. The middle-aged man was none other than the city governor of ancient domain city, Lu Yuanhao. It's you. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. When he returned to Profounder Continent, Ding Xiaoyao had told him to be careful of Lu Yuanhao, and had done exactly that. However, Lu Yuanhao seemed to be aware that Yang Yi was on guard against him. So, Lu Yuanhao remained in closed-door cultivation, and he hadn't shown himself even when the hallowed grounds attacked Profounder Continent. Yet now, had suddenly shown himself, and his aura was actually not inferior to the hallowed lord in Su Qinya. Enin gazed vigilantly at Lu Yuanhao because she felt extremely threatened by the aura he emanated. Lu Yuanhao had excitement and joy in his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi, and he said, Yang Yi, I truly never imagined that the boundless sea of energy would be in your possession. Do you know that the outer heavens, the defiant profounders, and a group of mysterious figures engaged in an absolutely chaotic battle to fight for that? Even the heaven Tao of the outer heavens was almost crippled during that battle. However, I never expected that it would have actually fallen into your hands. Needless to say, you really are too lucky. Yang Yi said, you didn't come down to this world for the sake of the defiant profounders. You came for the boundless sea of energy. Lu Yuanhao replied, if I was able to recruit that group of defiant profounders, then they would naturally be of great help to me. Unfortunately, they were too arrogant and unyielding, so it was impossible to bring them under my control. Moreover, even if they were willing to submit to me, I wouldn't be able to take them with me. The appearance of the Eye of the Heaven, Tao here exceeded everyone's expectations, and that includes me and the people who back me. Yang Yi said, why do you think I have the boundless sea of energy in my possession? Lu Yuanhao smiled. Actually, I suspected you had it since the beginning, because your profound energy is unlike any other ordinary person. Moreover, your speed of advancement was truly too quick. ID intended to capture you and study you. Unfortunately, you had the Undertaker's protection and then Lu Yin came along, so I didn't have any chance. Yang Yi asked, you think you have a chance now? Lu Yuanhao glanced at Enin and said, Yang Yi, I don't want to become enemies with you. After all, nothing bad has happened between us in the past. Give me the boundless sea of energy and it'll save you from this world. Moreover, it'll even introduce you to my backers. Trust me, your future is absolutely limitless with the natural talent and strength you possess. Yang Yi remained silent. Lu Yuanhao continued, Yang Yi, you don't have much time left. Hand it over, and it'll take you out of this world. Otherwise what? Yang Yi raised his head to look at Lu Yuanhao in the eyes, and his profound energy surged madly. He knew that the boundless sea of energy which Lu Yuanhao spoke of was the primordial pagoda. He wasn't able to control the primordial pagoda at all, so he couldn't give it away even if he wanted to. Unless he killed himself, then perhaps it might leave his body. But was that possible? Of course not. Moreover, even if he could hand it over, he wouldn't, because he couldn't trust Lu Yuanhao. You'll die. Lu Yuanhao gazed at Yang Yi while the space around them started to tremble violently. Don't you dare. Fury surged into Yin Yin's eyes. I'll eat you. Lu Yuanhao glanced at Enin, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, this is your last chance. This world will be completely destroyed when those bolts of divine lightning strike the ground. Not to mention that you're only a half-saint now. You would die a graveless death even if you're a saint. Hand it over, and you'll gain new life. Yang Yi shook his head and said, you can leave. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me as well. I still want to try. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge palm tore through space and appeared above Yang Yi. However, a huge mouth suddenly bit it and then swallowed it. Lu Yuanhao grunted coldly while a trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He was about to attack again when a ray of light flashed, and that ray of sword light was aimed straight at Lu Yuanhao. Lu Yuanhao was astounded by this, and he slapped his palms towards the space before him, causing it to warp strangely. Within that strangely warped expanse of space was a ray of sword light that had been warped as well. In next to no time, the sword light was twisted into pieces. Lu Yuanhao raised his head and looked over, and he saw the sword spirit standing by Yang Ye's side. Two Saint Realm experts. Lu Yuanhao took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't take it by force at all. It wasn't just because Yang Yi had two Saint Realm experts by his side. It was also because the bolts of divine lightning were only around 20 m away from them. If Yang Yi were to disperse the sword domain, then he would be instantly obliterated. Yang Yi, you've given up your final chance to survive. Lu Yuanhao glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he tore a talisman apart. As soon as it was torn, A huge black, colored hand stretched down from the horizon and grabbed Lu Yuanhao. Right when the hand was about to return from where it came, a dark violet bolt of divine lightning suddenly shot out from the eye of the heaven Tao, and it struck the enormous hand. The enormous hand instantly became translucent, and it seemed like it would disperse at any moment. Oomph! A cold grunt suddenly resounded. It sounded like it was right here, yet it also sounded like it was thousands of kilometers away. That enormous hand seemed to fear something, so it didn't attack the eye of the heaven Tao, and it merely took Lu Yuanhao with it and vanished from the sky. The sword spirit spoke abruptly. "You're going to die." Yang Yi nodded. "I know." She asked, "What are you planning on doing?" Yang Yi lowered his head to glance at Yinin, and then he rubbed her head. "Don't be afraid. Even if we're going to die, you still have me." "Yinin isn't afraid while I'm by Big Brother's side," replied Yinin. "Ha ha ha." Yang Yi roared madly with laughter, and he laughed for quite some time before he looked up at the eye in the sky. His face was covered in madness and ferocity as he said, "One swing of my sword. Either you or I shall die." The sword spirit gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she transformed into the ancient sheath and floated before Yang Yi. Moreover, there was a sword within the sheath. Heaven rend. Yang Yi took the ancient sheath in his left hand and took the sword's hilt in his right before he drew it. Bang! The dozens of dark, violet bolts of divine lightning in the air above Yang Yi were instantly blasted into pieces. Chapter 809. A sword howl shot into the sky. Merely the sword howl shattered the hundreds of dark violet bolts of divine lightning in the air above Yang Yi, and Yang Yi's own clothes exploded apart. Moreover, cracks were spreading like a spiderweb throughout his body while blood surged out incessantly from them. However, his sword had only been drawn halfway. As if it sensed how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was, the ethereal eye in the sky blinked, and then a dark violet bolt of divine lightning which was over 3 kilometers long emerged from it. However, doing that made it even more ethereal, and it seemed like it would disperse from the slightest gust of wind. Of course, Yang Yi was in an even worse state than it. At this moment, it wasn't just his body that had cracked apart. Even his face and hands were in a similar state. Moreover, more and more cracks were appearing, causing him to seem extremely terrifying. Yang Yi stared fixedly at the eye of the heaven, saw, while he held tightly onto the hilt of the sword precursor, and his hand was trembling. "Big brother." Yinin's tears immediately started flowing when she saw Yang Yi in such a state. A short while passed before she raised her head and looked up into the sky, and her face was covered in fury. "I'll eat you." Yinin shot up into the air while an enormous mouth that blotted out the sky appeared above her, and it shot towards the enormous bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The enormous mouth was instantly blasted into pieces, and then the huge dark violet bolt of divine lightning continued down towards Yinin, causing her face to turn ghastly pale. Yinin. Yang Yi was overwhelmed with rage and worry. Suddenly, a ray of white light appeared in the sky, and it instantly arrived in front of Yinin. After that, it enveloped her before it flashed once more, and it vanished into the sky. Grandpa Whitebeard. Yang Yi faintly heard Yinin's cry when the white light was about to vanish. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that it was definitely the old man who'd taught Yinin the Heaven Devourer technique, and he felt that the old man's strength was sufficient to keep Yinin safe. Meanwhile, the divine lightning had arrived above Yang Yi's head, and it was less than 300 m away. Yang Yi took a deep breath while resolve flashed through his eyes. He knew that he didn't have much time left because he was starting to suffer the backlash from the intent ignition technique. He had 10 breaths of time at most before his cultivation would drop to God knows where. Moreover, he might even explode and die on the spot. So, when he thought of that, a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes, and he gripped the sword tightly and pulled. Oem! The sword precursor was accompanied by a sword howl as it shot out from the ancient sheath and charged up into the sky. The sword howl surged through the world and caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Besides the enormous bolt of dark violet divine lightning above Yang Yi, All the other divine lightning were instantly blasted into pieces, and they transformed into bits of energy that covered the sky. As for the sword precursor, it emanated a dazzling glow as it shot up into the sky. A moment of silence ensued when it came into contact with the enormous bolt of divine lightning, and then it sliced through the divine lightning with ease. The sword precursor sliced through the sky and stabbed the eye of the heaven Tao. Hiss! Countless strands of sword energy sprayed out from the sword precursor, and one after the other smashed against the eye. Bang! It only took 3 breaths of time for the eye of the heaven Tao to explode into pieces before Yang Ye's eyes. Bang! After that, another enormous explosion resounded, and then everything within Yang Ye's field of vision warped as rumbling resounded by his ear. He wanted to do something about it, but he was rendered completely helpless, because he couldn't even lift a finger. It wasn't just his fingers that he couldn't move, he couldn't even open his eyes. After his eyes closed, Yang Yi felt pain, extreme pain. It was so strong that it actually allowed him to regain slight consciousness when he was on the verge of fainting. He wasn't able to open his eyes, and he could only feel that something in the surroundings seemed to be tearing him open, and the sharp pain that struck deep within his bones caused him to desire immediate death. Time flowed by slowly. However, the sharp pain still remained, and it was even growing stronger. On the contrary, his consciousness was growing more and more blurry, and even the sharp pain that struck deep within his bones couldn't clear his mind. Yang Yi thought about many things before he fell fully unconscious. There was a Nanjing, Xiao Yushi, Ding Xiaoyao, Yang Yinxue. Suddenly, Yang Yi felt like he was pushed by something, and then his consciousness grew completely blurred before he fell unconscious. Suddenly, Yang Yi heard voices. He wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't no matter what. He wanted to move his limbs, but they felt like they didn't even belong to him. What's going on? Yang Yi was horrified. However, he quickly calmed himself down. Another long period passed before his hard work paid off, and he could finally open his eyes slowly. A ray of light appeared in his field of vision. It was extremely dazzling, and it made him close his eyes again. At this moment, while his mind was still extremely heavy, he heaved a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He tried hard to recall what exactly had occurred before this, but he couldn't recall anything no matter how hard he tried. His memory stopped at the moment the eye of the heaven Tao was slashed apart, and the remaining part was completely blank. One who survives great calamity is destined for good fortune. Yang Yi stopped thinking about that. All he knew was that he was alive, and the important matter at hand was to recover. He scanned his body, and then a strand of panic instantly surged out from his heart and covered his entire body. My sword intent has fallen to the 1st level. My cultivation has fallen to the 1 strength of the mortal realm. My meridians have shattered. It isn't just my meridians, even all my bones have split apart. That's why I can't move. Of course, all of that wasn't a huge deal. The main problem was that the primordial pagoda had actually returned back to the form of the tiny vortex. He couldn't get in anymore. Qingshi, Little Yao, Xia, Lei Lin. What am I to do about all of them? Will they be fine? Yang Yi was truly struck with panic when he thought about all of them. He hadn't expected the primordial pagoda to actually transform back into the tiny vortex. A short while passed before Yang Yi worked hard to calm himself. He knew that he absolutely couldn't fall into a state of panic right now. The 1st level of the primordial pagoda is a world of its own. Qingshi and the others should be fine in there. And probably the reason why it's in the form of the tiny vortex again, and I must recover my strength to access the pagoda again. Yang Yi wasn't trying to console himself. After all, the little girl, Xiao Qi, had been in there for so long. So, he felt that Su Qingshi and the others would be fine as well. However, their strengths were far inferior to Xiao Qi, and Xiao Qi was a comparatively special existence. So, he was very well aware that he had to regain access to it as soon as possible. Otherwise, Su Qingshi and the others would definitely be in danger. I have to recover my strength. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel troubled when he thought up to this point. After all, he couldn't even absorb spirit energy right now. Not only was he unable to absorb spirit energy, he didn't even have the ability to move. In short, he was a true cripple right now. The sword spirit. Suddenly, Yang Yi thought of the sword spirit. What happened to her? He hurriedly tried to contact her. However, he received no reply at all. Yang Yi was quite anxious. Fortunately, it didn't take long for him to sense that there was something pressing down on him, and he used all his willpower to move his hand to his chest. He instantly heaved a huge sigh of relief when he touched the thing on his chest because it was the ancient sheath. What a strange sword sheath. Suddenly, a female voice that was extremely pleasant to the ear resounded from the side, and then a wave of refreshing fragrance assaulted his nose. Young Miss Fan, please watch yourself. Meanwhile, the icy cold voice of a man entered Yang Yi's ears, and then, bang! Yang Yi suddenly felt sharp pain come from his stomach, and then his figure was blasted flying and only stopped upon crashing against a wall. Hiss! Yang Yi couldn't help but gasp because it felt like his bones were about to shatter. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a man and a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her face was fair and smooth, her eyes tender like water, but they carried faint coldness and seemed to be able to see through everything. She wore a light green dress that was dragged against the ground while a green belt with cloud patterns was wrapped around her waist, causing the curves of her waist to be even more prominent. Of course, Yang Yi's gaze didn't stop on the women, and it had descended onto the man instead. He just glanced at the man's face before he withdrew his gaze. Yilang, he's just a beggar. The woman glanced indifferently at the man and spoke flatly. No man is allowed to get close to young Miss Fan. That's the young master's orders, replied the man. Do you think that I would take interest in a beggar? The woman glanced at Yilang, and then she walked over to Yang Yi and gestured with her hand. The ancient sheath flew over into her grasp. She sized it up for a moment, and then her brows knit together slightly. A long time passed before she flicked a white pill into Yang Yi's mouth and said, "While this pill can't repair your meridians, it should be sufficient to repair your bones. My Fan clan lacks a horsekeeper. You should be able to do the job once you've recovered." As she spoke, she held Yang Yi's ancient sheath in her hand as she turned around and left. The man glanced at Yang Yi as a cold glow flashed through his eyes. However, he hesitated for a moment when he noticed Yang Yi's cultivation and the state Yang Yi's body was in. He shook his head, turned around, and left in the end. He felt that he really didn't have to act against a cripple. It didn't take long for two men to arrive by Yang Yi's side, and they carried him away. While the woman had taken the ancient sheath, Yang Yi didn't feel sad at all, because he was pleasantly surprised to notice his broken bones slowly healing upon consuming that medicinal pill. In other words, while he couldn't recover his strength yet, he had the ability to move now. Of course, there was an even more important matter that he needed to attend to, and it was to figure out exactly where he was. End of Book 6. Chapter 8-10. Book 7. The Outer Heavens 3 days later. Yang Yi obtained quite a bit of information. This world was called the Radiant Dimension. As for whether it was the Outer Heavens that the people of Profounder Continent spoke about, he wasn't really sure. The Radiant Dimension had 5 prefectures: the Pine Prefecture, the Cloud Prefecture, the Wave Prefecture, the Darkness Prefecture, and the Central Divine Prefecture. Every single prefecture was extremely vast, and there was once a Saint Realm expert that hadn't even been able to explore the entire Central Divine Prefecture after dedicating his entire lifetime to it. He was in the Pine Prefecture right now. There were no kingdoms in this prefecture, and there were only countless sects and clans. All of these clans and sects were strictly divided into ranks, and these ranks were the Bronze rank, the Silver rank, the Gold rank, the Platinum rank, the Diamond rank, and the Titanium rank. The Fan clan which he resided in was one of those clans, but it was a small clan that couldn't even be considered to be a Bronze rank clan. Something worth mentioning was that the realms of cultivations for the cultivators here wasn't very different to the Profounders of Profounder Continent. The only difference was that there weren't 9 ranks in every realm of cultivation beneath the Half-Saint realm. All of them were compressed into 3 ranks: the high rank, mid rank, and low rank. It was the same for cultivation techniques, combat techniques, and treasures. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the bed in his room, and his eyes were closed as he carefully scanned his injuries. He had no doubt that the injuries and side effects he suffered right now were the worst he'd ever suffered. His sword intent had dropped to the 1st level, while his cultivation was dropped to the mortal realm. The most serious part was that his meridians were broken apart, so he couldn't even absorb spirit energy. Since he couldn't do that, he couldn't access the primordial pagoda again, and he couldn't utilize the primordial violet energy within it to recover. There was one more thing that was even worse and even more urgent. He only had less than 3 months to live. That was a very troublesome and difficult problem. Of course, the important matter at hand was to recover his strength as soon as possible. If he didn't have strength in this unfamiliar world, then he might not even live for 3 months. However, he couldn't resolve this problem right now because the primordial pagoda couldn't be accessed. Besides the ancient sheath, he truly had nothing left in his possession. After all his spirit stones, techniques, and treasures were stored within the primordial pagoda. Looks like I have to temporarily put aside my desire to search for Yushi and in Nanjing. My main goal should be to find a way to keep myself alive and recover my strength. After he figured it all out, Yang Yi walked over to the copper mirror in his room. An extremely ugly person was reflected in the mirror. He had white hair, and the left side of his face seemed to have been slashed by a sharp blade and was covered in scars, and those scars crisscrossed throughout the left side of his face. Even Yang Yi was shocked by his own appearance. It wasn't just his face. Even his entire body was covered in such scars. It was like he'd been cut 1,000,000 times. He knew that it was definitely caused by some sort of unknown force while he was unconscious. If I'm ugly, then I am. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he turned around and left the room. Since he recovered the ability to move, the Fan clan had given him a job, and it was to take care of the horses. He wasn't against it, and he had no intention to leave for now. If he left the Fan clan in his current state, then he would die before he even realized it. Moreover, the ancient sheath was still in that woman, Fanli's, possession. The Fan clan was naturally nothing in Pine Prefecture, but it could be considered as one of the overlords in Skywind City. The spirit energy in the radiant dimension really was much denser than the spirit energy on Profounder Continent. Even the hallowed ground's spirit energy couldn't compare to it. So, cultivating here was definitely much faster than it was on the continent. Of course, there was a flaw in this, and it was that the foundations of many cultivators here couldn't compare to the profounders of Profounder Continent. In short, the radiant dimension was definitely better than Profounder Continent. After all, the spirit energy here was truly too abundant. The Fan clan's horses were naturally no ordinary horses. They were Pegasus horses that were ranked, and they were equivalent to Exalt rank demon beasts. However, they were comparatively gentle and weren't aggressive. Their only virtue was their speed, and it far surpassed the speed of an ordinary Exalt realm expert. Yang Yi had just arrived at the stables when an old man who seemed like a manager hurriedly walked over with an anxious expression. "Little Yang, quickly feed the horses. The eldest young Miss and young Miss Lee from Stellar Sky City intend to head out to the city in a while. Hurry up. They're about to get here." The old man swiftly vanished from Yang Yi's field of vision. Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. The old man was the manager of the Fan clan stables, and they called him Manager Ma. The old man had taken care of him when Head just arrived here. While the Fan clan's strength wasn't really great, it was very wealthy. It was considered the wealthiest clan in Skywind City, and it showed from how they fed the horses with top-grade energy stones. It didn't take long for 3 women to appear within Yang Yi's field of vision. Yang Yi and the others who took care of the horses stood aside, and there was a Pegasus by each of their sides. All of them kept their heads lowered and seemed extremely respectful, as that was what Manager Ma had ordered. Of course, Yang Yi stood quite behind, so he didn't have his head lowered and was looking at them. The woman at the center of the group was that woman who took his ancient sheath, and she was Fanli, the eldest young miss of the Fan clan. There was a young girl around the age of 16 on Fanli's left, and the young girl was holding a sword in her hand. The young girl's appearance was very similar to Fanli, and Yang Yi knew that she was the second young miss of the Fan clan, Fanming. A woman in a green dress was on Fanli's right. She was extremely beautiful, and she had an extraordinary bearing that rivaled Fanli. Fanming suddenly spoke. "Big sister, I want to go with both of you later." Fan Li's beautiful brows creased as she said, "It's too dangerous." OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from Fan Ming's sword, and both Fan Li and the other woman were slightly stunned. It didn't take long for a wisp of pleasant surprise to flash through Fan Li's eyes. "Your sword intent has arrived at the 4th level?" Fan Ming had a complacent expression in her eyes. "Of course. I attained the 4th level 2 days ago." "See, big sister. While I'm only at the low rank of the spirit realm, I don't even have to fear a high-ranked spirit realm expert. So, let me go with both of you, all right? I can help." Meanwhile, the woman by Fan Li's side spoke. She was able to attain the 4th level of sword intent at just the age of 16. Little Ming's natural talent isn't bad. If she can attain the 6th level this year, then she'll be able to join the ancient sword school, and if she works hard, she might even be able to surpass the Sword Emperor, Lu Weiner. Lu Weiner. Yang Yes' pupils constricted slightly. He hadn't expected that he would actually hear about Lu Weiner while he was here. At the same time, he heaved a huge sigh of relief because since Lu Weiner was safe, then in Nanjing and the others were probably safe as well. Yang Yi took a few steps forward, and he gazed at them as he wanted to hear even more information about Lu Weiner. Fan Li shook her head and said, "Lu Weiner is only 20 now, but she's already at the Monarch realm, and her sword intent attained the 1st level of the Heaven rank 3 years ago. Moreover, she possesses the Void Sword physique. While Little Ming's natural talent in the Sword Dao isn't bad, she's much more inferior to Lu Weiner." 3 years ago? Yang Yes' brows knit together slightly. "Was I unconscious for 3 years?" Fan Ming grunted coldly and said, "Don't look down on me, big sister. I'm only 16 now. I'll definitely be stronger than Lu Weiner when I'm 20. Fan Li rubbed her younger sister's head while a trace of affection flashed through her eyes. "If you really want to help big sister, then work hard on your cultivation, attain the 6th level of sword intent, and join the ancient sword school. Big sister won't have to marry that scoundrel from the Lin clan if I join the ancient sword school, right?" Fan Ming raised her head to gaze at Fan Li while she spoke seriously. Fan Li was slightly stunned, and then her face turned cold as she shouted, "Don't speak such words. It's the truth." Fan Ming continued, "You never liked him. If the Lin clan didn't threaten us, then you—" Slap. Fan Li suddenly slapped Fan Ming and shouted furiously, "Go back now." Fan Ming was stunned, and then she burst into tears before turning around and running away. The woman in a green dress shot a glance at Fan Li when she witnessed this scene, and she just smiled in silence. Fan Li turned around to look at the woman in a green dress. "I'm sorry you had to see that, young Miss Li Qingyi. I failed to educate her well." Li Qingyi smiled and said, "Don't mention it. Your sister is a genius, and her natural talent will definitely allow her to enter the ancient sword school in the future. So long as she does, then the Fan clan will be the #1 clan in Skywind City. Of course, if she really can't join the ancient sword school, then the doors of my stellar Sky City will always be open for her." "Thank you for the kind words." Fan Li turned around to gaze at the horses at the side, and she said, "Our journey to Broken Sky Mountain Range is a long one, so choose a mount, young Miss Li." Li Qingyi's gaze swept through the horses. In the end, her gaze descended onto the Pegasus by Yang Yes' side. "I'll take that one." Yang Yi led the horse over to her when he heard her, and then he was about to turn around and leave. However, Li Qingyi suddenly said, "Stop." Yang Yi stopped and turned around to look at her. "Yes, young Miss Li?" Manager Ma hurriedly went over to Yang Yes' side when he witnessed this scene, and he spoke softly, "Little Yang, you have to kneel when you speak to the young misses." Quickly. "Kneel?" Yang Yes' brows knit together slightly, and then he shook his head. Manager Ma's face instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene, and then he kept shooting warning glances at Yang Yi. Li Qingyi smiled, and then she gazed at Fan Li and said, "Young Miss Fan, this servant of yours is quite interesting." Fan Li gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I'll give you one last chance." Yang Yi knew that she would definitely strike him if he didn't kneel. She was at the Exalt realm while he was only at the Mortal realm, so he would definitely not be a match for her. Even then, could he kneel? Kill him. Fan Li spoke indifferently when she saw Yang Yi remain silent, and her gaze was icy cold and completely without emotions. What the fuck? The corners of Yang Yes' mouth twitched. She really doesn't treat us as living people. It was definitely impossible for him to fight her. Since he couldn't use his hand, he could only use his mouth. When he saw two guards approaching, Yang Yi hurriedly gazed at Li Qingyi and said, "Young Miss Li, I like you." Everyone here was stunned. Yang Yi's own mind was blank at this moment. What did I just say? Author's note: such segments are common in fantasy novels. When they ascend from a lower dimension to a higher dimension, the main character usually transforms from a powerful expert into a weakling. It's the same for the supreme experts of the lower dimension. They become weak and common like dogs in the higher dimension. I'm sure you've read similar segments in other novels. I myself love reading, especially fantasy novels, but even I want to curse at such plots. So, I don't intend to write something like that. Of course, this world is definitely different from Profounder Continent, and you've only seen the tip of the iceberg. Allow me to slowly reveal it to you. Chapter 811. You're courting death. Fanli roared furiously and flicked with her finger, causing a powerful strand of wind to shoot towards the center of Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. If it was in the past, then he would be fine even if he just stood there and let it hit him. Yet now, it was sufficient to kill him in an instant. While he didn't have his strength anymore, he had his discerning ability, and her attack was covered in flaws under the detection of his enlightened sword heart. However, the sad thing was that he couldn't dodge it at all. At this moment, his movement couldn't keep up with his mind at all. Moreover, it was pointless even if it could because the gap between their current strengths was truly too huge. Of course, Yang Yi wasn't entirely incapable of protecting himself. After all, he still had 2 strands of sword intent from the sword sect's founding ancestor. That sword intent had instantly blasted a half-saint flying that day. The woman before her was only at the Exalt realm, so she couldn't resist the might of that sword intent at all. Had hoped to keep them so he could absorb them and strengthen his own sword intent in the future. Yet now, he was even about to lose his life, so he naturally wouldn't continue trying to save it. Right when Yang Yi was about to activate it, a ray of white light suddenly struck Fan Li's attack, and it immediately dispersed. Fan Li's brows knit together slightly, and then she looked at the woman in a green dress. Li Qingyi smiled and said, "Fan Li, this servant of yours is very interesting. I'd like to have a chat with him." Fan Li glanced at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of hostility in her eyes. However, she didn't dare refuse Li Qingyi. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he only had 2 strands of sword intent from the unfettered one, so it was best if he could save them. Of course, he didn't let his guard down because Head said something brainless in that moment of desperation, and he didn't know what she was thinking. She sized him up and said, "I noticed something just now. Besides you, everyone else had their heads lowered, and you were even constantly looking at us. Moreover, your eyes are very calm when you face us, and there isn't a trace of nervousness in them. Even when Fan Li attacked you, you were still very calm. Young man, you're really not ordinary." Yang Yi's heart shook. So she has been paying attention to me since the beginning. The smiled and said, "See, just like this very moment. You're still so calm." As she spoke, she gazed at Fan Li and said, "Fan Li, do you know about his background?" Fan Li glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I picked him up on the streets, and I gave him a job cause he seemed pitiable. Just as you said, perhaps he had some background in the past, but it doesn't matter. No matter how dazzling he was in the past, he's only a cripple now. I presume you've noticed that his meridians have broken apart, and the severity of it is something that even a monarch realm expert can't mend." She gazed at Yang Yi when she spoke up to this point. "I don't like to owe others. I took your sword sheath, so I gave you a chance to live. However, you must remember that a person should get his attitude right. Perhaps you were once a formidable figure, but you're only a horsekeeper now. If you can't realize that, then you might die on the streets someday." Yang Yi glanced at her and didn't speak a word. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi suddenly smiled. "You don't seem like someone who exercises forbearance. What? Aren't you going to say something? Like the times change? Don't bully a young man when he's weak. Or you can look down on me now, but it'll be too high above you in the future." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched this woman. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "She's very right. Isn't she?" Actually, he knew that even if family didn't say a thing, he wasn't the old Yang Yi who could slaughter half-saints like they were dogs. He was only at the mortal realm now, and he was one who didn't have the ability to fight at all. Just as family said, if he didn't get his attitude straight now, then he would really die before he even realized it. Family glanced at Yang Yi with a trace of surprise. Li Qingyi gradually restrained her smile, and she gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, "You said you liked me. Is that true?" Yang Yi remained silent. Li Qingyi suddenly cracked a smile and said, "I'm not one to judge a person by his appearance. But to be honest, you really are a little too ugly. Besides that, you're too weak as well. To be realistic, you aren't qualified to like me. Young man, use your brain when you speak in the future, or even death wouldn't be the worst outcome." Then what sort of strength would be needed to be qualified to like you? Yang Yi was suddenly a little interested. Li Qingyi gazed at Yang Yi, shook her head, and chuckled. After that, she got on the horse and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. "I got disregarded." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Family suddenly said, "Do you know who she is?" Yang Yi shook his head in response. Family turned to look at Yang Yi. There's a city situated tens of thousands of kilometers away, and it's called Stellar Sky City. The city governor's estate there is the only silver rank organization in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. She is the next governor of that estate. Yet you said you liked her? I don't know if you were telling the truth, or if it was some sort of extreme method to protect yourself. In short, no matter what, you have to understand your current identity and status. Otherwise, even death might not be the worst outcome. Yang Yi smiled and didn't speak a word. Family suddenly said, "That sword sheath really was extraordinary. So, you're definitely not an ordinary person. Tell me what your true identity is." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I've lost my memories. I can't remember many things." Family gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then she said, "Remember that you're only a horsekeeper. Since you're a horsekeeper, then you should act like one. They'll kick you out of the Fan clan if you do that again." As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed onto a horse and vanished into the sky. "You took my sword sheath yet speak like you're upright and your actions were justified." Yang Yi shook his head as he watched her leave, and then he turned around and returned to his room. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on his bed and opened his open. There was a top-grade energy stone there. It was something Head secretly kept when he fed the horses earlier. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swallow it. He couldn't absorb spirit energy from the outside world because his meridians were shattered and clogged, so it was utterly impossible for him to absorb spirit energy from the outside world. The only other method was to absorb it internally. As soon as it entered his body, bits of spirit energy appeared within his body. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that after the spirit energy was transformed into profound energy within him, it was actually violet-colored. Even though it wasn't true primordial violet energy, it wasn't ordinary profound energy. That made Yang Yi feel overjoyed, because the regenerative capabilities of the violet energy caused the meridians within him to slowly heal. Even though it was very slow, it allowed him to see hope. However, it didn't take long for a bitter expression to appear on his face because the energy within that top-grade energy stone was exhausted. After it was converted into violet profound energy, only a very little amount remained. It was so little that it didn't really have much effect. "I need even more energy stones. It's best for them to be extreme-grade energy stones or other treasures that contain energy." But he faced a problem. The primordial pagoda was closed to him, so where would he get such energy stones? "Do I have no choice but to steal more horse food? That won't work, and it's utterly useless." Suddenly, the door to his room was opened. Yang Yi had just opened his eyes when a sword was against his neck. It was the Fan clan's second young miss, Fan Meng. "Ugly fellow, help me steal a horse." Fan Meng spoke coldly. Yang Yi secretly prepared the unfettered one-sword intent before he said, "Second young miss, if you want a horse, then can't you just head to the stables and get one? Why ask me to steal one for you?" "Manager Ma refuses to give one to me, and he says that it's because of my older sister's orders." Fan Meng spoke angrily, You take care of the horses, so they wouldn't be vigilant against you if you go take a horse. I'm telling you right now, I'll kill you if you dare to refuse me." Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "Second, young miss, there are so many horse keepers here. Why ask me?" "Because you're the bravest," Fan Ming continued. "All the others fear my older sister, so they would definitely not dare to help me steal a horse. I was watching earlier and noticed that you don't seem to fear my older sister, so I came looking for you." When she spoke up to this point, she moved her sword forward against Yang Yi's throat and said, "I am telling you not to hesitate, or I won't be able to catch up to them." Yang Yi's face darkened. He said, "Your older sister will kill me if she knows that I stole a horse for you." Fan Ming spoke angrily. "You're a man, yet you're actually afraid of death? Are you even a man? What the fuck?" Yang Yi's face twitched. Her logic is truly beyond me. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant and said, "Will I benefit from helping you? You want benefits?" Fan Ming was slightly stunned. "The benefit is that I won't kill you." Yang Yi was speechless. Yang Yi said, "Give me 10. No, give me 100 top-grade energy stones, and it'll help you. All right?" He realized that she was determined to get the horse. Since he couldn't refuse, then he had no choice but to get something from her. Yang Yi had just finished speaking when a spatial ring appeared in front of him. Fan Ming said, "You're really a loser. You actually only asked for 100. There are 1,000 here, and they're all yours now. Go on and quickly steal a horse for me. 1000 top-grade energy stones." Yang Yi took a deep breath. If he absorbed the energy within all of them, then he could advance to the King realm at the very least. So long as that happened, then he could leave the Fan clan. As for the ancient sheath, it wouldn't be too late to get it later. Yang Yi stopped hesitating before such temptation, and he went to help her steal a horse. Because he was one of the horse keepers, so he was able to accomplish it with absolute ease. Fan Ming was delighted when she saw the Pegasus, and she hurriedly got onto it. She was just about to leave when she seemed to have thought of something, and she turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. She said, "You'll definitely go report this once I leave, and it'll definitely be taken back if that happens." "That won't do. You must come with me." As she spoke, she didn't even allow Yang Yi to refuse. She immediately grabbed Yang Yi, tossed him behind herself, urged the horse forward, and vanished into the sky. Chapter 8:12. Yang Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected this little girl to actually take him along. Could he even endure the speed of the horse in his current state? No. So, his face instantly warped from the strong winds that struck him upon their ascent into the air. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak at all. So, he had no choice but to hold tightly onto her and press his face against her back. He really felt so aggrieved, and curses were surging through his heart. Fan Ming had never been so close to a man before, so she instantly flared up when she recovered from her shock. "Hey, what are you doing? Quickly let me go or he'll throw you off." How could Yang Yi dare to do that? Not only did he ignore her, he even held tighter onto her. However, he seemed to have wrapped his hands around the wrong position in this moment of desperation, and he felt something soft in his hands. It just so happened that he even squeezed on them. As soon as he realized what it was, he knew that it was over. Sure enough. It'll kill you." Fan Ming's voice resounded through the sky. Right when she drew her sword and was about to strike Yang Yi, a ray of golden light suddenly shot up from below. It was extremely swift to the point even Fan Ming couldn't detect it. However, Yang Yi had both seen it and sensed it. He didn't hesitate to hold her and twist their bodies off the horse. Fan Ming was furious, but she was immediately stunned when she saw the horse exploding into pieces. "Stop daydreaming. Quickly think of a way to deal with this situation, or we're both dead." Yang Yi held tightly onto her and couldn't help but roar furiously when he noticed that she was still stunned. Had just finished speaking when a powerful gust of wind shot into his mouth, causing him to hurriedly shut it. Meanwhile, Fan Ming finally recovered from her shock, and she quickly utilized her profound energy to form a pair of wings. But their figures had only just stopped falling when another ray of golden light shot towards them. It was extremely swift, and the energy it contained was extraordinarily terrifying. Fan Ming merely took a single glance at it before she knew that she was absolutely incapable of resisting it. At this moment, her face turned ghastly pale. Pour your profound energy into your sword and enhance it with sword intent. Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Fan Ming's hand, which held her sword, and shouted. While she was puzzled, she still did as he said, because she had no other choice right now. As soon as she poured her profound energy and sword intent into her sword, the golden ray of light was just 3 inches away from her. Suddenly, she felt her hand move, and then the gold light stopped. A moment of silence ensued, and then an explosion resounded as the golden light exploded apart. Moreover, the aftershock from the explosion blasted both of them down from midair. There was a huge tree on the ground below, and a man who held a longbow in his hand was frowning. How could that be possible? That little girl is only at the low rank of the spirit realm. Even if she possesses 4th level sword intent, it's still impossible for her to stop my arrow. This is quite strange. He remained silent on the spot for a short while, and then he flashed over to the position Yang Yi and Fan Ming descended to. At this moment, Yang Yi and Fan Ming were in quite bad shape. They didn't die from the fall because they fell into a forest, and the trees had slowed down their fall. Of course, it wasn't pleasant, especially for Yang Yi because he was at the bottom when both of them crashed to the ground. His current physical body wasn't the same as it used to be, and he almost lost his life from the fall. This won't do. I must recover as soon as possible, or he'll die sooner or later. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a muscle. Suddenly, he felt coldness come from his throat. He opened his eyes and saw that Fan Ming had placed her sword against his throat. Who exactly are you? Fan Ming's eyes were filled with excitement and happiness. That strike earlier seemed to have struck the weakest point on that golden ray of light, and then, I don't know how to describe it. You describe it. She seemed to be too excited and wasn't able to speak smoothly. Yang Yi said, "Can you put your sword down first?" She really keeps raising her sword at all times. Fan Ming replied, Tell me the truth. Why exactly did you come to our fan clan? Oh, I know. When she spoke up to this point, she withdrew her sword and came close to Yang Yi before she grinned. You definitely like my older sister, so you concealed your strength and came to our clan to approach her, right? You don't have to say anything. I'm sure that it's definitely the reason. Yang Yi was quite stunned. Meanwhile, Fan Ming suddenly patted him on the shoulder. You know, I'm the closest to my big sister. So long as I speak on your behalf, then it'll simply be beyond easy for you to pursue her. However, you have to teach me that move you used just now. Yang Yi was quite amused when he heard this. He knew that while what he did just now seemed very simple, a sword cultivator would definitely realize that it wasn't simple at all. Obviously, the little girl before him had taken him to be an expert. While she seemed to be careless, she wasn't stupid at all, and she was actually quite cunning. Yang Yi said, Let's put that aside for now. That fellow who's pursuing you will definitely not give up. It's best for us to leave this place as soon as possible. Fan Ming waved her hand and spoke heroically. You're so strong. So what would we have to fear? You can just kill him when he gets here. I guarantee that he'll praise you in front of my big sister. Can you please take a look at what sort of state I'm in right now? I can't even move. How am I supposed to kill him? I think I'd be the one who's killed. Yang Yi really wanted to slap her flying because she was really too silly, right? She sized him up and said, Then what should we do? I'll definitely be unable to escape if I bring you along. Then leave yourself. Yang Yi spoke calmly. Isn't that not right? Fan Ming was quite embarrassed. After all, Yang Yi had saved her life just now. Yang Yi said, It doesn't matter. You'll definitely have a chance to escape if you leave by yourself. You might not have a chance if you take me along. You are the one who said that. She spoke softly. Yang Yi nodded and said, Leave quickly. It'll be too late if you still don't act. Fan Ming nodded, and then she turned around and ran away. Yang Yi shook his head when he saw that, and then he withdrew some top-grade energy stones and swallowed them before starting to absorb the energy within them. He didn't blame her because there was no relationship between them, so how could she possibly allow herself to fall into a hopeless situation for his sake? Suddenly, Fan Ming returned to Yang Yi. She didn't speak a single word and just carried him on her back before fleeing towards the distance. Yang Yi was stunned for quite some time, and then he asked, "Why did you come back?" She replied, "You saved me earlier, and I would really feel regretful if I just allowed you to be killed. I heard that not having a clear mind is bad for the sword Dao." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, "Did you learn the sword Dao on your own, or has someone been teaching you?" She spoke in quite an aggrieved tone. "While our clan is quite wealthy, it isn't capable of hiring a formidable sword cultivator. Moreover, the ancient sword school refuses to accept me. So, I learned everything on my own or asked my big sister for guidance. But she doesn't know much about the sword Dao as well." He asked, "Why were you refused by the ancient sword school?" She explained, "Their minimum requirement is the 6th level of sword intent, and that person can't be older than 16 years old. I'm already 16 now, so if I can't join in this year, they'll never have another chance. If I can't join the ancient sword school, then I won't be able to help my big sister. At that time, she'd definitely be forced to marry that scoundrel from the Yi clan." Yang Yi shook his head, and then he rubbed her head and said, "They'll teach you then." "Really?" Fan Ming seemed to be pleasantly surprised. Yang Yi nodded. "Of course, but you can't tell your older sister." "Why?" She was quite puzzled. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Even you've realized that I'm heavily injured right now, and my strength hasn't recovered. If my enemies find out about the state that I'm in, then they'll definitely come to kill me. So, I can only teach you in secret." Actually, he wasn't lying. He hadn't forgotten that Lu Yuanhao was in the outer heavens. If Lu Yuanhao found out that he was still alive, then he would be utterly incapable of fighting Lu Yuanhao with his current strength. "You were definitely an extremely formidable figure in the past, right?" Fan Ming's voice carried a trace of excitement, as if she'd found a treasure trove. He replied, "I was just ordinary." "Were you as formidable as Lu Weiner? You know, she's at the monarch realm, and she even possesses heaven-rank sword intent. I even heard that she possesses the void sword physique. Even though I don't know what that is, it seems to be very formidable. Besides that, she even defeated numerous geniuses of the ancient sword school." When she spoke about Lu Weiner, Fan Ming's voice actually carried adoration. "Lu Weiner?" Yang Yi smiled yet stayed silent. Actually, he wanted to see Lu Weiner as well. However, the state he was in right now didn't allow it. "Right. Our clan wouldn't have to suffer being threatened by the Yi clan if I was that strong, and my big sister wouldn't have to marry someone she doesn't like." Fan Ming seemed to be slightly sad. Yang Yi said, "There's no rush. You can take it slow." He suddenly frowned when he spoke up to this point, and then he said, "Stop." Even though she was puzzled, Fan Ming still stopped. At this moment, Yang Yi had recovered a little of his ability to move after nurturing himself with spirit energy. So he turned around and looked towards the distance. He is caught up. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, a man who wore a black embroidered rope and carried an ink-black longbow appeared within their fields of vision. The divine archer, Lu Wufeng. Fan Ming's face turned pale when she saw him. Yang Yi frowned as well because the man was at the low rank of the Exalt realm, and that was an entire realm of cultivation higher than Fan Ming. Yang Yi shook his head, took Fan Ming's hand, and then walked towards Lu Wufeng as he said, "I've been waiting for you." At the same time, he said in his heart, "I have no choice but to put on a show this time." He was waiting for me? The man who was about to attack was stunned when he heard Yang Yi. Chapter 8:13. The Divine Archer Lu Wufeng. He's said to be the #1 expert at the Exalt realm within our city. Even my big sister is extremely fearful of him. Fan Ming was afraid that Yang Yi would underestimate the enemy, so she hurriedly spoke in a low voice. I've sent a transmission talisman to my big sister. Will be saved once she arrives." The #1 expert in the Exalt realm? Ha ha ha. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, and then he started roaring with laughter. This time, it wasn't just Lu Wufeng who was stunned. Even Fan Ming was dazed. Yang Yi laughed for a while before he walked slowly towards Lu Wufeng, while pulling Fan Ming along with him. He said, "One strike of my sword. Resist just a single strike and he'll spare your life." His tone was carefree as if Lu Wufeng was trash. Fan Ming blinked while a trace of admiration appeared in her eyes. While he's only at the mortal realm, his bearing is absolutely not something a mortal realm cultivator can possess. That arrow of mine should have been crushed by him. He's absolutely not ordinary since he was able to do that with such ease. Lu Wufeng didn't attack, and his expression grew even more serious. Yang Yi continued leading Fan Ming towards Lu Wufeng. Even though he didn't emanate any aura, Lu Wufeng felt like a mountain was pressing down upon him, and even his heartbeat started to slow down. Lu Wufeng's expression was growing more and more solemn, while the admiration in Fan Ming's eyes was growing stronger. Sweat actually started to gradually appear on Lu Wufeng's face, but he didn't flee because he knew that he would be finished if he fled now. Actually, Yang Yi was quite anxious in his heart as well. He was placing psychological pressure on Lu Wufeng now. It could be considered as psychological pressure if one wanted to make it sound nice, but in truth, he was actually just frightening Lu Wufeng. So long as Lu Wufeng attacked, then the psychological pressure Yang Yi created would instantly collapse on itself. Of course, he could utilize the unfettered one-sword intent to kill Lu Wufeng. However, he truly didn't want to use that sword intent unless he had no other choice. He wasn't in the same state anymore. If he were to activate that sword intent now, then he would definitely suffer backlash from it. After all, he was only at the 1st level of sword intent. Actually, strictly speaking, he wasn't even at the 1st level. So, the consequences of forcefully utilizing sword intent, which surpassed the 3rd level of the heaven rank, would definitely be dire. Lu Wufeng's face was covered in cold sweat when Yang Yi arrived, just around 20 m away from him. Moreover, there were even threads of blood in his eyes. However, he didn't flee. Yang Yi nodded lightly in his heart when he saw that. Perhaps Lu Wufeng wasn't very strong, but his willpower and disposition were very good. Bang! Suddenly, an aura surged out from Lu Wufeng. The mid-rank of the Exalt realm head actually advanced beneath the pressure Yang Yi exerted upon him. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. My act is quite a failure. Not only did I fail to scare him away, I allowed him to advance. Now I'm really in trouble. Fan Ming's face turned pale. Lu Wufeng wasn't aware of the current state of Yang Yi's body, but she was. If Lu Wufeng attacked, then both of them would definitely die. Huff! Lu Wufeng released a sigh, and his entire body relaxed. The pressure he felt earlier had vanished as well. He gazed at Yang Yi again, but the solemn expression in his eyes had vanished and only burning battle intent remained. I have the strength to fight even if I face a low-rank monarch realm expert. As he spoke, he withdrew a dark green arrow and knocked it on his bow. Fan Ming's lips shivered as she held tightly onto Yang Yi's hand. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Your disposition and willpower aren't bad. If you survive today, then you'll definitely accomplish something in your life. He grabbed the sword on Fan Ming's waist while he spoke. As soon as he did, the sword suddenly emanated a sword howl and even started to tremble. At this moment, it seemed like it had come to life. Lu Wufeng's pupils constricted while a solemn expression arose deep within his eyes. On the other hand, Fan Ming gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief, and her eyes were covered in shock and bewilderment. Yang Yi chuckled, and then he continued walking towards Lu Wufeng while pulling Fan Ming along. "ID originally intended to kill you in an instant, but I cherish geniuses. Wouldn't it be a pity to end you just like that?" As he spoke, he stopped moving and stabbed the sword on the ground. After that, he picked up a stick that was around a meter long. Lu Wufeng and Fan Ming were puzzled by Yang Yi's actions, and they just stared at him. It was especially so for Lu Wufeng. At this moment, the solemn expression in his eyes was even greater than before, because this ugly white-haired freak didn't seem like an ordinary fellow. After he picked it up, Yang Yi pushed the stick into Fan Ming's right hand before moving behind her. He wrapped his left hand around her slim waist while his right hand took her right hand which held the stick. Fan Ming blushed from the scent of a man that came from behind her, and she was about to resist when Yang Yi suddenly raised her right hand and pointed it at Lu Wufeng. He said, "I would be bullying you if I fought you. Come, I want you to utilize my profound energy or sword intent. They'll let this junior disciple of mine fight you. It just so happens to be a great opportunity for her to learn how to use the sword." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi moved his head close to her ear and whispered, "Circulate your profound energy and enhance the stick with your sword intent. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Focus." Even though she wasn't used to this, Fan Ming knew that she had no other choice now. So, she could only do as Yang Yi said. Yang Yi held tightly onto her waist while he slowly moved her right hand, and he gazed at Lu Wufeng and said, "Come." Lu Wufeng gazed at Yang Yi for a short while. When he noticed that Yang Yi really hadn't circulated any profound energy or sword intent, he couldn't help but become slightly hesitant, because this proved that Yang Yi was completely unafraid. However, he was truly unwilling to leave just like that. He hesitated for a moment before a cold glow flashed through his eyes, and then his arrow shot out towards the center of Fan Ming's forehead. The arrow was swift like a bolt of lightning, and it even rumbled through the air. Fan Ming's body trembled slightly while terror appeared in her eyes. Because not to mention resisting it, she couldn't even see it clearly. But right at this moment, she felt her hand move. Clang! A clear and melodious sound resounded as Lu Wufeng's arrow stopped just over 30 inches before Fan Ming. Fan Ming looked over and saw that the branch in her hand had suddenly stabbed at a position half an inch behind the tip of the arrow. Fan Ming's eyes lit up when she noticed this because it was the weakest point on the arrow. Striking that position was similar to striking the heart of a snake, and it was extremely effective. Lu Wufeng's expression became unprecedentedly solemn when he witnessed this scene. He was sure that the white-haired man who stood before him was no ordinary person, and the man's strength might really surpass his own. However, he was still quite unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to allow his arrows to be stopped with such ease. So, he knocked another arrow and shot it. The arrow left a long green streak behind it as it shot through here. Everywhere it passed, space was torn into pieces while the air in its path exploded apart. Fan Ming had turned completely pale because she felt a powerful aura press down upon her when that arrow left the bowstring, and that arrow made her incapable of even arousing the thought to resist. She knew that it was a form of pressure. While Lu Wufeng hadn't comprehended archery intent, it carried its own pressure and aura. Moreover, it was extremely strong to the point that it wasn't inferior to her 4th-level sword intent. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation surpassed hers, she wasn't a match for him once she lost the advantage that her sword intent gave her. Suddenly, she felt her hand move again, and then Lu Wufeng's arrow stopped in front of her again, and then the green glow it emanated dispersed before it fell to the ground. However, Fan Ming's palm had split open and blood was slowly seeping out from there. Yang Yi gazed at Lu Wufeng and spoke slowly. "The force it carries is all right, but its aura and speed are insufficient. Moreover, your technique is too simple and not cunning enough. When you don't have the advantage in speed and strength, then a technique that's too simple is also too useless. This current technique you're using is exactly that, too useless. Not to mention 2 shots. I can even deal with 200 shots with absolute ease." Lu Wufeng pondered deeply for a short while, and then he raised his head and looked at Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through his eyes. He knocked his arrows, and then he flicked repeatedly with his fingers. Arrow after arrow shot towards Yang Yi. All of them weren't shot out in a single line, and they shot towards Yang Yi and Fan Ming from various different angles. It was even to the extent that some arrows would suddenly turn when they were about to arrive before Fan Ming, and then they attacked from a completely different angle. If Lu Wufeng's previous technique was simple, then this was complicated. Moreover, it was extremely complicated, because every single one of them seemed like they were being controlled, and they were dancing around Yang Yi and Fan Ming. Fan Ming was utterly stunned by this scene. She didn't know how to deal with such an attack at all. She turned her head slightly to gaze at Yang Yi, yet she noticed that Yang Yi had actually closed his eyes slightly. After that, her hands started to move. The stick stabbed forward, flicked, swept horizontally, tapped light to the side, slashed forcefully. As her hand moved, arrow after arrow dropped incessantly to the ground, and it didn't take long for all the arrows to drop to the ground. The enlightened sword heart. The ability to overcome all techniques. Lu Wufeng's face turned slightly pale when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. On the other hand, Fan Ming was utterly stunned. Her eyes were opened wide, and she seemed like she'd been petrified. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, gazed at Lu Wufeng and said, "Even though your strength is a little weak, your disposition and natural talent aren't bad. It really is a waste to kill you. So leave. Right? Don't tell anyone about me. Otherwise, you'll die before you know it." Lu Wufeng took a deep breath, and then he bowed to Yang Yi. "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life." He turned around after he spoke and intended to leave. However, he stopped after taking 2 steps, and he said, "Miss Fan, be wary of the Yi clan." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and vanished from their field of vision. Yang Yi immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Wufeng leave. Suddenly, a few figures appeared here. It was Fanli, Li Qingyi, and 2 other young men. They were stunned when they saw Yang Yi and Fan Ming, because Yang Yi was holding Fan Ming tightly from behind, and his left hand was even wrapped around her waist while his right hand was holding her hand. "You dog! How dare you!" Fan Li's furious roar suddenly resounded, and then a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth as his figure flew off into the distance. Chapter 8:14. Yang Yi flew over 1 kilometer back, and he smashed through numerous trees before he crashed to the ground. The blood within his body roiled while stars seemed to be blinking in his eyes. He felt extreme pain surge through his entire body while his consciousness started to become blurry. This time, Yang Yi was really quite furious. Suddenly, Fanli appeared in front of him, and then she spoke coldly, "I told you that you should remember your place. But now it seems like you didn't take it seriously. Since it's like that, I can't keep you alive." As she spoke, she slowly raised her right hand, and then a gust of wind flashed down towards him. A trace of ferociousness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he prepared himself to activate the unfettered one's sword intent. Even though he would have to pay a price that he couldn't endure, he had no other choice right now. Right when he was about to use it to instantly annihilate her, Fan Ming suddenly appeared in front of him. She hurriedly helped him up and said, Are you all right?" Yang Yi rolled his eyes when he heard her. "Do I look like I'm all right? Can't you see that I can't even stand properly?" Meanwhile, Fanli suddenly spoke coldly, "Little Ming, more aside." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the sword intent in his mind was ready to be shot out at any moment. Fan Ming took a deep breath, and then she turned around to gaze at Fanli. "Big sister, why do you always have to act like you're always right? Do you even know what happened just now? You know nothing. If it wasn't for... How dare you?" Fanli suddenly interrupted Fan Ming while flames of rage burned in her eyes. "You're actually talking back to me for him?" Fang Ming seemed to be quite afraid of her older sister, but she didn't shrink back and continued, "If it wasn't for him, then I..." "Little Ming, just keep quiet." Suddenly, a white-robed man walked over and mediated. "Do you know how worried your older sister was? Earlier, we were about to win a battle, but she suddenly received a transmission from you, and she immediately gave up on it. Moreover, she even asked us to rush over with her because she was worried that something would happen to you. However, we didn't see anyone when we arrived here, but we saw you." When he spoke up to this point, the white-robed man glanced at Yang Yi, who stood behind Fang Ming, and he said, "Little Ming, just tell us how your sister will be able to hold her head up high when you acted like that with that lowly bastard. Would the Fan clan be able to avoid humiliation? You're not young anymore, and you should know how to act." Fan Ming glanced at Fanli, and then she lowered her head slightly and said, "Big sister, I'm sorry." The flames of rage in Fan Li's eyes reduced slightly when she heard this, and her voice became slightly softer. "Move aside. He doesn't know his place and has even spoiled your name. I can't let him live." "No." Fan Ming instantly became unyielding. "Big sister, you can't kill him. She wanted to tell them what had happened just now, but she wasn't able to do so, because she knew very well that even if she did tell them, none of them would believe her. Moreover, Yang Yi might even be in danger because of that. "Move aside." Fanli's gaze gradually grew icy cold. Even though Fan Ming feared her older sister, she still refused to move aside. Killing intent appeared in Fan Li's eyes. Of course, it was aimed at Yang Yi. However, she hadn't noticed that it was the same for Yang Yi. Suddenly, Li Qingjia's voice resounded. There are signs of battle here. All of them looked over and saw countless broken arrows all over the ground. Fan Li's jet black brows knit together when she noticed them, and then she turned around to look at Fan Ming. What happened here? Fan Ming heaved a sigh of relief when she noticed that her older sister didn't seem to have any intention to attack anymore. She said, "We encountered Lu Wufeng just now." Besides Li Qingyi, the expressions of Fan Li and the other two men changed when they heard that name. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi said, "While Lu Wufeng is only an independent cultivator, his archery is quite good. At the very least, there are no more than 5 Exalt Realm cultivators throughout Skywind City that can defeat him. Based on the scene here, he probably executed his arrow convergence technique. However, he failed." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Fan Ming and said, "Who saved both of you?" Fan Li and the others gazed at Fan Ming. Fan Ming fell silent. She really wanted to say that it was Yang Yi, but she stopped herself, because they would definitely not believe her. Moreover, based on the conversation between Yang Yi and Lu Wufeng, she knew that Yang Yi didn't want to expose himself. "So," she said, he saved us and left. I don't know who he was." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard her. It wasn't that he wanted to keep a low profile, it was because he had no choice but to do so. Even though he knew that this world was the outer heavens now, it was still too unfamiliar to him. Just like this encounter. After he left Skywind City, he noticed that the city was actually surrounded by mountains. It was surrounded by endless mountains, and he couldn't see the end of them. Besides that, he sensed many obscure yet powerful auras within these mountains. At the very least, they were extremely strong for him in his current state. If his secrets were to be exposed right now, then it wouldn't be beneficial to him at all. Li Qingyi nodded lightly when she heard Fan Ming, and she said, "I presume it was definitely a Monarch Realm expert since he was able to deal with Lu Wufeng's technique with such ease, and he was probably not an ordinary Monarch Realm expert. I really want to get to know him if I have the chance." Fan Ming puckered her lips. "The Monarch Realm? He's only at the mortal realm. Then what about the state both of you were in?" Suddenly, Fan Li's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and it was hostile. Moreover, her tone carried killing intent. Yang Yi's heart shook because it was obvious that she still didn't want to let him go. Of course, Yang Yi had never thought about letting her go. He wasn't one who would just let others bully him. If it was in the past, then he wouldn't have hesitated to activate the unfettered one-sword intent to annihilate her, even if he had to pay a price. But after he experienced so much, he wasn't that impulsive anymore. While it was satisfying to be impulsive, it wasn't worth it if the price he had to pay was extremely huge. Fan Ming knew that her older sister would definitely not spare Yang Yi if she didn't give her older sister a proper explanation. She thought for a moment, and then said, "It was because he was trying to save me." Yang Yi smiled bitterly. "Does anyone even save someone like that? Well, that's the truth. Would your older sister believe you?" However, Fan Li surprisingly believed her. Fan Li glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. "You did well to protect your master. I differentiate clearly between reward and punishment. These 100 top-grade energy stones are your reward." As she spoke, she waved her hand, and 100 top-grade energy stones appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi was slightly stunned and extremely puzzled, but it didn't take long for him to understand what was going on. She was a smart woman, and she was doing all of this to cover up what had happened. After all, if there wasn't a reasonable explanation, then it would be a lethal blow to Fan Ming's reputation. Li Qingyi glanced at Fan Li and smiled silently. Suddenly, Fan Li withdrew a whip and said, "I said that I differentiate clearly between reward and punishment. Since there are rewards, there naturally is punishment. You stole a horse and left the clan without permission, and that's something that servants aren't supposed to do. Moreover, you even caused little Meng to almost lose her life. Your punishment is 100 strikes of my whip." She immediately swung her right arm while she spoke. Swish! The sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then the sound of the whip colliding with flesh resounded. However, Yang Yi was fine because Fan Ming was standing in front of him. A blood-red scar had appeared on her. Everyone here was stunned, especially Fan Li. She hadn't expected that her younger sister would actually block her whip for the sake of that ugly servant of their clan. All of this made her mind go blank for a moment. Yang Yi was stunned as well, and then angry suddenly arose within him. He pulled Fan Ming behind himself and was about to speak. However, Fan Ming pulled him behind herself again, and then she gazed at her older sister. Big sister, he saved me. Don't make things difficult for him, all right? Consider it as me begging you not to. Fan Li was stunned as she gazed at the scar on Fan Ming's chest. A short while passed before she took a deep breath and said, "Let's drop this matter right now." As she spoke, she hurriedly withdrew a medicinal pill and gave it to Fan Ming. It's actually a once-grade pill, a blood stasis pill. The white-robed man had surprise in his eyes when he saw the pill. Young Miss Fan really is wealthy. You even have such medicinal pills. The other yellow-robed man had surprise in his eyes as well, because medicinal pills could be considered as rare treasures to them. After all, any medicinal pill, even the lowest-grade mortal pill, was extremely rare in Skywind City, because there were no alchemists in Skywind City. So, there were many occasions where one couldn't get a medicinal pill even if one had the money for it. A medicinal pill? Yang Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. I can refine pills too. Moreover, it just so happened that he recalled that many pills could repair the meridians. Besides that, he could even sell them. After all, he needed a huge amount of energy stones right now. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel excited when he thought up to this point. It's just a medicinal pill. How could it possibly be worthy of Brother Lin and Brother Yu? Fan Li took Fan Ming's hand, and there was pain and regret in her eyes. Both of them just smiled and didn't speak a word. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi spoke abruptly. Since we're done here, then let's head out right away. Fan Ming hurriedly said, Big sister, I want to go as well. Fan Li immediately refused no. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi suddenly spoke. Young Miss Fan, there is something that I don't know if I should say. Fan Li glanced at her and said, Please go ahead. Li Qingyi nodded and said, Your sister's natural talent isn't bad, but she hadn't left your clan to temper herself. She's like a flower that has only lived in a greenhouse. To be honest, that's extremely harmful to her growth. Just think about it. Even if a sword cultivator has comprehended sword intent, how strong would that sword cultivator be if that sword cultivator hasn't experienced life and death battles? Fan Ming nodded forcefully as well. Fan Li fell silent for a short while, and then she nodded to Fan Ming. Fan Ming was overjoyed and quickly hugged Fan Li. The white-robed man pointed at Yang Yi and said, Then what about him? Yang Yi hurriedly said, He'll leave. He had top-grade energy stones now, so all he had to do was absorb the energy within them as soon as possible and recover his strength. So long as he attained the King Realm, then he would have the ability to protect himself, even in this mountain range. No. Fan Li spoke flatly. You have to follow us because we just happen to lack someone to do things for us. She intends to use that as an excuse to get me killed. Yang Yi's heart shook while a cold glow flashed through the depths of his eyes. Even though he didn't know what their objective was, he had no doubt that it was definitely something dangerous. So, wasn't she trying to get him killed by bringing along someone like him, who was at the mortal realm? Chapter 8:15. Just like that, Yang Yi started following them on their way. Of course, he didn't do it willingly. He had no other choice. After all, their fists were stronger than his. But it didn't take long before Yang Yi became willing instead, because the inner cores of the demon beasts which Fan Li's group killed all along the way had entered into his pockets. Of course, it was mainly because the cultivations of those demon beasts were too low, and Fan Li's group felt that such inner cores were beneath their consideration. So, Yang Yi gained instead. The inner cores were useless to Fan Li's group, but they were very useful to Yang Yi right now. Head thought that those 1,000 top-grade energy stones he obtained would be sufficient to advance into the King Realm, but he noticed that even after he secretly swallowed over 500 of them all along the way, Head merely attained the low rank of the First Heaven Realm. He was very uncertain if the remaining 500-plus top-grade energy stones Would even be able to advance his cultivation to the mid-rank of the first heaven realm. Fortunately, he gained a huge number of inner cores all along the way, and it made him feel much more confident. So long as he attained the king realm, then he would have the strength to protect himself, and he could leave Skywind City to look for Xiao Yushi and the others. As for Fanli, to be honest, while Shed acted against him on many occasions, he hadn't even taken her seriously. To be a little arrogant, she wasn't even worthy of being his enemy. She was just a conceited woman. He wasn't being conceited himself because it was a fact. Even though there were 2 whole realms of cultivation between him and Fanli, he was confident that killing her would be beyond easy once he attained the king realm. For some unknown reason, Fanli's group weren't flying through the air, and they were walking instead. Fanli and the others were walking ahead while Yang Yi followed slowly from behind. So long as they killed demon beasts, Yang Yi would immediately cut it open and take its core. Young Miss Fan, that servant of yours is really smart. If he's able to survive this trip, then it wouldn't even be a problem for him to be a small-time rich man. The white-robed man glanced at Yang Yi, who was collecting inner cores behind them, and he smiled indifferently while the ridicule in the corners of his eyes wasn't concealed at all. The yellow-robed man added, "The reason nobodies are nobodies is because they are willing to be ordinary and never think about self-improvement. Moreover, they feel happy upon obtaining a little bit of treasures, yet they don't realize that what they gain isn't even trash in the eyes of others. How sad." Brother Yulang is absolutely right. The white-robed man gazed at Yang Yi and chuckled. He seems to be only around the age of 20, but he's just at the mortal realm. Haha. Even the servant in my clan who cleans the chamber pots is stronger than him. Even though fortune is very important, hard work is even more important. To think that I, Lin Ning, am just an independent cultivator who has no one to rely on or any formidable inheritances, but haven't I attained the Exalt realm as well? As he spoke, he glanced at Li Qingyi and Fanli out of the corner of his eyes. However, he was disappointed to notice that they didn't react to his words at all, whereas Fan Ming was glaring angrily at the 2 of them. Lin Ning and Yulang stopped wasting their breaths when it only incurred Fan Ming's anger. However, their eyes carried a trace of gloominess when they looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi had naturally heard their conversation, but he acted like he hadn't and just continued picking the inner cores. After swallowing the remaining top-grade energy stones and some inner cores, Yang Yi was at the mid-rank of the first heaven realm. However, Fanli and the others weren't able to see through his intentional concealment of his cultivation. Fan Ming had wanted to go to Yang Yi on many occasions throughout this period, but Fanli stopped her, causing Fan Ming to pucker her lips all along the way. Suddenly, Yang Yi stopped moving, and he glanced at the surroundings before he frowned. At the same time, Li Qingyi suddenly stopped, and then she glanced at the surroundings and said, "Be careful. This should be the White Ape Clan's territory. They live in groups, so let's move quickly and avoid alarming them." Fanli and the others nodded when they heard her, and then they sped up. However, Yang Yi moved backward repeatedly. His actions didn't escape their notice, and Fanli flashed over to him and spoke coldly, "What are you doing?" "I'm afraid. All of you can go without me." For the sake of proving that he really was afraid, Yang Yi's body started to tremble while terror appeared in his eyes. A wisp of detest flashed through Fan Li's eyes when she saw Yang Yi act in such a way. On the other hand, Li Qingyi's beautiful brows knit together. As for Yulang and Lin Ning, they started laughing with ridicule. Fan Ming walked over to Yang Yi. She was just about to speak when Fan Li pulled her to the side and glared at Fan Ming. "Stay away from him." Fan Ming puckered her lips, yet didn't dare go against her older sister. She could just look at Yang Yi from afar and ask, What are you afraid of?" "Death," Yang Yi answered without the slightest hesitation. "Ha ha ha." Lin Ning suddenly started laughing, and he laughed for some time before he pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Young Miss Fan, this servant of yours is really too useless. As your friend, I have to say that such a servant is truly a humiliation. It's best to just kill him and prevent him from spoiling the reputation of your Fan clan." Fan Li's face was quite unsightly. She wanted to attack, but Fan Ming was standing in front of Yang Yi. She said, "Big sister, Yang Yi said that there's danger ahead. Then there definitely is danger. Why don't we go around that area?" "Shut up." Fan Li suddenly shouted. Have you not brought enough shame to yourself? Fan Ming's eyes instantly turned red from the grievances she experienced. How did I bring shame to anyone? Yang Yi wouldn't just say that if he wasn't sure. You. Fan Li raised her hand and almost swung her palm against Fan Ming's face. However, she stopped herself when she saw the scar her whip left behind on Fan Ming's chest. However, she was still quite angry, and it caused her chest to rise and fall repeatedly. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi walked over. The White Ape Clan's members are mostly at the King Realm, and there are very few at the Exalt Realm. However, they live in groups, so it'll be quite troublesome if they lock their sights on us. But it's far from sufficient to be a threat for us. I'm sorry for making young Miss Li witness such a scene. Fan Li glanced coldly at Yang Yi and said, Since you're afraid of death, then you can stay here by yourself. Stay here by himself? Lin Ning chuckled. Why don't you just kill him, young Miss Fan? If Head left here by himself, then any wild beast would be enough to end his life. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then his gaze descended onto Fan Ming. He said, I'm very sensitive to danger. Trust me. The things ahead will be very troublesome to deal with. We can just go around them. Trust you? Lin Ning grunted coldly. Who do you think you are? An ant at the mortal realm actually dares to talk big before a group of Exalt Realm experts? How laughable. Yang Yi shrugged and said, Then go on ahead. To be honest, he hoped all of them died, but he couldn't bear to see Fan Ming be in danger. That was why he warned them. I believe him. Meanwhile, Fan Ming spoke abruptly. However, she only got a glare from Fan Li in return. That made her hurriedly lower her head again. Yang Yi shook his head slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he gazed at Li Qingyi and said, Since I was able to survive while I'm in such a state, I definitely have some ability. My ability is to sense danger, and the path ahead feels dangerous to me. We can just go around this area. It won't take too much time. He knew that Li Qingyi was the true leader of the group, and Fan Ming couldn't only avoid falling into a dangerous situation if Li Qingyi agreed. Danger? Lin Ning laughed coldly. For you, maybe? After all, even a wild beast is a threat to you. You have to realize that you're not like us. We're Exalt Realm experts, and you're only at the mortal realm. Being a threat to you and a threat to us is a completely different thing. Yang Yi didn't even spare him a glance and just gazed at Li Qingyi. Suddenly, Yu Lang said, Miss Li, even though we're only at the Exalt Realm, our group strength is even sufficient to fight a Monarch Realm expert. If word spreads that we went around this area because a mortal realm cultivator said that it's dangerous, then how would we maintain our foothold in the city? Moreover, it would definitely affect Miss Li's reputation. Li Qingyi glanced at Yang Yi and said, Let's go. She turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. Lin Ning gazed at Yang Yi and laughed coldly. Just stay here by yourself. I hope we'll still be able to see you on the way back. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed off towards Li Qingyi. Yu Lang glanced indifferently at Yang Yi, and then he immediately followed Li Qingyi as well. Let's go. Fan Li took Fan Ming's hand and intended to take her along. However, Fan Ming refused to move. This made Fan Li's face immediately turn cold, and she spoke angrily. What exactly do you want? Have you not had enough of acting willfully? When are you going to grow up? Fan Ming started crying. I've already tried my very best. I just don't want you to be in danger. Why do you have to be so mean to me? You've only known him for a few hours. What exactly did he give you to make you trust him like this? Fan Li pointed at Yang Yi. She had calmed down, but the killing intent in her eyes had grown even stronger. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded from afar, and the entire ground trembled while countless trees exploded apart. After that, Li Qingyi, Li Ning, and Yu Lang appeared within their fields of vision. However, there were two colossi that were huge like hills chasing after them. Those colossi were completely snow-white, but their heads and limbs were dark blue. Moreover, a huge group of white apes were following behind those two colossi. Mutated white ape kings, and two of them. At this moment, Fan Li's face instantly turned snow-white. On the other hand, Fan Ming was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Fan Ming's arm and started running. A bunch of idiots. I told them not to go, yet they just had to. Let's see what all of you do now. Yang Yi pulled Fan Ming along as he ran madly. But it didn't take long for him to stop because rumbling resounded throughout the surroundings. After that, a huge expanse of trees started to fall in the distance. H! Save me! Meanwhile, a shrill cry resounded from behind them. Yang Yi discerned it as Lin Ning's voice. Chapter 8:16. Yang Yi looked over to the source of the voice, and he saw Lin Ning being surrounded by a few dozen white apes. Moreover, his left hand had vanished while blood was spraying out incessantly from his shoulder. Yu Lang and family weren't in a better state at all. At this moment, they were completely locked in battle with a group of white apes. However, while they were in a difficult situation, it wasn't as terrible as Lin Ning. Li Qingyi surprised Yang Yi a little because she was actually fighting both those enormous mutated white apes on her own. After all, they were equivalent to high-rank Exalt Realm experts. Moreover, they were very strong. At the very least, they were much stronger than the Exalt Realm demon beasts of Profounder Continent. However, Li Qingyi was only at the mid-rank of the Exalt Realm, yet she was able to single-handedly fight two of them who were a rank higher than herself. Yang Yi had no doubt that she was the strongest amongst this group. Meanwhile, white apes surged over incessantly. They didn't attack chaotically, and they slowly surrounded Li Qingyi's group in an orderly fashion. They're accumulating strength and creating pressure for them. The corners of Yang Yi's eyes twitched slightly. These white apes were even more terrifying when they didn't charge directly at their enemies, because they were slowly surrounding their enemies, and it would undoubtedly make Li Qingyi and the others stay constantly vigilant towards their surroundings. Such a method would gradually cause Li Qingyi's group to suffer from mental pressure. This incident isn't normal. Yang Yi withdrew his attention and glanced at the surroundings. After that, he took Fan Ming's hand and pulled her up onto a tree on their left. After that, he spoke in a low voice. Hold your breath and concentrate. Don't make a sound. After what she experienced earlier, Fan Ming could be said to have slight blind confidence towards Yang Yi, so she immediately did as he said. Yang Yi didn't spare a glance at Li Qingyi and the others. He released his senses instead and scanned the surroundings. His current strength allowed the energy of his soul to envelop an area of at least 5 kilometers. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to detect anything after a short while of searching. Meanwhile, the white apes had fully surrounded Li Qingyi's group. They just stood in the surroundings yet didn't charge forward, and they started howling incessantly instead. Yang Yi withdrew his attention from the battle and gazed at Fan Ming. Do you have energy stones? The more the better. Give them all to me. He was at the mid-rank of the first heaven realm now, and he wasn't too far from the king realm. He only had to attain it, and he would have the ability to protect himself. Perhaps it was extremely difficult for others to improve their cultivations, but it wasn't difficult at all to him, because he had attained those realms of cultivation in the past. Regardless of whether it was his mental state or comprehensions, he possessed them both. All he lacked was spirit energy. So long as he could absorb sufficient spirit energy, then it wouldn't be difficult at all for him to raise his cultivation to the peak of the monarch realm. Energy stones? Fan Ming was stunned, and then she quickly produced a huge pile of energy stones and said, "These are all that I have." "Oh, they're yours now." Yang Yi was delighted when he saw them because there actually were 10 extreme-grade energy stones in the pile, while the rest were top-grade energy stones. There were over 1,000 of them. My clan has a low-grade spirit vein, so we have no lack for these things. I can give even more to you once we return, said Fan Ming. That's not a bad idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi picked them up and started swallowing them while Fan Ming watched with astonishment. Fan Ming was flabbergasted. A long time passed before she gulped. That doesn't seem like the right way to use them. Yang Yi robbed his eyes at her. He naturally knew that it wasn't the right way, but what else could he do? It was the only way he could use them. He didn't explain and just swallowed a few more. As soon as they entered his body, they instantly transformed into countless strands of profound energy, and then the profound energy was further converted into threads of violet profound energy. In next to no time, Yang Yi attained the high rank of the first heaven realm, and he was only a step away from the king realm. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Ning wasn't able to react in time, and he was struck on the back by a white ape. A shrill cry resounded as his figure was blasted flying. Young Misty, save me! Lin Ning couldn't be bothered about maintaining an elegant demeanor when he saw the white apes charging at him, and he ran as he cried for help. Meanwhile, Fanli and Li Qingyi weren't doing good as well. Both of them were holding on bitterly, and both defeat and death were only a matter of time. Fan Meng naturally couldn't just stand by idly when her older sister was surrounded by so many enemies. Right when she was about to charge down the tree, Yang Yi stopped her and said, "If you head down there with your current strength, then you won't just be unable to save her, you'll even cause trouble for her and quicken her death. But I can't just watch like this." Fan Meng glanced at Yang Yi and spoke softly. "Yang Yi, you are that strong, so you're definitely able to save my big sister, right? I know that her attitude towards you was bad, but she didn't have any ill intent. She was just worried about me. If you're really angry, then I'll apologize on her behalf. Or you can even hit me to vent. But please save her, all right?" "She didn't have ill intent?" Yang Yi shook his head, "Right? She has been trying to kill me on numerous occasions all along the way, yet that isn't ill intent?" Yang Yi shook his head decisively and said, "Even you should have noticed that I'm so weak right now. I'd be giving my life away if I head down there now. I can't do anything for her." He was telling the truth. He was only at the high rank of the first heaven realm right now. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill some white apes if he went down there, but that was completely useless. After all, there were over 1,000 of them here. "You can do like you did earlier," Fan Meng hurriedly said. "I'll provide the profound energy and sword intent while you hold my hand. We can join forces again." Yang Yi remained silent. Fan Meng was only at the spirit realm, but because she used the sword as well, he really could use her as a medium to execute powerful techniques. However, he didn't want to save them. No, it should be said that he might even kill them himself once he recovered his strength. The thing he hated the most was people showing off in front of him, and it just so happened that they were constantly doing that. Yang Yi still remained silent. Fan Meng lowered her head and spoke softly. "I know that you're definitely angry at my big sister, and I know that your anger is justified after how she treated you. But I can't just watch as she dies. Yang Yi, I beg you to save her, all right?" Yang Yi gazed at Fan Meng for a short while, and he sighed softly when he recalled how she blocked that strike of Fan Li's whip for him. They are acting quite strangely. If I'm not wrong, then someone is definitely controlling them, or there's a powerful demon beast commanding them. It's pointless no matter how many we kill. The only way to survive is to flee with all-out might. Your older sister and that woman, Li Qingyi, definitely have trump cards. Make them utilize those trump cards immediately and charge towards the south." Fan Meng was delighted, and she hurriedly shouted at Li Qingyi and the others, Big Sister Li, quickly use your trump cards and run to the south." Yang Yi's face darkened. She really lacks common sense. How could they possibly believe her just like that? As expected, Li Qingyi and Fanli paid no attention to her. Moreover, Fanli even glared at her. Besides that, her shout had caused some of the white apes that surrounded Li Qingyi's group to pounce at Yang Yi and her. Fan Meng blinked while she gazed at Yang Yi with an innocent expression on her face. Yang Yi glanced at her. He was naturally aware that she was forcing him to help. He shook his head, gazed at Li Qingyi, and then his lips suddenly started moving. At the same time, an aged voice suddenly resounded in Li Qingyi's mind. "You fool! If you don't want to die, then immediately use your trump card and fight your way out towards the south. Stop fighting with those two big fellows and lead them away as quickly as possible." A voice transmission? Li Qingyi's expression changed, and then she glanced at the surroundings yet noticed nothing. Her expression became extremely solemn, because one had to be at the Exalt realm at least to send out voice transmissions. In other words, there was another Exalt realm expert here. Moreover, even she wasn't able to locate that expert. That represented that this mysterious expert's strength might be beyond her own. Suddenly, that aged voice resounded once more by her ears. "Just use your brain and think. These demon beasts were clearly lying in ambush here. That shows that someone is targeting your group. Now, they are in the shadows while you are out in the open. They'll definitely have a backup plan even if you can kill these two Exalt Realm Demon beasts. Even though she was fighting those two white apes, her gaze was incessantly sweeping the surroundings. Unfortunately, there wasn't anyone suspicious throughout the surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Ning's shrill cry resounded. All of them looked over and saw that Lin Ning's right leg had actually been torn off. Li Qingyi stopped hesitating when she witnessed this scene. Her profound energy surged into her palms, and then she slapped them forward. Void Shadow Palm. As soon as she finished speaking, the space before her trembled, and then countless shadow palms shot out from her palms. Both the Exalt Realm white apes before her were immediately blasted flying while the other inferior white apes nearby were either killed or injured. Let's go. Li Qingyi flashed over to Li Ning. She carried him up, flickered a few times, and vanished towards the south. Yu Lang hastily followed them. On the other hand, Fan Li went over to Fan Ming, and she was just about to take Fan Ming with her when Fan Ming pointed at Yang Yi. Big sister, take him too or I won't go with you. Yang Yi was rather touched when he heard this. While she was very crafty, she had a good heart. Fan Li was exasperated, but she didn't have the time to reproach Fan Ming at a time like this. She glared fiercely at Yang Yi instead, and it was a murderous one. In the end, she grabbed Fan Ming and Yang Yi in each of her hands before flashing towards the south. However, Yang Yi suddenly glanced towards a certain direction when they left. A pair of eyes were looking at him from there, and they carried a trace of surprise. The white apes didn't pursue them. They stopped on the spot and laid flat on the ground. Even the two Exalt Realm white apes. 2 breaths of time later, a woman who rode a lion which was covered in flames arrived here. She wore a violet robe, and her violet gauze veil obscured her appearance. Interesting. Someone at the high rank of the first heaven realm actually noticed me. The woman's voice resounded. Yang Ye's jaw would definitely drop to the ground if he heard her, because she'd seen through his strength. Chapter 8:17. They dashed towards the south, and they ran for over 50 kilometers before they finally stopped. Bang! As soon as they did, Fan Li tossed Yang Yi away, and he smashed against the ground and caused a huge amount of dust and dirt to shoot up into the air. Fan Ming was shocked and was about to help Yang Yi up. However, Fan Li forcefully held her back and glared fiercely at him. But Fan Ming acted in an unexpectedly forceful manner and pushed Fan Li's hand away before going over to Yang Yi and helping him up. The killing intent in Fan Li's eyes was almost material when she witnessed this scene. Yang Yi was looking at Fan Li as well, and he gradually clenched his fist while the unfettered one's sword intent started trembling within his mind. So long as she fared to move against him, then he would definitely obliterate her. Save me! Save me! Meanwhile, Lin Ning's voice resounded. All of them looked over and saw him howling as he laid on the ground. Had lost an arm and a leg, and while the bleeding had been stopped, they had no doubt that he couldn't fight anymore. Unless he had a medicinal pill or treasure that could regrow his limbs, otherwise, he was crippled. Li Qingyi shook her head as she gazed at him. She knew that Lin Ning was finished, because Lin Ning didn't have such a treasure or pill, and he couldn't even afford one. Young Miss Fan, I know you definitely have a spirit regrowth pill. Please, please save me. I'm willing to do anything for your Fan clan. Lin Ning gazed at Fan Li with a pleading expression in his eyes. Li Qingyi shook her head when she witnessed this scene, and her impression of Lin Ning had dropped to a negative level. Fanny shook her head as well. The Fan clan did have such a pill, but she didn't want to give it to Lin Ning, because it wasn't worth it. After all, so long as she willed it, she could use such a pill to recruit a high-rank Exalt Realm expert. Brother Yu. Lin Ning gazed at Yu Lang, who remained silent until now. Brother Yu, we've known each other for quite some time. Please lend me a hand. I will definitely not forget your kindness. Yu Lang fell silent for a short while, and then he gazed at Li Qingyi. Young Miss Li, Brother Li and I entered Broken Sky Mountain Range to help you deal with the golden-striped spirit ape. Now that he has fallen into such a state, I hope that young Miss Li will lend a hand. Otherwise, only death will await him in this boundless mountain range. Li Qingyi glanced at Yu Lang and spoke flatly. I paid half your compensation before we came here, and I told you of the dangers of this trip. However, both of you still accepted the payment. What? Now that something has happened, you intend to blame it all on me? Yu Lang hurriedly shook his head and said, I dare not. It's that we can't just watch as brotherly dies, right? Li Qingyi fell silent for a long time before she said, the spirit regrowth pill is a spirit pill, and I'm sure you know how precious such a pill is. Just that pill alone is sufficient for me to make 3 Exalt Realm experts fight a battle for me. However, you're right. We can't just watch brotherly die. So, why don't we do this? They'll convert the pill into extreme-grade energy stones, and we'll each bear half the costs. All right? It isn't very expensive. It's just around 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones. You just have to pay 500 extreme-grade energy stones. 500 extreme-grade energy stones? Yu Lang's eyelids twitched. It wasn't a small amount to him. He was naturally capable of producing such an amount if he sold everything he had. But was it worth it? Yu Lang fell silent. Everyone else fell silent as well, including Lin Ning. Suddenly, Fan Ming said, we should save him. Everyone including Yang Yi looked at her when they heard her. Fan Ming explained, we're a group now. If we abandon him now, then a crack will appear in our group, and we'll fear each other and be on guard against each other. At this moment, we're facing an unknown enemy. Do you think we'll be able to leave this mountain range if there are issues within our own group? So, even if it's for our own sake, we still have to save him. Everyone gazed at Fan Ming for a short while, and then Li Qingyi suddenly chuckled. Young Miss Fan, I really never noticed that this little girl from your clan was actually capable of thinking so far ahead. How truly interesting. There was a trace of a smile and gentleness in Fan Li's eyes because Fan Ming's ability to think of that proved that she'd grown up. There was gratefulness in Lin Ning's eyes because he knew that he would be saved. Li Qingyi withdrew a pill and gave it to Lin Ning. Of course, everyone here shared the cost equally. Lin Ning's hand and leg started to grow at a visible speed. Meanwhile, Li Qingyu suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, you didn't want us to head in that direction earlier. How did you know that there was danger there? The others instantly gazed at Yang Yi when they heard her. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I told all of you. I'm able to sense danger. I sensed that there was danger in that direction, and that's why I said that. Really? Li Qingyi was slightly doubtful. Yang Yi said, what else? How presumptuous. Meanwhile, Lin Ning, who had regrown his limbs, shouted with fury, how dare you talk to young Miss Li like that? Did he say something wrong? Fan Ming stood in front of Yang Yi and glared angrily at Lin Ning. He was slightly stunned when he saw her protecting Yang Yi, and then he said, young Miss Fan Ming, you must remember your identity. You are the second young miss of the Fan clan. If news of you protecting a servant like this were to spread, it would be bad for your reputation. It's none of your business. Fan Ming grunted coldly and said, to think that I just spoke on your behalf. I really wasted my breath on you. The expression on Lin Ning's face became unsightly, but he didn't dare flare up at Fan Ming, and he just glared fiercely at Yang Yi. Fan Li glanced coldly at Yang Yi as well, and her gaze was even more hostile. Li Qingyi took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she said, forget it. No matter what, we're all on the same boat now, so let's not cause conflict amongst us. When she spoke up to this point, she raised her head, looked up into the sky, and then her jet-black brows knit together. Night is about to arrive, and that's when the demon beasts are the most active. We must find a place to rest and set out in the morning for Spirit Ape Mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Ning hesitated for a moment before he said, young Miss Li, we're still continuing on our journey? Li Qingyi glanced coldly at him and said, what? Lin Ning instantly shuddered when he met her gaze, but he still said, young Miss Li, those white apes were clearly waiting to ambush us. In other words, someone or some demon beast is targeting us. If we don't figure it out and just head straight for Spirit Ape Mountain, then we'll probably die before we even get there. Yu Lang nodded to display his agreement. Li Qingyi replied indifferently, both of you can leave, but hand over the deposit I gave both of you. Lin Ning and Yu Lang instantly revealed embarrassed expressions when they heard that. A short while passed before Lin Ning said, since we've taken young Miss Li's money, then we naturally have to complete the job. But there are no buts. Li Qingyi interrupted them and said, No matter how dangerous it is, we must go to Spirit Ape Mountain. I will definitely compensate both of you well if we can obtain what I need." Lin Ning and Yu Lang exchanged glances, and then they nodded. They naturally didn't dare to go back on their word. After all, not to mention the forces that stood behind Li Qingyi, just her own strength wasn't something they could resist. When she saw that they had no further objections, Li Qingyi gazed at Fan Li. The latter spoke solemnly, "I don't have a choice." Li Qingyi nodded and said, "Don't worry, young Miss Fan. So long as I'm able to succeed, then I'll step forward and resolve the threats of the Yi clan. However, I hope young Miss Fan won't hold back when I need you to pay that price tomorrow." "Of course." Fan Li nodded. They continued on their journey, and Li Qingyi finally found a basin. It wasn't very huge, and it was only around 300 m in width and length. There was a dense forest all around it, and there was a distance of over 30 m between the basin's edges and the forest. They naturally didn't dare rest in the forest, so they chose the side of the basin. Yang Yi glanced up at the sky. While the veil of night had descended, he could still see the endless mountains in the distance. He was even more certain that Skywind City was surrounded by endless mountains. While he hadn't noticed any formidable demon beasts in these mountains for now, he had no doubt that Monarch Realm demon beasts definitely existed here. In other words, even if he attained the King Realm, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave the mountain range. Of course, it wasn't very difficult. Yang Yi didn't sit with Li Qingyi and the others, and he went slightly far away from them. He sat cross-legged on the ground and ceaselessly swallowed the energy stones in his possession, and then converted them into his violet, profound energy. Late at night, the mountains weren't very calm anymore. The roars of countless demon beasts resounded deep within the mountains. Some of the roars were close while others were far away, but the members of their group weren't bothered by it because all those demon beasts were mostly at the King Realm. There were only one or two at the Exalt Realm. As for the Monarch Realm, there wasn't a single one. Suddenly, Fan Li appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at her. The latter looked at him for a long time before she said, "I don't know why little Ming is so protective of you, but all I want to say is that my younger sister is very naive, but am not at all." Huff. Meanwhile, Yang Yi let out a breath of foul air while a wisp of happiness flashed through his eyes. After he swallowed all the top-grade energy stones he had finally attained the King Realm. He suppressed the happiness in his heart when he heard her, and then he slowly stood up and looked her in the eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Fan Li said, "Aren't you getting close to her and gaining her favor for the sake of wealth? Don't tell me that it wasn't you who tricked her and took all her energy stones." As she spoke, she withdrew a spatial ring and threw it onto the ground before Yang Yi. She continued, "There are 500 top-grade energy stones in there. It's enough for you to live 10 lifetimes. Take it and fuck off right now. Don't ever appear before my eyes. Otherwise, you won't be able to enjoy death even if you beg for it." Yang Yi glanced at the spatial ring before his feet, and then he said, "The reason you're still alive is because you have a naive little sister. Because you have a naive little sister, they'll give you a chance right now. Return my sword sheath to me, and then I'll leave. Otherwise, you'll be begging to make me leave." Fan Li hadn't even spoken when Lin Ning suddenly pointed his finger at Yang Yi and roared with fury, "How dare you? You dog! Who do you think you are to actually speak like that to young Miss Fan?" Swish! Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. Chapter 818. Besides Li Qingyi, Fan Li and the others weren't able to catch sight of it because it was truly too swift. At this moment, the calm and composed expression on Li Qingyi's face had vanished. She gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief while her heart roiled like boiling water. Lin Ning was still scolding Yang Yi, but as he scolded and scolded, he suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him. So, he stopped and glanced at the others. He was just about to say something when he suddenly looked at his left arm with shock. At this moment, his newly grown left arm had actually fallen to the ground. "Ah!" A shrill and miserable cry resounded through the quiet basin, and it caused ripples to surge through it. Fan Ming's mouth opened wide when she witnessed this scene. She knew that Yang Yi was definitely very strong, but she hadn't imagined that he was actually strong to such an extent. Lin Ning is an Exalt Realm expert, but he couldn't even dodge a single attack from him? Fan Ming couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Even Li Qingyi, Fan Li, and Yu Lang were stunned. Yang Yi paid no attention to the others. He walked towards Fan Li and said, "Give the sheath back to me." Fan Li recovered from her shock, and then she flipped her palm, causing a whip to appear in her grasp. The profound energy within her surged as she shouted, "Who are you?" It wasn't just Fan Li. Even Li Qingyi and Yu Lang's profound energy had started to surge. They were on guard and prepared to attack at any moment. Yang Yi continued walking towards Fan Li and said, "That isn't important. I just want my sword sheath back. Give it back and I'll leave right now." A cold glow flashed through Fan Li's eyes. Suddenly, the whip in her hand crackled through the air as it shot towards Yang Yi. However, it hadn't even arrived in front of Yang Yi when it was slashed into half by a ray of light. Fan Li was horrified. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was in front of her, and then she felt sharp pain come from her stomach before her figure was blasted flying. Bang! Fan Li smashed against a tree and crashed to the ground, causing the entire ground there to tremble. Li Qingyi and Yu Lang's expressions changed. They were about to act when Yang Yi suddenly looked at them, and he said, "Move and you die. How dare you?" Yu Lang roared furiously and was about to attack. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then Yu Lang's figure stiffened on the spot. An instant later, his head was pushed into the air by a fountain of blood. Li Qingyi's pupils constricted, and she was stunned on the spot. "Who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, Fan Li had stood up and was staring fixedly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't answer her. He took a step forward, and merely this step allowed him to instantly arrive in front of Fan Li. After that, Fan Li felt something press down on her throat, and she was almost suffocated. Yang Yi, Fan Ming was horrified when she witnessed this scene, and she quickly called out to him. Yang Yi's figure stopped moving. He pondered deeply for an instant, and then he slowly let go of her. He gazed at Fan Li and shook his head. "The reason you're still alive now isn't because you're beautiful, and it isn't because you're smart either. It's because you have a naive little sister. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Hand the sheath over. Otherwise, I don't mind searching your corpse." Fan Ming quickly ran over to Fan Li, supported her up, and said, "Big sister, that sword sheath is his. Just give it back to him. Otherwise, he'll really kill you." As she spoke, there was a trace of fear in her eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi. She hadn't expected that this man who seemed so gentle and amiable would actually be so ruthless when he fought. Fan Li raised her head to look at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi didn't look at her. He looked towards the depths of the forest instead. This time, Fan Li didn't hesitate to flip her palm, and the ancient sheath appeared there. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze from the forest, made a gesture, and the sword sheath returned into his grasp. There was a trace of pain and complicated emotions in his eyes as he gazed at the sword sheath. He knew that the sword spirit had definitely fallen into deep sleep because he executed Heaven Rend, and the only way to awaken her was to feed his sword intent to her. Unfortunately, his current sword intent was only at the 1st level. "Looks like I have to think about how to recover my sword intent." Yang Yi held the ancient sheath in his hand as he turned around and walked away. However, he merely took a few steps before he suddenly stopped walking. The expressions on the faces of Fan Li, Li Qingyi, and Lin Ning, who was howling on the ground, changed drastically when they saw him stop. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he turned to look at Fan Ming. "It's very dangerous here. Staying with them is equivalent to walking on a path towards death. If you're willing, you can leave with me. We'll take you out of this mountain range." Fan Ming was first delighted, but it didn't take long for the happiness on her face to vanish. She glanced at her older sister and said, Can you take my big sister as well?" Yang Yi shook his head. While his strength had recovered to the King Realm, and he could even defeat some Exalt Realm experts. However, he wasn't invincible. If he were to be surrounded by an army of demon beasts, then even if they couldn't kill him, they could exhaust him to death. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of Fan Li at all. So, why would he waste his time and energy to save her? He wasn't stupid. "I don't need him." Fan Li stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and her eyes had killing intent within them. Bang! Fanli had just finished speaking when her figure was blasted flying, and she only stopped flying after breaking numerous trees. "You're courting death." Fanli had a ferocious expression on her face when she stood up, and the profound energy within her surged madly, causing a powerful aura to sweep out from her. After that, she swiftly swung her whip at Yang Yi. Heaven Ravager. The whip was like an enormous dragon, and it was nimble like a snake as it tore through the sky and shook the space around it. Fan Ming's face turned pale with fright. Because it was a Dao rank technique. It was the Fan clan's strongest technique. However, a ray of light suddenly flashed. It was extremely tiny when compared to the whip, but when the sword energy came into contact with the whip, it unexpectedly crushed the aura on the whip and immediately sliced it into half. But the sword energy didn't disperse. It instantly arrived before Fanli, who was beyond shocked. No! Fan Ming's face turned ghastly pale while terror filled her eyes. As soon as her voice resounded, the sword energy which was about to shoot through Fan Li's forehead suddenly stopped. Li Qingjia's pupils constricted into the size of needles when she witnessed this scene, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. While Yang Yi's sword energy wasn't enhanced by sword intent, such a scene shocked her to the extreme. Because Yang Yi was actually able to control sword energy which had left him. One had to attain the 9th level of sword intent and gain material sword intent at the very least in order to be able to accomplish that. But Yang Yi's sword energy didn't carry a trace of sword intent. So what did that prove? It proved that this fellow before her, Yang Yi, had concealed his strength, the 9th level of sword intent. There might not be a single person with such sword intent anywhere near here. After she recovered from her shock, all sorts of thoughts appeared in Li Qingjia's mind, and a blazing expression of desire appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Fan Li's shock wasn't much lesser than Li Qingyi. She hadn't imagined that her strongest attack would be so weak before this fellow who she called a servant of her clan. Fan Ming stood in front of that strand of sword energy, and she gazed at Yang Yi as she said, "I know that my big sister's attitude towards you wasn't good, but she did that for my sake. Yang Yi, if you really want to vent, then kill me." "Vent?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "To be honest, she isn't even qualified to make me angry." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Fan Li, who was glaring angrily at him. "Don't look at me with such a murderous gaze. Because people have done that to me in the past, and their corpses have been transformed into dirt by now." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away with the ancient sheath in his grasp. "Please wait a moment." Suddenly, Li Qingyi cried out to him. Yang Yi stopped moving, turned around to look at her, and then he said, "What? You're from the ancient sword school, right?" Li Qingjia's eyes had slight excitement in them. Yang Yi frowned and said, "Speak about what you want." She was overjoyed when she saw him tacitly admit it. "Brother Yang, I mainly came here to this mountain range for a single thing. So long as Brother Yang lends me a hand, then am willing to provide a generous reward." "What? I've become Brother Yang now? Am not that servant anymore?" Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Li Qingyi wasn't infuriated by his ridicule. She smiled and said, "Status naturally changes according to one's strength. I was ignorant earlier and wasn't able to recognize Brother Yang's ability. I apologize." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "There's no need for apologies. Out of consideration for little Ming, they'll give you a piece of advice. Leave right now, and perhaps you'll still be in time. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Li Qingjia's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Brother Yang, have you noticed something?" Yang Yi didn't speak. He just walked forward with the ancient sheath in hand. Meanwhile, Li Qingyi spoke once more. "Brother Yang, even if you don't care about young Miss Fan, young Master Li, and I, but Brother Yang wouldn't just disregard young Miss Fan Ming as well, right?" Yang Yi stopped when he heard this. Li Qingyi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw him stop, and she glanced at Fan Ming. "It's all thanks to that little girl." Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Fan Ming. Meanwhile, Fan Ming glanced at him before she slowly lowered her head. Yang Yi sighed softly, and then he flashed over to Fan Ming. Fan Li's expression changed, and she took a step forward and stood in front of Fan Ming. She hadn't even spoken a word when a strand of sword energy was pressing against the center of her forehead, and a droplet of blood slowly seeped out from there. Fuck off. Yang Yi glanced coldly at her. Fan Li's face twitched. She was about to speak when Fan Ming pulled Fan Li behind her, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. You leave on your own. I can't abandon my big sister. Yang Yi withdrew his sword energy, and then he rubbed Fan Ming's head. She's so fierce to you. What are you being so good to her? Fan Ming shook her head. Big sister has had a tough life. She has done too much for the Fan clan and me. You can leave on your own. I can't burden you. Yang Yi shook his head. It's too late to leave now. As he spoke, his gaze gradually became solemn. Roar. Suddenly, the furious roar of a beast resounded through the night sky, and then countless roars of fury resounded incessantly. Rumble. The forest around them suddenly started to shake. Chapter 8:19. It didn't take long for Li Qingyi and the others to notice that pairs of blood-red eyes had suddenly appeared all around them. Besides those blood-red eyes, Li Qingyi and the others couldn't see anything else throughout the veil of night. Their expressions changed slightly, and Fan Ming was even terrified to the point of hurriedly pulling her older sister with her and hiding behind Yang Yi. It didn't take long for a woman who rode a flaming lion to appear within their fields of vision. The Beastmaster sect. The corners of Li Qingyi's eyes twitched slightly when she saw the woman, and her eyes flickered with shock and ghastly killing intent. The Beastmaster sect is a silver rank sect, and it's a sword enemy of Stellar Sky City. Perhaps their own strength might not be very formidable, but they can sign all sorts of agreements with various powerful demon beasts. Not only are they able to bring forth powerful strength with the assistance of those demon beasts, they are even able to rely on the demon beasts to execute some special joint attacks. You must not underestimate her. Fan Ming walked over to Yang Yi and spoke softly. The woman in a violet dress robed the flaming lion to a distance of 100 m before Yang Yi and the others, and then she spoke slowly. Young Miss Li led numerous experts of Stellar Sky City to search for Monkey Wine. Yet you sneaked out from the group and traveled 5,000 kilometers to Skywind City on your own. That plan of yours almost deceived my sect. I never expected that there would actually be a spy in the forces of my city. Moreover, it seems like that spy's status isn't low at all, said Li Qingyi. The woman pointed at the surroundings and said, because I was aware of young Miss Li's arrival, I temporarily subdued all the demon beasts in an area of 50 kilometers. Don't worry, I won't kill you. A living successor of Stellar Sky City is more valuable than a dead one. So, will you follow me on your own accord, or should I take you with me by force? As she spoke, she waved her hand, and then 2 white apes and 5 huge wolves appeared by her side. All of them were at the Exalt realm. Fan Li and Fan Ming's countenances instantly turned ghastly pale while Lin Ning, who laid on the ground, shouted, I surrender. Senior from the Beastmaster sect, please spare me. Lin Ning's voice stopped abruptly because an energy palm suddenly descended onto his head, causing it to explode apart. It was Li Qingyi who launched the attack. Li Qingyi spoke coldly, damn it. Fan Ming and Fan Li glanced at Li Qingyi while a trace of vigilance appeared in their eyes. This is between the Beastmaster sect and Stellar Sky City. I don't want to interfere in it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked off while holding Fan Ming's hand. Meanwhile, Fan Ming held tightly onto Fan Li's hand while cautiously glancing at Yang Yi, as she was very afraid that he would abandon her older sister. The woman suddenly said, You're leaving just like that? Yang Yi stopped and turned around to look at her. What? You want to treat me to some roast meat? Yang Yi glanced at the flaming lion below the woman while he spoke. Roar. The lion roared furiously when it heard Yang Yi, and its roar was filled with boundless rage. Moreover, strands of flames sprayed out incessantly from it and caused the air around it to crackle. The woman gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before she said, You seem to be very confident in your strength? Or perhaps you're very confident in your backing. Yang Yi replied, Based on what you said, your objective is only young Miss Li. Since it's like that, why don't you just let us go? She asked, What if I don't? Why don't you give it a try? Then I will. As soon as she finished speaking, an explosion resounded as a dark blue python suddenly charged out from the basin by their side. The python was like the size of a hill. Its eyes were like two watermelons, and it opened up its huge mouth as it shot towards Yang Ye's group. Fanli was horrified, and Fan Ming's face had turned ghastly pale when they saw the python. She held tightly onto Fan Li's arm while her eyes were closed tightly. A cold glow flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and he gestured, "Sword, come to me." As soon as he spoke, a sword howl resounded from the sword that hung on Fan Ming's waist, and it appeared in Yang Ye's grasp. Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot and transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air and through the python's mouth. After that, numerous rays of sword energy criss-crossed through the air. A moment later, Yang Yi descended to the ground, and he stabbed the sword into the ground in front of him. Pooh! They watched with shock as the dark blue python fell towards the basin below. However, it wasn't whole anymore when it fell. It was in pieces. All of them were flabbergasted, including the woman in a violet dress. Her eyes had shock and seriousness in them, and there was a trace of strong fear as well. Li Qingyi took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. There was fear in her eyes as well, but there was even more happiness there. Fan Ming's eyes glowed as she gazed at him, and they were filled with adoration. On the other hand, Fan Li instinctively took 2 steps back, and besides fear, there was even a trace of reverence in her eyes. Besides them, even the demon beasts in the surroundings were shocked by Yang Ye's ability. They stopped roaring and started looking at Yang Yi with vigilance instead. Even the flaming lion beneath the women had strong vigilance in its eyes. Because that python was at the Exalt realm, how could they not be shocked when he instantly annihilated an Exalt realm demon beast? Yang Yi gazed at the woman and asked, "Do you still want to give it a try?" The woman spoke solemnly. "You're from the ancient sword school?" "Yes." Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all. It wasn't that he wanted to pretend to be a member of the ancient sword school, he just had no choice but to say so. Because while Head restored his cultivation to the King realm, his injuries hadn't been healed at all. His meridians were healing very slowly when being nurtured by his violet, profound energy. So, his meridians were still in pieces right now. Forcefully utilizing sword energy earlier had caused the meridians within his body to warp, and the sharp pain from it was utterly indescribable. If his meridians hadn't been tempered by primordial violet energy and the dragon ancestor's blood in the past, just utilizing sword energy earlier would have caused his meridians to be turned into powder. So, even if he seemed to be completely carefree right now, and even seemed like he treated the woman and the demon beasts as ants, he was actually on the verge of howling from the sharp pain from his warped meridians. But he had no other choice but to continue acting. The woman in a violet dress wasn't the only one who felt shocked upon hearing Yang Yi. Even Li Qingyi, Fan Li, and Fan Ming were the same. After all, the ancient sword school was like a legendary existence in Pine Prefecture. Because the ancient sword school was a platinum rank sect. Moreover, platinum rank sects were the strongest in Pine Prefecture. The woman in a violet dress asked, "The ancient sword school has 9 peaks that are situated throughout Pine Prefecture. May I ask which peak you're from?" "The strongest peak. Heavenly Sword Peak." Fan Ming gasped. Meanwhile, the eyes of Fan Li, Li Qingyi, and the woman opened wide with shock. Heavenly Sword Peak has... She intended to continue with more questions, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "What's with all the crap? If you want to fight, then do it quickly. To be honest, my sword thirsts for blood." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the sword before him trembled violently before a ray of light shot into the sky. It tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning, and it was dazzling and resplendent. The woman's eyelids twitched. She was very afraid that Yang Yi would attack, so she quickly said, "Since you're from the ancient sword school, then Zexine would naturally not dare to act rashly. You can leave as you please." Yang Yi nodded, and then he turned around and walked away. The woman called Zexine frowned when she saw him act like that, and then a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving. He turned around to gaze at her. "Wouldn't I be bringing shame to my ancient sword school if I leave just like that? Never mind. I haven't killed in a long time, so will feed all of you to my sword." Yang Yi was about to act while he spoke, and Xian was horrified by this. She quickly said, "My Beastmaster sect has no intention to be disrespectful to the ancient sword school. Everything that occurred earlier was a misunderstanding. How could I dare to make things difficult for you if I knew that you were from the ancient sword school? You expect me to just let bygones be bygones?" Yang Yi spoke ferociously, and the killing intent in his eyes was seemingly material. It seemed like he would carry out slaughter at any moment. Xian pondered deeply for an instant, and then she flicked with her wrist. A spatial ring appeared in front of Yang Yi as she said, "There are 500 extreme-grade energy stones and the inner cores of 100 Exalt Realm demon beasts in there. Please do accept these small gifts as my apology to you." Yang Yi glanced at her before he gestured with his right hand, and the spatial ring flew into his grasp. He said, "If I didn't have important matters to attend to, then I might have even roasted and enjoyed that lion below you." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Fan Meng with him as he turned around and left. Fan Meng, on the other hand, held tightly onto Fan Li. Li Qingyi hurriedly followed them. Xian was about to say something when she witnessed this scene. However, Li Qingyi suddenly turned around and said, his woman, "Head back to your sect and tell your sect master that if he wants to act against my stellar Sky City, then he has to first think about the consequences." As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at Xian with ridicule before swiftly following behind Yang Yi's group. Zin's eyes could almost spray flames from the rage she felt, and her chest was rising and falling rapidly. She was clearly furious. As she watched Yang Yi's group vanish beneath the veil of night, Xian took a deep breath and calmed the rage in her heart. Right when she was about to turn around and leave, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. She fell silent on the spot for some time, and her brows gradually creased together. A long time passed before she suddenly opened her eyes. "Damn it! I fell for his trick. He isn't a disciple of the ancient sword school." Roar! Countless furious beast howls resounded once more throughout the tranquil mountain range, and then the entire area started to quake. Chapter 820. After they left the woman's field of vision, Yang Yi immediately flashed over to Li Qingyi's back, and then he jumped on her back. After that, Yang Yi spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and instantly dyed her clothes red. Fan Li and Feng Meng were astounded while Li Qingyi seemed to have understood something. She said, "We have to leave quickly." As she spoke, her profound energy surged into her legs, and she raised her speed to its limits and transformed into a gust of wind that flashed towards the distance. Fan Meng and Fan Li seemed to have realized something as well, and they quickly chased after Li Qingyi. Yang Yi's body was in quite a bad state right now. If it wasn't for the tempering he experienced from the primordial violet energy, the dragon ancestor's blood, and various other treasures, he might have really died earlier. His body was once comparable to a half-saint, but after he ignited 12 levels of his sword intent and forcefully executed Heavenrend, his body was severely damaged and was practically returned to its original state. While Head restored his strength to the King Realm just now, the meridians and various injuries within him hadn't been repaired at all. So, when he utilized sword energy by force, the process of transferring profound energy through his meridians had caused his meridians to warp severely. Fortunately, his meridians were very flexible and tough. Otherwise, the meridians of any other person would have been shattered into bits. Even though his hadn't been shattered into bits, it was still in a terrible state. The sharp pain from his warped meridians was simply impossible to describe with words. "Stop!" Yang Yi suddenly spoke while they were dashing madly, and Li Qingyi immediately stopped on the spot. Yang Yi forcefully endured the sharp pain that sunk deep to the bones, and his eyes were slightly shut while his divine sense swept out. A short while passed before he pointed to the left, head in that direction. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi instantly fainted. They looked towards the direction that Yang Yi had pointed towards, and they became slightly hesitant when they noticed what laid in that direction. Because it was a huge swamp, and there were things swimming through the swamp. There were even some powerful auras. "I trust him." Fan Meng suddenly made her stand clear. Fan Li glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Obviously, she was forfeiting her right to vote. Li Qingyi pondered deeply for a few moments, and then she suddenly gazed at Fan Ming. Tell me the truth. Was it Yang Yi that scared Lu Wufeng off earlier? Fan Ming knew that she couldn't conceal it now, so she immediately nodded. You've probably realized that he suffered a very severe injury. So, when he held me earlier, he was using me as a medium to fight Lu Wufeng. When she spoke up to this point, there was an aggrieved expression in Fan Ming's eyes as she gazed at Fanli. Fanli said, "Why didn't you tell me? Would you have believed me?" Fanli wanted to say something about it, but Li Qingyi shook her head. Let's not talk about all of that now. He's very strong, and he probably encountered something that made his cultivation drop to such an extent, and he even suffered extremely severe injuries. However, there's no doubt that the discerning ability and judgment of such a person is definitely above ours. So, there's definitely a reason why he chose that direction. Let's go. It didn't take long for them to enter the swamp. Of course, they'd stopped walking, and they were flying now. While Li Qingyi and Fanli could tear space open and teleport through it, they didn't dare to do so within this boundless mountain range, because the slightest mistake could cause them to teleport into the lair of a demon beast. Wouldn't that be no different than giving their lives away? Moreover, teleporting would create fluctuations in space, and Xian, who was pursuing them, would be able to sense those fluctuations. We must wake him up. After they entered the swamp, Li Qingyi suddenly gazed at Fanli and said, "While I have some medicinal pills in my possession, they aren't healing pills. Young Miss Fan, do you still have more blood stasis pills?" Yes. It wasn't Fanli but Fan Ming who spoke those words. Fanli glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then flicked a pill over to Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi nodded and flicked it into Yang Yi's mouth. However, Yang Yi still didn't wake up after around 10 minutes passed. How heavy are his injuries? Why is even a spirit pill incapable of showing any effects? Li Qingyi's brows knit tightly together. Feed him energy stones, Fan Ming suddenly said. He wasn't strong in the beginning, but he became strong after eating a huge amount of energy stones, and he wasn't even able to instantly kill that huge snake earlier. Li Qingyi gazed at Fan Ming. Are you sure that energy stones can be eaten? Fan Ming nodded. She wasn't lying because Shed watched him eat them. Li Qingyi pondered deeply for an instant and said, "Feed them to him." Just like that, they traveled as they fed extreme-grade energy stones to Yang Yi. After eating almost 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones, Yang Yi still hadn't woken up, but had advanced to the mid-rank of the King realm. Witnessing that caused all three of them to be stunned for a very long time. You can advance from eating energy stones? Li Qingyi gazed at Fan Ming, while the latter had a dazed expression on her face. He's a freak, said Fanli. Li Qingyi nodded with agreement and said, continue feeding them to him. I don't have any more. Fan Ming shrugged helplessly. Li Qingyi gazed at Fanli. Fanli shook her head as well. I didn't bring many with me, and he has finished all that I did. A spatial ring flew over to Fan Ming while Li Qingyi said, there are almost 1,000 extreme-grade energy stones in there. Feed them to him. Let's see how many he can eat. Fan Ming hurriedly started feeding Yang Yi again. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to finish those energy stones, yet he still hadn't woken up. Fan Ming gazed at Li Qingyi, and her gaze seemed to carry a question. Do you have any more? Didn't that woman give him a spatial ring just now? Why keep all those extreme-grade energy stones and inner cores from Exalt Realm demon beasts? Feed all of them to him. Let's see if he wakes up from that. Li Qingyi spoke in a low voice. Fan Ming searched Yang Yi for a moment before she finally found that spatial ring. After that, she withdrew its contents and started to feed all of it to Yang Yi. After another 15 minutes passed, Yang Yi still hadn't woken up, but he was at the spirit realm. This time, the three of them were shocked speechless. After all, they'd used a huge amount of time to advance from the King realm to the spirit realm all those years ago. Especially Fan Ming. Shed used quite a few years of time to advance from the first heaven realm to the spirit realm. But Yang Yi just advanced from eating energy stones. If it hadn't occurred right before her eyes, then she would never believe it. Bang! Suddenly, a torrent of dirt shot up from within the swamp, and then a bloody mouth bit at them. A cold glow flashed through Li Qingyi's eyes as she flipped her palm, and a huge energy palm flashed down. The palm caused ripples to sweep through space before it finally smashed against the bloody mouth. A howl of pain resounded as the mouth fell back into the swamp. However, right when they heaved a sigh of relief, the entire swamp started to roil while countless huge figures started to move about within the swamp. Their expressions changed, and Li Qingyi swiftly said, "Move, quickly." They raised their speed to its limits. But even then, demon beasts were still charging out incessantly from the swamp below and attacking them. While most of those demon beasts were at the king realm, their numbers caused a great amount of trouble for the three of them. Fanli suddenly said, "It'll take an hour at least for us to escape this swamp." "We'll definitely be unable to persist for that long based on the current situation." Li Qingyi spoke solemnly. "Young Miss Fan, do you have any ideas?" A ferocious expression flashed through her eyes as Fanli said, "Those demon beasts below us love fresh blood. We'll definitely be able to draw their attention away if we throw someone down there. In that way, we'll be able to temporarily escape this danger we face." Fan Meng's expression changed. She naturally knew who her older sister was talking about, so she immediately said, "You can't do that, big sister. Yang Yi even saved our lives earlier. How can you throw him down there? Big sister Li, aren't I right?" Li Qingyi remained silent. Fanli paid no attention to Fan Meng. She just gazed at Li Qingyi. "Young Miss Li, you should have realized that he isn't an ordinary person, and his original strength was definitely extremely formidable. However, he has fallen to such a state now. That proves that he definitely has a powerful enemy. If we save him, then it's very likely to bring calamity to our clans." When she spoke up to this point, she glanced at Yang Yi and continued, "Moreover, he's a ruthless and decisive person, and he's very vengeful. Our prior attitudes towards him weren't very good, so we can't guarantee that he won't act against us when he wakes up." "He won't," Fan Meng quickly said. "I guarantee that he won't. Big sister, don't throw him down there. I'm begging you." "Shut up," Fanli suddenly shouted. "You guarantee that he won't? On what basis are you making such guarantees? How long have you known him? Let me ask you something. What will you do if he does attack us? Or if he attacks our fan clan? At that time, we'll become sinners of the clan." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Li Qingyi and said, "Young Miss Li, even if we're judging him like that without any proof, we can't be bothered about that. We can't be sure that he won't become a threat to us if he's allowed to live. Moreover, once he does act against us, then it'll definitely be a calamity to both the powers that we represent." Li Qingyi had hesitance on her face. Suddenly, Fan Meng said, "Let's just toss him down." Li Qingyi and Fanli gazed at Fan Meng with astounded expressions on their faces. Fan Meng's face was slightly pale as she flew over to Li Qingyi, and then she took Yang Yi from Li Qingyi and said, "I was the reason why he stayed behind just now, so let me toss him down myself." Fanli nodded, and her voice became much more gentle. "Little Meng, it's for the best that you are able to." Her voice suddenly stopped abruptly, and then her eyes opened wide as horror and panic filled them, because Fan Meng had actually shot down towards the swamp with Yang Yi in her arms. "Big sister, I'm sorry. I can't save him, so I can only die with him." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.